Chapter 6:18. The soul-cleansing art was a mysterious and powerful secret art that could convert a disloyal person into a devout protector of the sect. How heaven-defying was this? One had to understand that this wasn't controlling one's divine sense, but rather starting from the source of one's heart. Everything was going with the flow, a normal illumination. It definitely wasn't seizing one's will. Although the Qin sect was small, with only 100 or so members, their strength was unfathomable. This caused Yi Fan to feel a sense of reverence. Even the Jade Luo monarch had been cleansed. This was truly a major event. According to the sickly old man, the Jade Luo monarch was not the only one who had been cleansed. There were others who had been outstanding figures in the past 30 years. In truth, those who could find this place for the 9 secrets were all extraordinary. The most outstanding among them were naturally dragons and phoenixes among men, far surpassing their peers. Yi Fan parted with the sickly old man. Many thoughts ran through his mind. The Qin sect was extremely strange and could not be underestimated. If he, with his holy physique, was also cleansed, then things would be even more interesting. At the same time, he felt a trace of unease in his heart. The soul-cleansing art was created by the Southern Mountains' celestial emperor, and was suspected to be the other life of a ruthless person. This was not good news. Hua Yunfei should be a member of the Qin sect. This secret art was definitely extremely tempting to him. If he obtained it, it would be like adding wings to a tiger. I still have to enter the inner sect, or else I won't be able to obtain the 9 secrets. However, I have to be on guard against being cleansed. Yi Fan pondered. He already had a plan in mind. Now, I should think of a way to increase my strength. Entering the inner sect is not easy, so I should take advantage of this time to search for the dragon marrow. He made up his mind. The night breeze blew by, causing the small mountains to become hazy under the starry sky. The trees swayed and the roars of wild beasts could be heard from the depths of the mountain range. The crescent moon had a limited amount of moonlight, and the forest was very dark. Yi Fan walked alone, observing the terrain of the mountain range in search of the dragon marrow. In the distance, there was a quiet pine forest. A clear spring flowed out, and birds were chirping as the fragrance of the plants permeated the air. Suddenly, his expression changed as he stopped in his tracks. He saw a beauty sitting cross-legged on a blue stone with her palms facing the sky. She was surrounded by a pure white radiance. The stars and moon were dim, but there was a lot of starlight and moonlight flowing down from the depths of the pine forest, condensing towards her body, making that place pure white and hazy. Li Xiaoman. Yi Fan was surprised. The technique she cultivated was definitely a type of wondrous art. 365 golden whirlpools appeared around her body. They were extremely dazzling as they gathered spiritual essence from all directions and swallowed the essence of the sun and moon. All the stars in the sky, using one's body to correspond to 365 main stars? Yi Fan was astonished. He had never seen or heard of such a mysterious technique. He activated his divine eye of origin and carefully observed it, wanting to see what was going on. Suddenly his heart trembled. In each of the 365 golden vortexes, there was a golden figure sitting cross-legged like a god. Wood power, dragon chi, starlight, and moon essence all converged like water and flowed into the 365 golden vortexes, where the golden figures were being forged. Yi Fan wanted to take a closer look, but the figures in the golden vortexes were too hazy. He couldn't see their faces at all, but he could feel a kind of majesty and loftiness, as well as the aura of a god. What a powerful, wondrous art. The human body corresponds to the main stars in the sky, and a god is formed in each golden vortex. What kind of heaven-defying divine ability will there be when one cultivates it to the end? Yi Fan pondered and was rather shocked. In the end, he discovered that the 365 golden figures were actually a god that resided in different parts of the human body. To be able to create an unparalleled god. How miraculous! Suddenly, his body trembled as he saw an even more bizarre scene. An ancient diagram appeared behind Li Xiaoman, and a golden god stood on the primordial battlefield, looking disdainfully at the gods. On the ancient battlefield, a sea of gold flowed, and there were many corpses lying on the ground. The blood of the corpses was multicolored, and it was obvious that they were not mortals. They were incomparably mysterious. Yi Fan was greatly shocked. Among the corpses, there were golden arhats, and after careful observation, there were also 7 colored bodhisattvas. All of them were lying on the ground. What a powerful god, walking on the multicolored blood of the bodhisattvas and arhats. The mountains trembled slightly, and the endless essence energy contained in the earth veins all gushed out, gathering toward Li Xiaoman's body and entering the 365 golden vortexes, casting the golden god. During this process, Li Xiaoman's body constantly flickered with divine splendor. Her sparkling jade-like body was repeatedly refined, becoming one with the 365 gods. When her eyes opened and closed, there were actually specks of golden light that were indescribably demonic. She was like an ancient demon god, beautiful and wild. The essence of the sun and moon in the sky and the spiritual chi of the ancestral roots on the ground turned into rivers and entered her body. The speed at which she breathed in and out essence energy was astonishing. This place was thousands of miles away from the Qin sect, so she was not worried about being discovered. She sat there motionlessly, cultivating this heavenly art that had never been recorded in the ancient texts. Where did she learn this? Suddenly Li Xiaoman's body trembled, and her beautiful hair fluttered. A black vase appeared above her head. At first it was not very clear, but it gradually solidified. This is... Yi Fan's eyes immediately sharpened. Strands of black light seeped out from the top of Li Xiaoman's head, and formed a vase above her head. The black light flickered, and the rhythm of the Tao flowed. It looked simple and natural. The vase's style was very simple. It was like the carrier of the great Tao, and it seemed to be able to suppress the myriad worlds. It was too familiar. This great Tao vase was almost the same as the heaven-devouring demonic jar. Li Xiaoman used her own essence energy to form the body of the vase and cultivate it to this level. The Black Emperor once said that when one comprehended the heaven-devouring demonic art to a certain level, they could choose to form the great Tao vase. This was the carrier of the Tao, and in the future, they could use it to gather endless magical power. Black light flowed, and the vase was formed. It floated above her head, and the 365 golden vortexes all trembled and disappeared. Only the vase was in harmony with her. She also cultivates the heaven-devouring demonic art. Yi Fan's eyes were sharp, but he did not make any moves. Without a doubt, Li Xiaoman cultivated 2 heavenly arts. The first one was hard to guess, but the second one was easy to recognize. The great Tao vase floated up and down, and it had the power to suppress the heavens. Boom! The mountains and forests shook and the sky hummed. The method created by the ancient celestial emperor contained endless profundities. The great Tao descended, and the laws appeared, intertwining with the vase. Moreover, all living beings in the world were affected. Strands of divine power gathered from all directions, and it was even greater than the 365 golden vortexes. Swoosh! Suddenly Li Xiaoman's eyes opened. They were pale gold, and she looked at Yi Fan like 2 bolts of lightning. Her skin was like jade, and her beauty was out of this world. She was mysterious and strange, like a beautiful demon god that had come back to life. She seemed to have sensed something. Yi Fan used the original technique to become one with the mountains and rivers, and there was not a trace of human presence. He then used the travel formula and disappeared into thin air. She looks like she is just in the Tao Palace secret realm, but how can she have such a sharp spiritual sense? Yi Fan was shocked. Li Xiaoman was strange. Not only did she cultivate 2 heavenly arts, but she could also sense that someone was spying on her. Yi once said that Li Xiaoman had entered the celestial palace outside the forbidden ancient barren land. Could it be that she had obtained a great opportunity there? But he still felt that something was wrong. The first type of mysterious technique was too strange. It created a god in the golden vortex, and it walked on the bodies of golden arhats and bodhisattvas. It was very strange and wild. What kind of opportunity did she have? Her actual combat ability is definitely far higher than the Tao Palace. What happened to her? Yi Fan did not do anything. He did not want to alert the enemy. He wanted to lure Hua Yunfei out. This person had hidden too deeply, and there was not a single clue until now. There were many ancient tombs under the Qinling Mountains. Every time there was a flash flood, There might be 1 or 2 ancient coffins rushing out from the mountains. It was not a rare sight in the area. Yifan cultivated along the way, and he appeared and disappeared in the Qinling Mountains. He was observing the mountains and rivers, looking for rare materials that he could use when comprehending the Great Path. In the past half a month, he had walked hundreds of thousands of miles. He had already found 8 ancient coffins in the veins, and all of them were the corpses of holy lords. They had rotted for who knew how many years, and even their weapons had rotted away. The oldest person was actually 180,000 years old. There were some clear engravings in the jade coffin, and it was an imperial lord from back then. However, he did not find a single drop of strange marrow. He had gone deep into the belly of who knew how many mountains, and he had seen dragon chi, but he could not find marrow. There is a shocking dragon crawling in this million-mile Qinling Mountains, and there must be a peerless divine marrow. It is just that this area is too big. Yifan frowned. He stood in the sky and looked down at the vast Qinling Mountains. It was so vast that it was impossible to see the end, but he could see the shocking dragon chi condensing. This chi was very special. Only those who had received the inheritance of the Yuan Taoist master could see it. It was actually a dragon that was hundreds of thousands of miles long, and it was too majestic. No wonder there are so many ancient mausoleums in the Qinling Mountains. This dragon is just too big, and it contains endless life force. There must have been people from the ancient times who came here to die after seeing this secret. The dragon vein was too big, and it was difficult to determine where the precious marrow was. Moreover, there were many fake dragons entangled here, and it was difficult to distinguish the real from the fake. There must be a fantasy-level divine marrow that is comparable to an undying medicine. It has most likely transformed into a living creature a long time ago. Yifan deduced. It was another quiet night. The full moon hung in the sky, and the great earth was silvery white. It was as if there was a thin layer of smoke curling about. Yifan had searched for more than half a month, but he still hadn't found anything. Unknowingly, he had arrived at the depths of the Qinling Mountains, and he was already hundreds of thousands of miles away from the Qin sect. Ayo! Suddenly, a sound that was like the cry of a bird and the howl of a wolf could be heard. The mountains all shook. Boom, boom. In the distance, more than 10 great mountains were all smashed to pieces. Smoke and dust filled the air, covering the divine moon in the sky. How powerful are these creatures? Yifan's expression changed. A strange bird flickered with green light all over its body. Its body was like an azure pung, but it had a wolf's head. It was over 100 zhang long, and the sound was precisely made by it. Ancient mutant, night heavenly wolf. Roar. Another loud roar sounded, and a rumbling sound came from another mountain range. A giant silver ape that was over 100 zhang tall walked over, trampling a few short mountain ridges. As soon as the two creatures saw each other, it was as if they had great enmity. They threw themselves at each other, and green light and silver light surged. The sound of the collision shook violently, and more than 10 nearby mountain peaks were all flattened. Yifan was astonished. These were two strange beast kings, and even a divine lord would find it difficult to subdue them. Their strength was extremely tyrannical. What are they fighting over? Pung. In the distance, half of a majestic mountain collapsed, and a tattered bronze carriage sped out. It was pulled by several ceramic horses, and it looked rather strange. Behind it, an old man wearing an ancient dragon robe and a rusty dragon crown drove the carriage. His face was deathly gray, and there was no sign of life. An ancient emperor turned into a corpse king, and it's driving a carriage for someone. Yifan was quite astonished. Inside the tattered bronze carriage, there was a little person that was about a foot tall. Its entire body was purple, and it was flowing with light. It was very strange. He was helping someone make an advertisement for the heaven and earth splitting finger. The ancient city was filled with boundless cypress trees, and the endless clouds were connected to Chu Tian. At the end of the alleyway was a vast mansion, and the ancient halberd was desolate. The grave at the corner of the wild river was actually the burial place of Xiang Scar Chizu. Chapter 619. A silver plate hung high in the sky as the bright moonlight sprinkled down on the ground. The great creatures in the Qinling Mountains had stopped fighting. A small silver waterfall fell in the distance. It was exceptionally beautiful under the moonlight. It was relatively far away and the sound wasn't loud, giving people a sense of tranquility and beauty. Yi Tianling was over 300 meters long. His entire body was covered in flickering green feathers. He was no different from an azure gold pung. Only his head was sinister and his white teeth were dense. He landed on a cliff. The 100-meter-tall silver ape was like a mountain. It breathed in and out the essence of heaven and earth. Each time it did so, it surged like a tide. The silver fur on his body flickered with light. The tattered bronze carriage flew into the air and hovered there motionlessly. It was enveloped by the moonlight and emitted a thin layer of smoke. In the distance, a deep hiss could be heard. A brightly colored spider crawled over. It was 4 to 5 meters tall. Its body seemed to be carved from multicolored jade, sparkling and translucent. One didn't need to think to know that this was a strange insect king. Even a divine lord wouldn't be able to survive its bite, and would definitely die immediately. In another direction, a skinny old monk walked over on the moon. His entire body was golden as if it was cast from gold. It was obvious that he had cultivated the golden Arhat body to an extremely high realm. He wore a rotting monastic robe on his body. This old monk didn't have the slightest bit of vitality. He had cultivated the 10-meter-6 golden body of Buddha. His entire body flickered with golden light. In reality, he had died many years ago and was now only an ancient corpse. However, he had already gained intelligence and became a corpse cultivator. It was obvious that this kind of existence wouldn't live for long. One day, he would die under the wrath of the heavens. Yi Fan was speechless. He hid in the distance and used the heavenly origin divine technique to hide his aura. He became one with the mountain range and watched in silence. This was too strange. Why were the 5 giants gathered here? He could clearly feel that these creatures were extremely powerful. They could only be stronger than peak divine lords. Their cultivation was profound, and it was unknown how many years they had cultivated in the Qinling Mountains. The strange marrow belongs to me. The silver ape emitted a powerful spiritual fluctuation. When its eyes opened and closed, 2 beams of silver light shot into the sky. It was hard to imagine how vigorous its essence was. With a hiss, the multicolored spider that looked like it was carved out of jade emitted soul fluctuations. It swallowed and spat out multicolored light. The moonlight in the sky connected with it, insisting that the wondrous essence belonged to it. On the other side, the Zhang 6 golden body old monk, even though he was all skin and bones, his strength was great. He sat on a cliff, white light spitting out from his mouth, chanting an ancient scripture. A giant Buddha appeared out of thin air, and appeared behind him. Golden Buddha light shone brightly, as if it wanted to deliver all living beings from suffering. Buddhist chants resounded throughout the world. Although the old monk was dead, he still had Buddhist magical powers, and they were quite pure, causing the other big shots to be deeply fearful. Stop fighting. The treasure marrow was born for me. In the shabby bronze chariot, the 1-foot-tall purple person opened his mouth. His spiritual waves were extremely powerful, causing the waterfall in the distance to stop temporarily. Its spiritual force undulated like an ocean, suppressing all fluctuations and causing the old monk's chanting to almost stop. Among the 5 giants, it and the old monk were the most powerful. Even the one driving its carriage was the corpse of an emperor master. Its purple body was translucent and extremely terrifying. What kind of creature is this? Yi Fan was the most interested in it. At first, he thought it was the fantasy-level divine marrow, but it wasn't the case. Sure, Zhongyu, you still have 500 years to live. Your time is still far away. Why do you want to fight with us? Yi Tianling growled, his green feathers fluttering. Yi Fan was shocked. That tall little purple figure was formed from a piece of purple jade. This was a rare treasure, a world-shocking divine object created by an ancient saint as a sacred weapon. This kind of thing could only be found by chance. In the distant ancient times, even the sages couldn't find it. That was why the weapons left behind could only be passed on for 50 to 100,000 years before they were destroyed. This is a divine item. Even the ancient sages were tempted by it. However, it has gained intelligence and turned into a human form. Yi Fan's eyes were burning. The 1-foot-tall purple person was even more valuable than the dragon marrow. If it was auctioned, it would definitely shock the divine dynasties. However, now that it had cultivated successfully, its strength was no weaker than a peak-level emperor. It was impossible to suppress it. It was simply courting death to have any ideas about it. It still has 500 years to live. If it can't break through, its divine will scatter and become a precious treasure loved by the sages again. It was foreseeable that there would be no resistance when they came to take it 500 years later. As long as they remembered this area, they would definitely be able to find it. At that time, it would be purely a divine item. Seize it with your own ability, the giant silver ape said. With a paw sound, a huge mountain collapsed with a slap. The other creatures all growled. The light in their eyes flickered. Then they all stood there motionless as if they had been petrified. Yi Fan didn't understand. He had learned the origin divine technique, and had repeatedly observed the terrain. He didn't see any precious marrow. How did these powerful creatures determine it? What did they find? At midnight, a dragon's roar suddenly resounded through the world. Under the bright moonlight, it spread especially far and wide. Even the mountains were shaking. In the distance, draconic energy pervaded the air from the mountain peak with a silver waterfall. A streak of green multicolored light rushed out, drawing upon the splendor of the stars and moon. They connected together like a great soaring dragon. I understand now. The ancestral root of Qinling Mountains is alive and can move everywhere. Today, there is a dragon soaring underground. It seems like these 5 giants have already seen this kind of scene. Several powerful creatures rushed forward together, arriving in front of the main peak in an instant. Each of them reached out a large claw and slammed down. Hong! This majestic mountain split apart and fell onto the ground. If it wasn't for them controlling their power, there would definitely be nothing left of this mountain. This mountain would inevitably turn into ashes. There was a dragon cave at the bottom of the mountain. Green light rushed into the heavens like a haze pervading the air. Draconic energy overflowed, creating an expanse of fragrance. It really is like this. The moving dragon vein rushed out from the earth vein today to absorb the power of the stars and moon. Yi Fan said to himself. Pung pung. The 5 giants exchanged blows. Within a range of 10 or so li, all of the mountain ranges were like paper. They turned into dust under their power, and not a single mountain remained standing. Yi Fan was horrified. These creatures were even more terrifying than he had imagined. That place became a sea of divine light, submerging everything. He operated the origin divine eyes and looked at that dragon cave, through the 5 types of divine light. Green light flickered, and a dark green stone basin appeared beside it. There were 6 drops of divine liquid inside. They were dark green like agate, and a sweet fragrance assailed his nostrils. Every single drop was the size of a lychee without a trace of impurities. The dark green color bewitched one's mind, and they unexpectedly released waves of tsunami-like sounds. High-grade dragon marrow. Its quality is even higher than the purple dragon marrow I've seen before. The fragrance was strong and seeped into one's bones. The dragon underground had long escaped, only leaving behind these dark green precious marrows. They illuminated the entire sky with a green luster. This truly is a rare treasure. These 6 drops of divine liquid are comparable to the past 36 drops. Yi Fan's heart trembled, and his eyes shone brightly. The 5 giants fought fiercely. Every time someone tried to grab the jade basin, they would be attacked by the others. They restrained each other, and no one could get close. They were all fighting on the side, surrounding the dark green wondrous marrow. They were very careful with their strength, and no one dared to attack the jade basin. Yi Fan no longer hesitated. He operated a genesis technique, and became one with the earth vein. He concealed his aura, and submerged himself into the ground. He used the line art to rapidly approach the dragon cave. This was the Yuan Taoist master's method. As long as there were no creatures in the way, he could walk through the earth vein with unbelievable speed. He was riding on dragon chi. Yi Fan held his breath and appeared below the dragon cave. He then leaped up and stretched out a giant golden hand to grab the 6 drops of divine liquid. Roar! The 5 giants were enraged. They never thought that someone would dare to snatch food from the tiger's mouth, and snatch the strange marrow from their hands. They all unleashed their monstrous magic power and attacked. Yi Fan moved at top speed, flying through the earth vein like a beam of light. If he was caught now, he would definitely die without a burial place. None of the 5 giants were easy to deal with. A long whistle that made one's scalp numb came from afar. The jade and stone, which was regarded as a treasure by ancient sages, was chasing at top speed. The foot-tall purple dwarf was dazzling all over, and its whistle shook countless earth veins. Boom! It opened its mouth and spat out a beam of purple jade divine light. This was the essence chi it was born with, and it was the most terrifying. It broke 81 earth veins in a row, and rushed dozens of miles, almost catching up to Yi Fan. So powerful. Yi Fan's expression changed. He operated the line art to the extreme, turning into a beam of light. He used a Genesis technique to open a path, and traverse through the earth vein. Bang! A strand of innate purple chi erupted from the earth vein. It was like the creation of the world, collapsing dozens of mountains on the surface, let alone the underground world. Pfft! Yi Fan spat out a mouthful of golden blood. Even someone as strong as him was injured. His body shook violently, and his blood and chi churned. If it were someone else, they would have been killed. Fortunately, after taking this attack, the innate purple chi didn't catch up, and Yi Fan was left some distance behind. Otherwise, his life would be in danger. The opponent was too powerful. Oh, not good. The old monk also caught up. A giant Buddha appeared in front of him, and it was 10 times faster than the monk. Buzz! The golden Buddha opened his hand, and a Buddha's hand seal slammed down. The earth vein collapsed continuously, and the ground undulated like a raging sea. The mountains were all destroyed, and nothing could stop it. The Buddha's hand seal slammed down, but it didn't hit its target. It only brushed past Yi Fan, and he was sent flying. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and his internal organs were all injured, and his bones were almost broken. He was shocked. This Buddha was too powerful. Even if it was a powerful figure, his body would definitely be shattered after taking that blow. How terrifying was this old monk's cultivation when he was alive? Yi Fan didn't dare to stop. This was the first time he felt the threat of death. The 2 giants behind him were too powerful, and he couldn't fight them at all. Suddenly, the purple clouds trembled, and the strand of innate purple chi rushed over again. The jade and stone wasn't that fast, but the innate purple chi it spat out was extremely fast. Pfft! Yi Fan was only brushed by the tip of the purple chi, and he didn't get hit directly. He coughed out large mouthfuls of blood, and his left shoulder was cracked. He was shocked. No wonder the ancient saints used this divine item to refine weapons. The innate purple chi contained in it was too powerful. Even a saint lord would be smashed to pieces. Amitabha. A Buddha's name was heard, and the golden Buddha caught up again. He was 10 times faster than the old monk, and the Buddha's hand seal slammed down again. Bang! Yi Fan was sent flying by the golden light. His spine was cracked, and other parts of his body were fractured. This was the combination of the power of laws and power, and it created the Phantom of Amitabha. It was one of the most powerful demon-subduing techniques of Buddhism. Yi Fan snatched food from the tiger's mouth, and he paid a heavy price. These 2 gods were unimaginably powerful. His body was torn apart, and he gritted his teeth to increase his speed. He took a few more hits, and finally got rid of the golden Amitabha, and the innate purple chi after a quarter of an hour. He only stopped after running for thousands of miles. I've encountered the purple jade king that even the ancient saints were tempted by. It's too terrifying. I'll deal with you in the future. Damn it, he even summoned the Phantom of Amitabha. What was that damned monk's identity when he was alive? Yi Fan cursed. His sacred body was almost cracked, and he didn't know how many bones were broken. This was the most serious injury he had suffered in a fight since he started his cultivation. At this time he was half dead. If it weren't for his strong body, he would have become a pile of mud. This kind of attack was enough to turn the bodies of more than 10 saint lords into dust. Only he could withstand it. This was the price of snatching food from the tiger's mouth. Yi Fan was almost killed by the 2 giants, and he immediately swallowed a few mouthfuls of divine spring water. He then circulated the Nirvana scripture and Miaui taught him. Endless golden blood chi burned and his bones crackled. This lasted for 2 hours before he opened his eyes. His bones had connected, and the cracks had disappeared. 6 drops of dragon marrow were rolling in the small cauldron made of mutton fat jade. They were as big as a dragon's eye, and the sound of tsunamis could be heard, illuminating half the sky with a green luster. This kind of precious marrow is extraordinary. 1 drop is equivalent to 6 drops from before. It's a rare high-grade one. The injuries this time were worth it. I can enter the 5th transformation now. Yi Fan was delighted. Although he had narrowly escaped death, and was almost killed by the 2 giants, the harvest was also great. These drops of rare and precious marrow were priceless. Not long after, he returned to the eastern region of the Qin sect. He quietly recuperated for a few days, recovering his body to its peak state, and then left. This time he began his seclusion. He had to break through continuously. Seeing the scene of Li Xiaomen cultivating, he felt a kind of pressure. Hua Yunfei would definitely be even more terrifying. In the recent months, he had been comprehending the Tao. Now, with the help of the dragon marrow, everything was much smoother. The 6 drops of dragon marrow contained fragments of the great Tao laws, as expected, were 6 to 7 times more than before. Half a month later, Yi Fan came out of seclusion and set off. He traveled 100,000 miles before stopping. He then quietly observed for 2 days. And only after seeing that there were no abnormalities did he begin the tribulation. This tribulation was very vast, but it could not stop Yi Fan. He refined the myriad qi cauldron, baptized the small golden person formed from his sea of consciousness, and tempered his body. After a few hours, he successfully entered the 5th transformation of the dragon transformation. Powerful, I've taken another big step forward. Divine light curled around Yi Fan's body. Every inch of his flesh and blood flickered with a sparkling and translucent splendor, containing boundless and terrifying divine power. He flew deeper into the Qin mountains, observing the terrain. He believed that there would definitely be fantasy-grade marrow that was comparable to the immortal medicine. 2 days later, Yi Fan heard the sound of thunder. The sound was very loud, and the mountains trembled. There are no dark clouds and the sky is clear. This someone is undergoing tribulation. He was shocked. There were not many people in the present world who could undergo tribulation. He quickly flew forward and vaguely he felt a kind of anticipation. A huge lake appeared in the middle of the mountains. Yi Fan saw an ancient stone tablet with 3 words engraved on it. Celestial Transformation Pool. The place where Emperor Qing was born. The Immortal Transformation Pool was a legend. Many people said that it might not necessarily exist. He did not know if he had seen the real Immortal Transformation Pool. Who is undergoing tribulation in the Immortal Transformation Pool? Chapter 620. The lake was extremely large and misty. It was unknown just how vast it was, and the end couldn't be seen. In the surroundings, ancient trees were like dragons, some even taller than the mountains. The grass was flourishing, and the fragrance of spiritual medicines wafted through the air. It was full of vitality. Many old vines were terrifyingly thick, winding from one mountain to another. Yi Fan was apprehensive. He didn't know if this was the real Immortal Transformation Pond. That cracked stone tablet seemed to be quite old, probably 10,000 years old. The characters on it were like blades and dragons. There was actually such a vast lake amidst the endless mountains. The waves were endless and boundless, just like an ocean. After so many years, people had seen many immortal transformation ponds in the millions of li of Qinling mountains. Some were as small as a well, while others were boundless. It was impossible to tell which one was the real one. There were many legends about the immortal transformation pond. In ancient times, there were immortals who ascended, and later on, it was said that the Azure Emperor was born within. It naturally drew the attention of the people of the world. This great lake contained spiritual beauty. The lake was connected to the sky, and the mist was hazy. Green lotuses flickered within, emerald-like multicolored clouds. Moreover, there were strange beasts moving about in the water, their horns and scales dense. In the depths of the lake, deafening thunder resounded like a mountain torrent or a tsunami. It was as if it had become one with the sound of the absolute beginning. Yi Fan moved forward while sticking close to the surface of the lake. After walking for several dozen li, he finally saw a terrifying scene. The sky was filled with lightning and bloody radiance. completely submerging the sky above the Great Lake. Several dozen people are crossing tribulation. His expression became sluggish. There were more than 30 figures in the endless sea of blood lightning. It was incomparably strange. Of course, what shocked him even more was that the power of this heavenly tribulation was extremely terrifying. It was many times greater than the lightning tribulation Yin Yin had experienced, and it wasn't much smaller than what he had experienced. Who are these people? Yi Fan was quite shaken. Every bolt of lightning from this terrifying great tribulation shattered the void. This kind of heavenly tribulation was extremely bitter. It was mostly made up of blood-colored lightning, like a sea of blood. Moreover, chaotic radiance would flow within from time to time. Great Yin True Tribulation, Great Yang True Tribulation, Great Earth Fire Wind Water Tribulation, Undying Phoenix Tribulation. Thunderstorms surged in the sky, and all kinds of lightning tribulations appeared within the blood-colored sea of lightning. What a powerful heavenly punishment! This is clearly planning on erasing everything, not allowing the person crossing tribulation to succeed. Yi Fan shivered inwardly. This was almost comparable to the tribulation he had experienced. One has to understand that his physique was close to undying. Among the younger generation, his physical strength was unparalleled. And that was why he could endure such heavenly punishment. What kind of people were trying to break through here? Yi Fan observed carefully. Within the boundless sea of lightning, there were 32 figures. They were covered in dazzling splendor as they resisted the great heavenly tribulation. Why are there so many people? The lightning was extremely intense and incomparably dazzling. Those people all felt as if their bodies were in the sun, blazing brilliantly. It was very difficult to look straight at them. Yi Fan focused his attention. His eyes shone with divine light as he saw the faces of some people. At this moment, he sucked in a breath of cold air. The people he saw were too strange. Their clothes were all different, and there were men, women, young and old. They belonged to different dynasties and periods. Who are these people? Are they a group of malicious spirits crossing tribulation? There were more than 30 figures, every single one of them incomparably strange. There was an old Taoist dressed in tattered clothes, as if he had just emerged from the earth. There was a decaying aura around him. There was also an emperor wearing a dragon crown mottled with rust, as if he had just crawled out from an ancient tomb. There was also a heavenly lady dressed in heavenly silkworm divine silk clothes, but unfortunately, her clothes were about to rot. There was even an arhat dressed in a tattered kasaya. His body was shriveled, yet it looked like it was cast from gold. It was said that there were many ancient tombs beneath Qinling Mountains. Could it be that this was a group of ancient experts that became ancient corpses and crawled out from their tombs to cross tribulation? No matter how one looked at it, these people couldn't be from the same era. Their old clothes had almost rotted away, as if they were a group of living fossils that had just been unearthed. This really is strange. Yi Fan was endlessly bewildered. Everything he saw was a bit inconceivable. He could see more than 10 people. The others were in the depths of the sea of lightning, only indistinct figures visible. These people's clothes were all from over 10,000 years ago. He even saw an old emperor wearing a purple gold crown that was similar to the one from 50,000 years ago recorded in the ancient books. It could be said that it was so ancient that it made one dizzy. There were more than 10 figures in the center of the sea of lightning. Although they were indistinct, one could see that they were wearing modern clothes. One of them was actually dressed like a prince of an eternal divine dynasty. Crossing tens of thousands of years, from the modern era to the ancient era. How did these people come together and cross the tribulation together? It's almost similar to the great tribulation I experienced. Under such violent and terrifying lightning, these people's clothes shouldn't have been preserved. Yi Fan activated his divine eyes of origin and observed carefully. He looked through the void, directly at the source, and finally saw the truth. They are formed from the source of essence energy, not their true bodies. Yi Fan was shocked. His eyes shot out 2 beams of cold lightning. He began to search for the 33rd person. He must exist, and the others were led by him. There are ancient emperors, divine monks, old Taoists, and there are also the princes and heavenly ladies of the current divine dynasty. What a great deal! Finally, he found the 33rd person at the center of the Sea of Lightning. At this moment, he was in a very strange state. His entire body had merged into the void, and a black vase was suspended above his head. As expected of a cultivator of the heaven-devouring demonic art, he actually devoured so many people. Yi Fan's heart trembled. There were so many ancient tombs under the Qinling Mountains. This person found so many undying ancient corpses, and only absorbed a bit of the source energy from each one. This was already shocking enough. Moreover, many heroes of the current era were killed by him, and their source energy was seized. This was an unimaginably great enemy. No wonder the heavenly tribulation was so terrifying. Hua Yunfei, we meet again. Yi Fan stood in the distance with an indifferent expression. After coming to the Qinling Mountains for so long, he finally found this terrifying enemy. In the Sea of Lightning, Hua Yunfei merged with the heaven and earth. Just like before, even when facing the lightning tribulation, he still appeared incomparably ethereal like a banished immortal. Tens of thousands of heavenly tribulations struck down, and he did his best to resist. The vase above his head swallowed and spat out electricity, appearing mysterious and unfathomable. This was a man that even women would be jealous of. His complexion was as fine as jade, and he was excessively handsome. He was otherworldly like a reincarnated immortal. 8th transformation of the dragon transformation. Yi Fan sucked in a breath of cold air. The other party's cultivation speed was somewhat frightening. 2 days ago, he experienced a terrifying tribulation, and only advanced to the 5th transformation. His progress was already very fast, but he didn't expect the other party to have such a frightening speed as well. Back then, in the southern region of the eastern wasteland, he fought Hua Yunfei. At that time, he was at the 2nd level of the 4 extreme secret realm, and Hua Yunfei was at the 1st transformation of the dragon transformation. There was a difference of 3 levels between the two. And now a few years had passed. Yi Fan advanced by leaps and bounds and advanced all the way to the 5th transformation of the dragon transformation. It could be said that he was at his peak and had great luck these few years. However, Hua Yunfei was not inferior to him. He was still higher than him by 3 levels, and his speed was similarly terrifying. Yi Fan had many fateful encounters in these few years. He was rushing forward like he was flying. It was difficult for others to have his speed, but Hua Yunfei did it. He similarly advanced 1,000 miles in a day. A terrifying 8th transformation of the dragon transformation. And the tribulation he experienced was not much weaker than Yi Fan's. This was truly shocking. The heaven-devouring demonic art was indeed terrifying. The entire world was a medicinal cauldron. As long as it was an expert, it could devour their origin to strengthen oneself. With such a method, it was impossible for one not to soar to the heavens. This technique was related to the harmony of the heavens. Thus, every time it advanced, it was a destructive tribulation. The heavens wanted nothing more than to strike him into ashes. Such a boundless sea of lightning was almost comparable to a divine body. I have killed my way through, and even the heavens are forcing me. After cultivating this demonic art, as long as I don't die, it will be difficult for me not to become stronger. Yi Fan sighed softly. Using this technique to prove one's Tao, the experience was too frightening. This path would definitely be filled with countless dangers, and only those who could amaze the world would have a chance of surviving. No wonder people predicted that as long as Hua Yunfei did not die, he would be able to move unhindered in the world in 10 years, and cause chaos in the 5 regions. According to his current progress, it would definitely come true. In a short 3 years, Hua Yunfei had already obtained the origin of 32 experts. Among them, 11 were ancient strange corpses, and 21 were the current generation's elites. At this moment, Hua Yunfei was undergoing the tribulation. The essence of those who were devoured overflowed and manifested as their true bodies. They were undergoing the tribulation together. Such a powerful tribulation, yet he could actually withstand it and successfully pass it. It's nearing the end. Yi Fan did not enter the lightning tribulation because he had just succeeded in breaking through. Even if he rushed in now and attracted his own tribulation, he would only suffer the lightning strikes for nothing. It was impossible for him to advance another level. Moreover, Hua Yunfei was able to withstand this kind of tribulation. Even if he attracted a stronger sea of lightning, he would most likely not be able to kill him. If this continues, no one will be able to stop him in the future. When he obtains the origin of the various physiques, he will definitely be invincible in the world. In the present world, all kinds of elites and kings were like stalks of immortal herbs. Hua Yunfei cultivating this kind of heavenly technique was equivalent to picking divine herbs in the mortal world. Yi Fan stepped on the surface of the lake and arrived in the air step by step. He closed in on the dissipating sea of lightning. Since they had met, a life and death battle was unavoidable. Whoosh! When the last bolt of lightning disappeared, all the essence returned to Hua Yunfei's body. The emperor in the tattered dragon robe and the goddess in the colorful robe all disappeared. Yi Fan stood tall and handsome. His black hair was thick and his eyes were clear. He swung the god-striking whip and smashed the sky. It was as if he was swinging a river of stars. It was as if an ancient holy spirit had appeared again. Dang! Hua Yunfei held a phoenix wing gold-plated hoe in his hand and blocked it directly. A terrifying sound like a tsunami rang out. The lake below boiled and the mountains in the distance collapsed. The two of them met. Just the first strike had already created an extremely terrifying scene. Brother Yi, we meet again. Hua Yunfei had already changed into a set of blue clothes. He looked elegant and noble with a peaceful smile. Yes, it's a small world. Actually, we can totally sit down and have a chat. It doesn't have to be a life and death battle. Hua Yunfei's sleeves fluttered and he looked ethereal like an immortal. Haven't you always wanted to devour the origin of my holy body? Yi Fan walked forward step by step. Times have changed. You and I have almost become the common enemy of the world. Why don't we work together? There's no need to fight to the death. Yi Fan smiled and said, work together with me to kill people and obtain the origin of your holy body? Then you will devour me in the end? I have always yearned for the ancient scriptures of the ruthless great emperor. Let me have a good look at the various unparalleled holy techniques. Brother Yi, today is not 3 years ago. I have no scruples. If we go all out, it's hard to say who will live and who will die, Hua Yunfei said indifferently. Chapter 621. The sea of lightning dispersed and the heavenly tribulation disappeared. Hua Yunfei's blue robes fluttered in the wind as he stood in the air. He was incomparably calm and had a confident smile on his face. The great lake below was misty with boundless blue waves. It was very peaceful and there were no cries of birds or roars of beasts. There were only fainting paintings. Hua Yunfei was a smart person and didn't continue speaking. It was useless to say more. It was impossible for the two of them to drink and chat merrily. They could only fight to the death. Brother Yi, you came from the outside world. That place really makes one yearn for it. I hope that one day I can go there. Hua Yunfei revealed a faint smile. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Did Li Xiaoman tell everyone everything? However, he had no fear now. He had already grown up. So what if everyone in the world knew about him? He could go anywhere and no one could stop him. At this moment, Hua Yunfei made his move decisively. He purposely let Yi Futian's emotions fluctuate and became absent-minded for a moment. He seized the initiative and immediately displayed his most powerful attack. Boom! He formed seals with both hands and slapped them forcefully. A huge black hole appeared and directly swallowed Yi Fan. He displayed the heaven-devouring demonic art in his first attack. Yi Fan's eyes were like lightning. His black hair was disheveled, and he immediately used unparalleled saint techniques. The mountain-embracing imprint, human king imprint, and heaven-overturning imprint were all unleashed in succession. This was a world-shocking ancient technique that evolved the 3 imprints of heaven, earth, and man. It was based on the human, and represented the will of the world. It could suppress all worlds and sweep away all deities. In that instant of eternity, ancient chanting and sacrificial sounds rang out. It was like an immortal war song that pierced through the boundless void and conquered all worlds. Dong! Yi Fan stepped out. His entire body's essence energy surged, and the black hole behind him collapsed. However, it was frantically plundering his golden blood energy and swallowing everything. Bang! This was the first time he struck out with the 3 great ancient imprints in succession. They were incomparably profound and connected internally. The power was frighteningly great. It was as if he was opening up a world. The black hole collapsed and every inch of Yi Fan's body became sparkling and translucent. Boundless divine force flowed out as he used the 3 great imprints to open up a path and finally broke free. Boom! Yi Fan's golden hand reached out, uprooting an island in the middle of the lake. He combined it with the embracing mountain seal and struck downwards, drawing support from the vast power of the earth. Hua Yunfei was calm and unruffled. He pointed with his finger, and a black light appeared, turning the mountain into dust. The dust merged into a large black crack. Yi Fan was shocked. After not seeing him for 3 years, this person was indeed unfathomable. This was a great enemy of life and death. It was hard to predict who was stronger and who was weaker. With a single thought, flowers bloom, a sovereign descends upon the world. Hua Yunfei shouted softly. Transparent flower petals fell one after another, descending from the sky. Each petal was engraved with the marks of the great Tao, and each petal could cut down a mountain. Above the lake, there were patches of pure white and crystalline. Hua Yunfei floated like an immortal, standing on a 1-meter-long flower petal. His hair fluttered in the wind and his skin glistened. Yi Fan felt as if a knife was scraping his bones. He felt a kind of pressure, and his entire body was about to break apart. A rain of flowers filled the air. Each petal was a flower of enlightenment, and they were engraved with Hua Yunfei's imprint. At this moment, beams of light of the great Tao fell from the petals like thousands of waterfalls. Rumble! The world was filled with resplendent light. With a single thought, flowers bloomed, and the imprint of the great Tao fell, obliterating everything in its path. Dang! Yi Fan executed the battle saint art. Golden fists, dragon imprints, and even the sun and moon moved. He collided with each petal, and came into contact with each beam of light of the great Tao. The world was filled with blinding light. After 3 years, Yi Fan fought Hua Yunfei once again, clashing head-on with his unparalleled divine techniques. Yi Fan, I am looking forward to your origin. Endless petals rained down, and each and every petal was sparkling. Hua Yunfei was like a smiling deity plucking flowers. He was flawless and incomparably holy. Each petal was engraved with his imprint. Walala! A cool breeze blew. At a glance, the sky was filled with Hua Yunfei's figures. It was hard to tell if they were the petals or the millions of bodies he had manifested. Time seemed to have returned to 3 years ago. It was the same move again, but this time it was many times stronger than before. It displayed the true essence of the unparalleled divine technique. There was an indescribable pressure and a destructive aura. It was as if the end of the world had arrived. The Black Emperor had once said that the ruthless Great Emperor had created a divine technique. With a single thought, flowers bloomed. Every single one of them could transform into a true body. It was an unparalleled killing technique. Yi Fan's expression was serious. His hands moved, and he used the battle saint art to execute the Taiji diagram. The yin-yang diagram appeared, and he arched his body like a dragon as he instantly rushed out. Boom! An intense collision occurred. The waves of the lake soared into the sky. On the shore far away, a large portion of the mountain peak collapsed. The two clashed violently. It was a tit for tat. Yi Fan shattered the petals that filled the sky and killed the millions of Hua Yunfei. Only his original body was left standing on the petals. The dragon-shaped Tao mark of the Taiji diagram was unable to kill the enemy in front of him. Yi Fan's heart instantly sank. Ever since he used the battle symbol art to execute this technique, he had been successful in every endeavor. There was no enemy he could not kill. Today, although he was as strong as before, he only broke the other party's divine technique, and was unable to kill him. Hua Yunfei's eyes flickered, and he revealed a shocked expression. However, he quickly calmed down and took the initiative to attack, charging towards Yi Fan. 10,000 transformations sacred art. He displayed another divine technique that could seize the power of the heavens and earth. No matter what kind of secret technique it was, it would be turned into ordinary. It could turn the miraculous into the rotten. It was extremely terrifying. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Although he had seen it before, he still felt a huge pressure. The 10,000 transformations sacred art affected all of his techniques. It was worthy of being the mystical technique created by Emperor Ruthless. It possessed inconceivable power and could endlessly weaken the opponent's battle prowess. It countered all the divine techniques in the world, turning them into ordinary things. Yi Fan was not having a good time. If it were not for the 9 secrets and the battle symbol art activating the various divine techniques, he would have been defeated long ago. Even when he executed the battle's sacred art, he was slightly suppressed. The 10,000 transformations sacred art was known as an unrivaled mystical technique. It was not without reason. It was the crystallization of the ancient emperors. At this moment, Yi Fan could not hold back anymore. He used all his secret techniques at the same time, using the battle symbol art to derive them. Boom! Boundless murderous intent burst forth. For the first time, Yi Fan executed the various killing techniques of the celestial court. He executed the line symbol art, and his entire body turned into a field of light, unleashing countless killing techniques. Hua Yunfei also used all of his techniques. Unheard of and unseen mystical techniques were used frequently. They were all supplemented by the 10,000 transformations sacred art. It was incomparably terrifying. The two of them engaged in a heaven-shaking battle, fighting from the depths of the lake all the way to the shore. The 10,000 waves were like tsunamis, drowning the entire mountain range. They exerted their strength, causing the towering lake water to recede. The mountain range below them collapsed, like sand castles that couldn't withstand a single blow. A vast area of land was razed to the ground. Yi Fan frenziedly raised his combat prowess, coming into contact with the 8 Forbidden Realm. He was now strong enough to fight against a mid-phase Immortal Foundation expert on the first layer. Hua Yunfei felt a trace of pressure. He took out the Phoenix Wing gold-plated lion and fought against it, transforming into beams of black light that emitted strange whistling sounds. Yi Fan brandished the God-striking whip, and unleashed all sorts of secret techniques, clashing head-on with Hua Yunfei. The two of them clashed intensely, fighting unceasingly. Boom! All of a sudden, a mountain range over 20 miles long was sucked into Hua Yunfei's hand. It transformed into a meter-long mountain range, and smashed towards Yi Fan, wanting to crush the heavens and earth. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Hua Yunfei had already circulated the 10,000 transformations sacred art to the extreme. To think that he would be able to unleash such might. If he reached the peak, he would definitely be able to pluck the stars and capture the moon. Bang! He didn't dare to be the slightest bit careless. He used his golden fist to meet the attack head-on, smashing heavily onto the 1-meter-long mountain range. Its weight was so heavy that it could even crush the heavens. Boom! Golden light radiated out in all directions. Yi Fan shattered the mountain range, revealing his true form. The mountain range over 20 miles long crumbled as countless rocks and dust fell from the air, causing smoke to billow up into the sky. The battle between the two of them reached the climax. Yi Fan let out a long roar as all sorts of phenomena manifested, wanting to trap Hua Yunfei and fight him to the death. A golden sea of bitterness appeared beneath his feet. A green lotus swayed as primordial chaos revolved around it, accompanying him. There was also a beautiful minor world that appeared, enveloping his body. Boom! Naturally, the first to act was still the immortal king in the air. His gigantic palm was like a mountain, smashing downwards. The immortal king brought along the 9 heavenly layers to suppress Hua Yunfei. His might towered up into the sky, like a true divinity descending to the mortal world. Flying immortal art. Hua Yunfei let out a long roar as his attack power instantly became incomparably shocking. He actually fiercely clashed with the phenomena and took the initiative to rush in. Yi Fan finally saw this secret technique. It was rumored that its attack power was unparalleled. If it was used by the great emperor, it would have the power of the flying immortal. There were no immortals in this world, but it was rumored that the ancient heavenly emperors could display such unimaginable power. They could be said to be unstoppable and unbreakable. Yi Fan's heart jumped, but he took the initiative to retract the phenomena. Since the other party dared to fight in close combat, he could go all out and use his unparalleled divine body to suppress him. They rushed together and fought in close combat. The divine body's physical body was unparalleled, and its attack power was unparalleled. However, the flying immortal art shook both ancient and modern times. It had the power of the flying immortal. Not good. Yi Fan felt that the situation was far from good. The flying immortal art was peerlessly terrifying and could definitely injure him. However, this was not what made him apprehensive. What made him apprehensive was that Hua Yunfei did not defend, and allowed his palm to shatter his body into pieces. However, he also used this opportunity to imprint the flying immortal art on his body. Yi Fan's body trembled violently. Even the unparalleled divine body could not withstand it. His organs were all shattered, his bones and tendons were all broken, and golden blood splattered everywhere. It had to be said that the flying immortal art was even more terrifying than the legends. If it was used by an ancient emperor, it would definitely surpass the limits of the human body. The power of the flying immortal. Yi Fan's body split apart and was tattered beyond recognition. Luckily, he did not turn into minced meat. He did not expect Hua Yunfei to be so ruthless, not hesitating to injure both sides. So ruthless. He did not dare to delay any longer because he knew why the other party dared to do this. He quickly healed his injuries. A phoenix cry shook the 9 heavens. The undying flames burned fiercely. In the distance, the shattered Hua Yunfei's physical body was reassembling and healing rapidly. Phoenix Calamity Regeneration Technique. Hua Yunfei had great luck. Other than the inheritance of an ancient emperor, he had also obtained such a heaven-defying technique that had the miraculous effect of 9 deaths and rebirth. Last time, during the Great Battle of the Eastern Wasteland and the Southern region, he had used this technique to escape death. And this time he was even more thorough. He used this secret technique to be ruthless enough to kill Yi Fan, and almost succeeded. Yi Fan's physical body was even more sturdy than a divine lord's. It was almost indestructible. However, the flying immortal art was too terrifying. At this moment, his injuries were extremely serious. Hundreds of his bones were broken, his tendons were all ruptured, and his organs were all shattered. He clenched his teeth and activated the Nirvana Sutra that in Miaoyi had passed to him. At the same time, he activated the secret of all, causing this healing technique to be 10 times stronger. Crack, crack, crack. All the bones in his body quickly healed. Boundless golden blood chi was burning. The Nirvana holy technique consumed one's own blood essence to heal. The strongest part of the divine body was the physical body. It had an inexhaustible divine power. Its blood chi was incomparably vigorous like a vast ocean. The golden blood chi drowned him within. The two of them fought for time and speed. Whoever recovered first would have the absolute advantage. They could forcefully interrupt the other party and kill him. Chapter 622. Golden divine light flowed through Yi Fan's blood, almost boiling. Under the guidance of the Nirvana Sutra, it quickly connected his broken bones and tendons, healing his injured body. Rumble, golden blood flowed, and a tsunami-like roar came from within his body. It was deafening, and the sound was boundlessly vast. Crackle. His broken bones, torn tendons, and other parts were all ringing like thunder. They were constantly being repaired and connected, growing rapidly. Hua Yunfei's expression changed. He had not expected Yi Fan's physical body to be so powerful. From this sound, one could imagine how terrifying the power of his bloodline was. Yi Fan did not move. He sat there quietly, calming his heart as he healed. He knew that his opponent had the Phoenix Tribulation Regeneration Technique. It was difficult to find in this world, and it possessed inconceivable power. He would most likely recover before him. At this moment, the all-secret word was continuously activated, becoming one with the Nirvana Sutra. This increased the healing speed by 10 times. Golden blood flowed even faster, rumbling. Each of his bones was softly ringing, and his organs were trembling. He was full of vitality, developing in a good direction. All kinds of power merged into one, speeding up the healing speed. Hua Yunfei had meticulously calculated that the flying celestial art could shatter the divine body. He had the support of the Phoenix Tribulation Regeneration Technique, so he dared to be so ruthless. However, he had not expected Yi Fan to be able to recover so quickly. He was not much slower than him. He knew that his opponent had definitely grasped some kind of holy healing technique, which exceeded his expectations. Boom. The two of them stood up at almost the same time. Hua Yunfei had recovered to his peak state, but Yi Fan still had cracks on his body. His organs and bones had not completely healed, so he had no choice but to stand up. The Nirvana Sutra was the supreme scripture of Western desert Buddhism. It was a shocking ancient sutra for healing injuries. However, what Yi Fan had obtained was only the essence and not the complete ancient sutra. If not for the assistance of the all-secret word, which allowed the Nirvana Sutra to be 10 times more effective, his body would definitely still be in pieces. At this moment, most of his injuries had healed, but not all of them had healed. This put him in an extremely passive position. Hua Yunfei laughed coldly and shot over like lightning. He immediately executed the flying immortal art. It was extremely horrifying, as though it could split everything and sweep through the holy spirits in the sky. This art was extremely sharp. It was said that Vicious had created it in response to the fighting sutra of the 9 secrets. It was easy to imagine how terrifying it was. Bang! Yi Fan retaliated with the heaven-flipping imprint. The two collided, causing heaven and earth to turn upside down. Divine power surged like an ocean, causing dozens of mountain ranges below to collapse. Both of their attacks were extremely powerful. If others of the same cultivation level were here, they would have long since been turned into ashes, no longer existing. They were not on the same level at all. This was the first time Yi Fan had been in such a passive position. A trace of golden blood leaked out from the corner of his lips. He had to recover as quickly as possible, or else he would be defeated and might even die. It had to be said that the flying celestial art was too terrifying, able to cut down even saint bodies. Divine weapons would immediately turn into powder upon contact. This was the first time Yi Fan felt such fear. Hua Yunfei used all kinds of divine techniques and did his best to resist, but it was difficult for them to be effective. Hua Yunfei used the 10,000 transformations sacred art to deal with it, turning all the miraculous into ordinary. This was a miraculous technique that could be said to be unparalleled in the world. It completely dissolved the enemy's secret technique and returned everything to its ordinary state, making it difficult for one to display its full power. Yi Fan's heart trembled. Right now, only the 9 secrets could be used. The other secret techniques had all been dissolved and could not block this saint technique at all. Hua Yunfei's left hand displayed the flying celestial art, its offensive power shocking the world. His right hand displayed the myriad transformations art, dispelling all obstructions. When the two of them combined, it was like the cry of a dragon and a phoenix, unstoppable. Yi Fan's mind was greatly shaken, and he continuously retreated. The flying deity incantation could even injure his divine body. And now his injured body had yet to recover, so it was extremely strenuous. All of the golden blood aura in his body was mobilized and circulated along with the Nirvana Sutra, giving rise to rumbling sounds as he healed himself. However, because of this, he was unable to display a mysterious phenomenon. At this moment, the situation was becoming more and more dangerous. It was very difficult to block the other party, and he lingered in front of the door of death. Ever since Yi Fan had started his cultivation, he had always been incomparably powerful, especially in battle. He had advanced rapidly all the way, and this was the first time he was in a disadvantageous position, being suppressed by someone's power. What a powerful flying celestial art! It can actually injure my physical body, as expected of the power of the flying celestial. The myriad transformations art is also unparalleled. Apart from the 9 secrets, everything else has been dissolved. His heart trembled, but he did not use the Xing character incantation to escape. Instead, he calmed himself down and thought of a solution in this life and death situation. Until the very last moment, he did not want to escape. Instead, he wanted to comprehend this life and death situation. Not many people dared to have such thoughts. Even in such a situation, he was still thinking of how to comprehend the Tao and create his own technique. The 9 secrets can only be evolved. As Yi Fan healed his injuries, his mind gradually calmed down. His hands slowly moved, and the Tai Chi divine diagram appeared. He used the fighting character incantation to derive it. The fighting character incantation of the 9 secrets was the fundamental art of battle. It possessed supreme profoundness. He calmed his heart and focused his mind to comprehend it. Combining it with the Tai Chi divine diagram, he evolved it step by step. At this moment his aura changed. It was like a gentle breeze caressing a mountain. like a gentle stream of water dripping through a mountain rock. He began to use the weak to fight against the strong, to resist the flying celestial art. It's useless. The flying celestial art is unparalleled. What can you use to block it? Hua Yunfei was like a banished immortal, elegant and otherworldly. However, his attack power was terrifying. Boom! Once the flying celestial art was used, there were tens of thousands of multicolored lights between heaven and earth. It was as if someone was using the multicolored light to ascend. This kind of power surpassed the limits of the human body. Pfft! Yi Fan continuously used seals, but he could not block it at all. Golden blood spurted out of his mouth, and his arm was broken. His body flew backward, and there were 49 mountains below him that were turned into dust by the power of the flying celestial. The ruthless great emperor shocked the past, present, and future. The flying celestial art that he created could destroy all enemies. Its attack power was unparalleled. Back then, he or she used this unparalleled divine art in the Fire Demon Ridge. Just one attack was enough to turn a peerless holy spirit that was comparable to the great emperor into dust. The ancient great emperor represented the highest achievement of the human race. He possessed extreme power, and the flying celestial art that he created surpassed the limits of the human body. He could display the power of the flying celestial, and it could be said that he was unparalleled since ancient times. This art could shatter a holy body. Yi Fan's heart trembled, and he circulated the Nirvana scripture even faster. His arms made cracking sounds as they quickly connected. His entire body was covered in golden blood qi. Wang! With a loud sound, the 72 mountains below were turned into dust by the flying celestial art. They were merely brushed by the power of the flying celestial. The peerless attack caused people's hearts to tremble. The flying celestial art in Hua Yunfei's left hand had unparalleled attack power, and the 10,000 transformations art in his right hand could dissolve all secret techniques. The combination of the two was like the harmony of heaven and earth, and the cry of a dragon and a phoenix was unparalleled in this world. Yi Fan retreated again and again, using the traveling character art to contend. He was encountering the most dangerous battle in his life. Every step he took was dangerous, and he could die at any moment. Too powerful. The flying celestial art and the 10,000 transformations art were created by Great Emperor Ruthless to target the 9 secrets. They are truly terrifying, Yi Fan muttered to himself. While resisting, he advanced to a state of emptiness. He constantly deduced the fighting character art and comprehended his own Tao and techniques. At this moment, his movements became more and more fluid. Although he was fighting the strong with the weak, there was a natural charm to it. He was evolving his own great path. Looking at the clouds, the wild geese flying south, and the flowers wilting, his heart was at peace. Every move he made was with his life on the line, but he had a state of mind that transcended the battlefield. Yi Fan seemed to have transcended. There was a kind of unity between heaven and man. His Tao body was natural and ethereal. In the midst of life and death, he forgot himself and moved freely. His Tao and himself were one. The Tai Chi divine diagram rotated. Yi Fan's torso turned into marks of the Tao, and became the dividing line of yin and yang in the diagram. At the same time, his hands turned into true yin and true yang, becoming the 2 points of yin and yang. All along, the dragon-shaped curve formed by his torso was the most powerful. Now his hands also started to evolve, becoming the 2 points of extreme yin and extreme yang. Yi Fan fought against Hua Yunfei, fighting the strong with the weak. His body moved more and more mysteriously. Although he was retreating, he was no longer in a dangerous situation. He had reached an extreme sublimation. He experienced a mysterious Tao that was compatible with his body. He silently deduced it, and his movements were like the floating clouds and flowing water. It was very natural, but also like an antelope hanging its horns without a trace. Boom! Suddenly his body trembled. His injuries were finally healed. Golden blood qi rushed into the sky. At this moment, an idea appeared in Yi Fan's mind. The golden blood qi all over his body turned into a circle, wrapping around him from head to toe. Boom! At this moment, heaven and earth shook, and the great path resonated. He had advanced to a mystical state. He experienced an unprecedented sense of nature and power. The golden blood chi of his divine body turned into a Tai Chi circle. His torso became the dividing line of yin and yang. His hands became the yin and yang points, and his body became a Tai Chi divine diagram. Hua Yunfei, hand over your life, Yi Fan shouted. He finally began to launch a swift and fierce attack. He formed a human Dao diagram and flew forward. Boom! Hua Yunfei was incomparably cold. He activated the flying immortal art. The power of flying immortals could break through the heavens, but when it struck the golden circle, it was unable to penetrate even an inch. Shua! He swept out with the 10,000 transformations art. It could dissolve all divine techniques in the world, returning them to their ordinary state. However, it was still unable to disintegrate the golden circle. Hua Yunfei's heart shook. He knew that Yi Fan had evolved a divine technique that could shake the world. The golden Tai Chi circle was nearly impossible to break through. At this moment, no technique could touch Yi Fan. All of the attacks were blocked by the golden circle. He was like a deity walking forward. Pung. At this moment he attacked. The dragon-shaped curve and the yin and yang points formed by his hands shook together, releasing a horrifying aura. Pooh! Hua Yunfei was unable to block it. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. He revealed a shocked expression. He wiped away the blood at the corner of his mouth. His right hand grasped out, and the 10,000 transformations art was activated. The dozen or so mountain ranges below were all transformed into foot-long dragons that flew towards Yi Fan. This was the weight of millions and millions. It turned everything in the world into its own as it pressed forward. Pung. However, in front of the golden Tai Chi circle, all of this was useless. All of it was blocked and turned into dust. It rustled as it fell, filling the sky with dirt and stones. Boom! Hua Yunfei's left hand quickly followed up with the flying immortal art. The dozen or so small dragons instantly disappeared and reappeared before him, striking the Tai Chi circle. However, they were still unable to advance an inch. They were unable to break through. Pung! Yi Fan lightly shouted. The dragon-shaped curve shook and heavily injured Hua Yunfei, nearly splitting him in half. Hua Yunfei coughed out large mouthfuls of blood as he flew backwards. Chapter 623. The 9 secrets were the highest secret techniques of Taoism. The 9 strange techniques represented the extreme limits of 9 different domains, and could not be surpassed. Yi Fan derived his own techniques and comprehended his own path. The source of all this was the fighting secret word. It was the fundamental art of battle, and possessed supreme profoundness. The golden blood in his body boiled and his blood chi rushed out, forming a golden circle that enveloped him from head to toe. He used the fighting secret word to create a Tai Chi circle, and no technique could touch him. Yi Fan's hands moved, and the 2 yin and yang fishes swam. One was firm and yang, and the other was soft and yin. They intertwined and inhaled the energy of the path. Pung! Yin and yang interacted. His hands shook, and the yin and yang fishes leaped up and flew out of the Tai Chi circle. The 2 fishes inhaled and exhaled the energy of the great path, draining the energy from all directions in an instant. The heaven and earth became dark. Boom! Hua Yunfei was sent flying again. His whole body was covered in blood, but he still could not block it. Cracks appeared on his body, and there was actually a 5-colored radiance flickering. His blood contained 5 lights. The heaven-devouring demonic technique transformed his physique to such a level. Yi Fan was astonished. His great enemy not only had a tyrannical physical body, but even the color of his blood had changed. Hua Yunfei's expression was solemn. His blue clothes were dyed with blood, but he still had a clear temperament. His whole body was dyed with a layer of 5-colored divine light, and his eyes were as clear as a small lake. Wang! The heaven and earth trembled, but his heart was calm. He once again used the flying celestial technique, and a power that exceeded the limits of a human body poured out like a silver river. Then with a rumble, it surged forward violently. Mountains collapsed, tsunamis rose, and rubble collapsed the clouds. Once the flying celestial technique was used, the wind and clouds moved, and the heaven and earth lost color. Although he was not a great emperor, and could not truly use the power of the flying celestial, it was still incomparably terrifying. On the ground, mountains collapsed one after another, and mountain ridges caved in one after another. Soil and rocks flew everywhere, and smoke and dust filled the sky. This was a great collapse. In the sky, the clouds in all directions were wiped out, all of them scattered by this type of terrifying fluctuations, sweeping through everything. This was the flying celestial technique. Its offensive power could be said to be world-shattering, and anyone who saw it would feel fear and tremble in fear. This was the great emperor's stunning technique. Peng. Yifan's body was like a horned dragon. His body was the dividing line of yin and yang within the golden Taiji circle. He shook with all his might and shot over like a bolt of lightning, clashing head-on with the flying fairy art. Woo! The wind blew wildly, and sand and stones flew everywhere. The entire world was covered in dust and sand, and one could vaguely see one mountain after another being swept up into the sky like rice straws. The two of them fought fiercely, causing landslides and tsunamis. It was a scene of the end of the world. Mountains were sent flying into the sky like drifting continents. Boom! The intense collision sent mountain rocks flying in all directions. The great mountain shattered, and not a single mountain peak was able to survive. Under this world-shaking strike, they were all turned into dust. Bang! Yifan was sent flying, and a wisp of golden blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. However, he quickly stabilized himself. On the other side, Hua Yunfei coughed out large mouthfuls of blood. The blood flickered with a five-colored brilliance, drenching his clothes. He only stopped after flying 1,000 meters away. Below him, a desert appeared. Not to mention the towering ancient trees. Even the mountain ranges had disappeared. They were erased from the earth and turned into a yellow desert. A mountain region with abundant vegetation had lost all signs of life. Not a single blade of grass grew, and it became a barren land. Nothing was left behind. In the distance, large mountains stood tall and lush. For a desert like this to appear in the millions of Qinling mountains, it was indescribably strange. It left everyone dumbfounded. This was the result of the full power attack of the two great experts. Hua Yunfei was heavily injured again. A phoenix cry came from within his body, shaking the 9 heavens. 5-colored divine flames burned fiercely, and his body recovered once again. Phoenix Calamity Regeneration Technique. He did not retreat. Instead, his expression was cold as he attacked again. He used the 10,000 Sacred Transformations technique and surrounded Yifan to attack, trying to break through the golden Taiji circle. Once the two of them fought, the scene could be said to be astonishing. The great desert below was melted by them. The 5 elements circulated, and the 4 poles collapsed. It was a hazy scene. The 10,000 Sacred Transformations technique was known to be able to transform all the wondrous techniques in the world and break all techniques. However, it was unable to break through the golden Taiji circle, and was unable to disintegrate this perfectly round mark. However, Hua Yunfei persevered. He had already been heavily injured several times, but he still rushed up again. He continuously attacked, and did not look like he was trying to escape. Yifan's heart was moved. He knew that the other party had the same thoughts as him just now. They continuously fought and tried to figure out the sacred technique in the midst of life and death battles purely to improve themselves. That's right, he has the Phoenix Calamity Regeneration technique, so he has nothing to fear. Boom. It had to be said that Hua Yunfei's methods were outstanding, and his strength was powerful. He reduced the entire mountain range to the size of a pellet and continuously attacked Yifan. It was extremely shocking. He slowly deduced the divine diagram in his heart, thinking of a way to break through it. Let's see how long you can last. Yifan shouted loudly and increased the intensity of his attacks. His entire body rushed over like a curved dragon, continuously shattering 81 great mountains. Dust and sand flew everywhere. The endless mountains of Qinling Mountains trembled as the two of them fought fiercely. From time to time, blood would drip down, flowing with divine radiance. It was a shocking scene. Kill! Yifan lightly shouted. The golden Taiji diagram rotated, and he rushed over like a ray of floating light. His hands turned into a yin and yang fish, and one yin and one yang leaped up at the same time. Boom! Hua Yunfei was sent flying. Many of his bones were broken, and his body was almost completely smashed. 5-colored blood flowed all over his body, and specks of light flickered. What other methods do you have? Otherwise, you won't have the chance anymore. Yi Fan pressed forward. Golden blood chi took form, and it was perfectly round and naturally formed, protecting his body within. Great Emperor Vicious has never been weaker than anyone in his entire life. He has been unrivaled since ancient times. He created the Flying Deity art and 10,000 transformations art in response to the 9 secrets. They are not weaker than any of them. Today, I cannot suppress you. It's not that the 2 arts are inferior, but rather that I haven't completely comprehended them, Hua Yunfei calmly said. The phoenix cry rang out as he repaired his body. He did not feel the slightest bit depressed, and instead, he was incomparably transcendent. You want to observe my arts and use them to comprehend the Tao? Are you trying to break down my sacred technique? Yi Fan said, not caring at all. It is still too early to say who is stronger and who is weaker. The Flying Celestial art and the 10,000 transformations art are both unrivaled arts. You will see their terrifying side soon. At this moment, Hua Yunfei's temperament changed. His ethereal temperament was restrained, and a supreme attitude was displayed. His black hair was in a mess, and his eyes were as deep as the starry sky. Boom! A world-destroying aura was emitted, and a monstrous fluctuation appeared in the battlefield. All living beings trembled, and everything in the surroundings trembled. It was as if an ancient emperor had appeared in this world. In the sky above his head, black light flashed and quickly interweaved, forming a black vase. It gradually became clearer and firmer, as if it would never die. Hua Yunfei was like a demonic god, and a terrifying fluctuation spread out. He quietly stood in the air, and his eyes were incomparably empty, as if they could devour one's mind. Strands of black light rushed out from the top of his head, forming a vase above his head. The black light flowed, and it was as sparkling and translucent as black jade. It was simple and natural, and its style was not complicated at all. It gave people the feeling that the great Tao was the simplest. It was like the carrier of the Tao, and it could suppress the 10,000 worlds in the heavens. It was mysterious and unfathomable. Hua Yunfei used his own life force to form the great Tao vase. This was the tangible form of the Tao. In the future, it would be able to gather an immeasurable amount of magical power, and now, it already possessed great divine might. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He had long heard that the vicious person was the supreme one, and his heavenly arts were incomparably mysterious. He could suppress the ancient deities, and now, all kinds of profound mysteries were being revealed one after another. Hua Yunfei's hands joined together and raised them above his head, forming the great Tao vase imprint. The opening of the vase was where his hands joined together, and it absorbed the essence of the sun and moon, as well as the energy of heaven and earth. It was extremely terrifying, and at this moment, endless killing intent erupted like a flood. Yi Fan felt as if 10,000 blades were scraping at his bones. After being struck by the great Tao vase, his entire body felt like it was going to split apart. This was a very strange scene. The vase that flickered with black light faced off against the golden Tai Chi circle. Both of them absorbed the aura of the great Tao, and strand after strand of natural laws interweaved. Boom! At this moment, a heaven-shocking confrontation erupted. They rushed towards each other, carrying out the most terrifying battle. The great Tao vase that flickered with black light suppressed 10,000 worlds. It possessed an undying might, and it swallowed the source of the great world as it suppressed downwards. The golden Tai Chi circle possessed natural Tao laws. Golden light shone resplendently, and it was also the carrier of the unmatched great Tao. It penetrated the heavens and existed eternally, imperishable through 10,000 tribulations. This was a collision of the great Tao, a confrontation of different profound mysteries. Between the two, black light and golden light rushed into the heavens, submerging the world. Nothing existed anymore. The vast desert melted, turning into a Red Sea. Magma surged, rushing in all directions. In the distance, the great mountains were like rice straws. Terrifying fluctuations swept over, and they all collapsed. They quickly collapsed and were flattened from the great earth. On the other side, the immortal transformation pool surged with mist. It was unknown just how many tens of thousands of green ripples completely evaporated. The great lake completely dried up, turning into an enormous heavenly crater. In that instant, The black Great Tao vase and the golden Tai Chi circle clashed, and the consequences were too terrifying. It was unknown just how many towering mountains disappeared. Even further away, great mountains collapsed one after another. Smoke and dust rose tens of thousands of zhang into the air, and the world became dusky. The two people fiercely confronted each other, fighting a life-and-death battle. The black vase and the golden Tai Chi circle collided for who knew how many times before stopping. The two carriers of the Tao filled the air, and the world immediately calmed down. Golden blood flowed out from the corner of Yi Fan's mouth. His body continuously moved up and down, and the Tai Chi circle rotated. Its luster did not dim, and it did not break apart. On the other side, the great Tao vase that flickered with black light was sinking up and down. It was not damaged, but it had separated from the top of Hua Yunfei's head, and was several hundred zhang away. His body was in tatters, almost shattered. He had suffered unimaginable injuries. If not for the Phoenix Tribulation regeneration technique, this time, Yi Fan would have killed him. Hua Yunfei's body shone with black light. At the top of his head, blood energy even more so pierced through the heavens. His body released pai-pa sounds, and the black Great Tao vase immediately flew over, suspending above his head. Yi Fan walked over step by step. He wiped away the golden blood at the corner of his mouth and said, "It seems like you won't have the chance to devour my origin. Let me send you back to the Pure Land." Hua Yunfei smiled coldly and said, "I value the origin of the divine body more and more. Everything is not over yet." The great Tao vase that was like black jade floated up and down, devouring the origin of the heaven and earth. Rays of black light fell down and submerged him below. These were the laws of the great Tao. In the distance, a beautiful figure saw the result of the battle just now. Li Xiaoman was like a banished immortal in the sky. Her clothes fluttered as she stood on a mountain range. Chapter 624. The great Tao Aquarius was black and sparkling as it floated up and down. It was the carrier of the Tao, and it emitted rays of black light that engulfed Hua Yunfei. These were the laws. At this moment, he was impenetrable. His entire being was as vast as the Tao, and he was becoming more and more unfathomable. The Aquarius protected him, providing him with boundless magic power. Even though this Aquarius had not fully evolved, it already possessed boundless divine might and a sea of magic power. Every time it breathed, it would exchange essence energy with the source of the world. Flying Deity Incantation. 10,000 Transformations Incantation. Hua Yunfei shouted. This time, with the great Tao Aquarius merging with him, he was completely different. The Flying Deity Incantation in his left hand was the main attack, and the 10,000 Transformations Incantation in his right hand dispelled the opponent's secret technique. The world was peaceful, and the dragon and phoenix roared together. It was far better than before. Once the ripples were released, the mountain range in front of him was turned into powder, no longer existing. It was clear how terrifying the attack was. The power of flying deities was frightening. Yi Fan's heart trembled. The other secret techniques were useless, and they would all be dispelled by the 10,000 Transformations Incantation. At this moment, he only used the 9 secrets to support the golden Tai Chi circle. This was a battle of life and death. It had to be said that the current Hua Yunfei, whether in terms of physique or battle ability, could look down on his peers. His future was immeasurable. In this battle of life and death, the two fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. Many mountains were flattened, and many waterfalls flowed in reverse. Magma surged up from the ground, dyeing the sky red. The golden Tai Chi circle was dazzling. Every time it spun, it was a life and death cycle. It judged the death of others and one's own life. It was incomparably mysterious. On the other side, the great Tao Aquarius became even more mysterious. It derived the laws of the world, and strand after strand fell down, wrapping Hua Yunfei within as it explained the mysteries of the Tao. At this moment, whether it was the Flying Deity Incantation that focused on attack or the 10,000 Transformations Incantation that dispelled all techniques, they were far better than before. The laws of the world seeped into them, and with the support of the source, they became incomparably terrifying. Hua Yunfei attacked decisively. At this moment he was cold and merciless. Even though it was only the aftermath of his charge, he only needed to lightly brush it, and the earth became a wasteland. Mountains and rivers turned to powder, and not a single blade of grass grew. Yifan's heart jumped. The deity incantation and the 10,000 arts were incomparably mysterious. If he had not used the Tai Chi circle with the incantation, he would most likely have died. You saint! Bang! The two of them collided. This was a life and death struggle. Both of them suffered from the hidden force. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and flew backwards. Yifan calmed his mind and concentrated, deriving his own Tao. His entire body was sparkling like 7-colored glass. The Taiji formed a circle, the most fundamental Tao marks, the original trajectory of the great Tao. He breathed in the spiritual essence of heaven and earth, sensing the pulse of the entire great world. He became one with this world, becoming the executor of the Tao. Every strike could destroy all methods, every movement the will of the Tao. Bang! Bang! The two great experts clashed continuously, each using their unparalleled power Upanishads. They fought until the sky darkened, and the sun and moon lost their radiance. The entire mountain range was in ruins, and it was unknown how many spiritual lands were destroyed. Mountains and rivers were shattered. Many great lakes were emptied. Forget about the lake water instantly evaporating. Even the dried-up heavenly pits became deserts. There was nothing that could stop them. Everything was destroyed. The million Li Qinling mountains were vast and boundless, with no end in sight. Otherwise, if they fought their way out, the people would definitely be plunged into misery and suffering, and countless humans would die. Even though this was the case, many birds and beasts suffered a great calamity. Many of them lost their lives in this world-shaking battle, and they were all buried in the dust along with the collapsed mountains and rivers. In this battle, 3 lakes with the name of the immortal transformation pool had already disappeared. It was not hard to imagine just how vast the scope of their battle was. This was a great calamity. Within the Qinling Mountains, all types of creatures were trembling with fear. When they were far away, they would flee. They were in a constant state of panic, as if they were hiding from the calamity of the apocalypse. The great battle was bitter. Both of them were already injured. Golden blood and multicolored blood continuously fell from the sky. However, their eyes became increasingly cold. Not a single one of them frowned. They fought with no thought of personal safety, fighting endlessly. The great Tao bottle and 10,000 methods descended. Strand after strand merged into one with Hua Yunfei. Black light flowed, making him more and more dangerous. The flying immortal art and 10,000 transformations art were fully displayed. They were like the sun in the sky, perfect and flourishing. Bang! Bang! The two of them fought intensely. The corners of their mouths were covered in blood. Both of them flew backwards, and then they rushed at each other again. Even though they were fighting intensely, both of their hearts were calm. At this critical juncture, they were still trying to figure out the other party's Tao. The golden Taiji circle became more and more mysterious. Each time it spun, it was a division of yin and yang, life and death. Yifan bathed in the light of life like a deity. He was heroic and imposing, and he controlled the mountains and rivers. Each strike would send out a deathly light that destroyed all things. At this moment, there was an aura of the absolute beginning pervading the air. It was as if they had returned to the time before the world was created. Everything returned to the primordial state, and what was left was the evolution of the source. Yin and yang energies flowed about. Qi. The Taiji circle spun slightly, shooting out deathly light to attack the great Tao bottle. The decisive battle had reached its final juncture. Bang! The great Tao bottle contained endless magical power. It evolved the natural laws of the heavens, and was inextinguishable. It was a perfect divine object. It was only trembling intensely, but it would not be damaged. However, Yifan's powerful attacks also achieved results. The great Tao bottle could not be destroyed, but it could be cut off. He used his powerful battle prowess to cut off those strands, wanting to sever the connection between him and Hua Yunfei. Bang! The great Tao bottle finally deviated a bit. It was no longer at the center of Hua Yunfei's head, and he almost flew out. The two of them fought from noon until the sun moved west. Everywhere they passed by was scorched earth, becoming barren. At this moment, the victor was finally decided. Yifan continuously attacked heavily, and his killing moves were unceasing. One move after another. Ah! Hua Yunfei cried out loudly. His hair was disheveled. In the end, he still suffered a great loss. He was sent flying by Yi Fan's dragon-shaped Dao mark, and he was almost split in half. Boom! In the distance, a mountain peak collapsed. His body fell there and 5-colored blood flowed out. However, he quickly stood up from the smoke and dust. You die, I live. I'll walk out alone. Hua Yunfei was ruthless. He opened his mouth and spat out a star. It was the size of a fist, and it floated above his head. That's right. You die, I live. I'll walk out alone. Yi Fan also said. He opened his mouth and spat out. An inch-long small black car appeared in his palm. Black light flowed about it, and it looked like a small dragon. Imperial Divine Weapon. It was an invincible precious weapon that could sweep away those of the same level. Unless a saint appeared, if it was in the hands of a divine lord, no one in the 5 regions would be able to contend against it. During the course of the battle, they had already sensed the Imperial Divine Weapons in each other's bodies. They were all on guard against each other. Once such a weapon appeared, blood would flow like a river, and lives would be lost. Above Hua Yunfei's head, the star twinkled. It was the supreme treasure of the profound star peak. It had been sealed before, and in these 2 years, he had unlocked the seals one by one. This was a divine item that had been left behind by the founder of the Profound Star sect. Legend had it that it was formed from a real star. Some people even said that it was actually a divine weapon that had been passed down for generations, but its fundamental star spirit had been concealed. Boom! The star rotated, and it was as if a world had opened up. A boundless star filled the sky. It was as if they had come to a star region outside of the heavens, and there was only one star that ruled over the heavens. On the other side, the inch-long black chariot in Yi Fan's hand had become dozens of feet long. It was as black as ink, and there were dragons and phoenixes carved on it. He was already standing on it. This was the chariot that he had taken from Wang Teng's younger brother, that 9-year-old monster. At that time, he had used the 9 divine weapons to subdue it. Otherwise, it would have been very troublesome. Now he had given the 9 divine weapons to Pang Bo, and this black dragon chariot belonged to him. However, he did not have to worry about the other Imperial divine weapons challenging him. In a battle between Imperial divine weapons, it was as easy as crushing dry weeds. As long as a living being was hit, even if you were a hero, you would not be able to escape death. This was the most terrifying thing. The first clash between the two caused the ground within a radius of more than 10 miles to sink dozens of feet. It was completely flattened. There was no need to mention the mountains on the ground, which immediately turned into dust. Hua Yunfei, you can't do it anymore. Actually, you should have been defeated long ago. You have used the Phoenix Calamity Regeneration technique continuously, and you are already at the end of your rope. Let me send you on your way. Yi Fan stood on the black dragon chariot, and held the god-striking whip in his hand. His black hair flowed like a waterfall, and his eyes emitted cold lightning. He was like a celestial king descending to the mortal world. He was incomparably calm as he faced the huge star that suppressed the world. In today's battle, I have indeed suffered a great loss of vitality. The Phoenix Calamity technique consumed most of my source energy, and I will need to rest for a long time. The divine physique truly lives up to its reputation. You are a divine herb of the mortal world. In the future, I will definitely pluck you and refine you in my cauldron. Today it will be very difficult for you to make me stay. However, I can make you pay a certain price. 5-colored blood flowed out from the corner of Hua Yunfei's mouth, but his battle intent was high. He activated the huge star above his head and pressed it down. He held the phoenix wing golden hoe in his hand and closed in. The huge star that filled the sky sent down tens of thousands of laws. Every strand could kill an expert of the same level. As long as one was hit, it would be very difficult to survive. The black chariot also surged with countless Dao marks. Every one of them was like a true dragon that opened up the void realm, destroying everything and destroying everything. Imperial Divine Weapon versus Imperial Divine Weapon. At the same time, Yi Fan brandished the god-striking whip, and clashed intensely with the phoenix wing golden hoe in Hua Yunfei's hand. During this process, the golden Tai Chi circle and the great Tao Aquarius also floated up and down. The fighting secret art, moving secret art, flying immortal art, and 10,000 transformations art also appeared. This was a true life and death battle. The two of them used all of their methods, and did not hold anything back. Yi Fan let out a long roar. He had made up his mind to make Hua Yunfei stay and not give him a way out. He opened his mouth and spat out essence energy that was like a sea that entered the golden circle. Dang dang. He brandished the god-striking whip and lashed out hundreds and thousands of times in a breath's time. He could completely split the heaven and earth apart, and all of them smashed onto the Phoenix Wing Golden Hoe. The Phoenix Wing Golden Hoe was a secret treasure. It was eternally sturdy and could not be destroyed. However, it had endured a limitless amount of divine power, and could not become formless. PFFF. Hua Yunfei continuously coughed out blood. Half of his body was dyed red and flashed with 5-colored radiance. Even with the Phoenix Calamity regeneration technique, he could not endure it any longer. It was impossible for him to regenerate endlessly. It would exhaust his origin energy. Dung. Hua Yunfei took out a green copper pagoda that was extremely damaged. It originally had 9 floors, but now, only 5 remained. There was a terrifying pressure coming from it. A damaged king's divine weapon. A divine light flashed in Yi Fan's eyes as he said, "Unless you have a saint's weapon, it is useless no matter what you take out now." The Black War Chariot charged forward and forcefully collided with the great stars. He brandished the god-striking whip and attacked with lightning speed. Every strike could shatter the heaven and earth. PFFF. Hua Yunfei was shaken to the point where he vomited a large mouthful of blood. It seemed like he could not hold on any longer, and was about to flee. However, he laughed and said, "You cannot kill me. I will return soon. There are many immortal medicines in this world for me to refine. At that time, you will be far from being my opponent." In this world, the strongest thing is not a physique, not an ancient scripture, not a divine medicine. It is one's own heart and one's own Tao. If you dare to appear before me, I will definitely kill you. Just like now. In the distance, a beautiful woman flew over. Her clothes were whiter than snow and her black hair was like the clouds. She was like an immortal walking on the waves. Her graceful and delicate body was outlined by her fluttering dress. Junior sister Xiaoman, kill him. Right now he is almost exhausted, Hua Yunfei said. Yi Fan stood on the Black War Chariot, and held the god-striking whip in his hand. His eyes emitted a cold light as he quietly looked at Li Xiaoman. They both came from the other side of the starry sky. He originally did not want to make a move, but if the other party revealed his killing intent, then he could only be merciless. Chapter 625. Huge mountains collapsed and rubble pierced through the clouds. The earth caved in and became a scene of desolation. Not even a blade of grass grew. It had become a scorched land and all life was extinguished. Nothing was left. Li Xiaoman was wearing a snow-white robe as she approached from afar. Her dress and black hair fluttered in the wind. Her eyes were clear as she arrived from the sky. Compared to before, there wasn't much change. Yi Fan didn't say anything and only watched calmly. Whether to attack or retreat, to be peaceful or to be resentful, it all depended on the other party's next thought. Li Xiaoman arrived and stopped in the air. She didn't say anything, but her eyes were cold, causing the atmosphere to become strange. Although Hua Yunfei was heavily injured, he was still calm and collected. With his demeanor, using a woman to eliminate a great enemy was somewhat unreasonable. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He thought that this person was skilled in scheming and definitely knew about the relationship between him and Li Xiaoman. He wanted to disturb her heart and break her peaceful state of mind to destroy her Tao. Former lovers turned into enemies and faced each other in life and death. No one could face each other calmly. This was Hua Yunfei's psychological attack. He did this on purpose. Otherwise, how could he not know that the divine body was full of blood energy and divine power was hard to dry up? Junior sister Xiaoman, if you want to complete the heaven-devouring demonic technique, you need to completely cut off your past. You need to understand your heart and transcend yourself to prove your Tao. Hua Yunfei's voice was calm. The mountain ridge had been turned into a wasteland after the battle and became a barren land. There wasn't even a gust of wind. Everything was still and deathly quiet. Clang. A light sound broke the silence and traveled very far. A lotus battle robe appeared on Li Xiaoman's body. It flickered with a metallic luster and overflowed with a 5-colored divine splendor. Clang clang. The sound did not stop. The lotus battle robe rang out, clear and sonorous. A 5-colored metallic luster circulated. Li Xiaoman was graceful and elegant. The divine robe covered her body, and she held a silver phoenix dagger axe in her hand. She slowly raised the phoenix dagger axe. Silver light flowed like a beam of moonlight. A phoenix cry rang out, clear and pleasant to listen to. The silver phoenix dagger axe flickered with a cold aura. With the 5-colored godly robe covering her body, Li Xiaoman had an otherworldly aura. Even her skin looked pure and sparkling. She pointed her spear at Yi Fan from a distance, emitting a murderous aura. I didn't think that you would still point your spear at me in the end. Yi Fan looked at her. He stared at this familiar yet strange beautiful woman. They both came from the other side of the starry sky and had a period of love in the past, but in the end, they had to face each other with their lives on the line. He had never expected such a day to come. Li Xiaoman didn't say a word. Instead, she walked forward step by step. Her silver phoenix dagger axe was pointed at Yi Fan's chest with a murderous aura. Yi Fan knew that everything between the two of them had already become a thing of the past. He had originally thought that even if they were to meet again, it would be as calm as water, but he had never imagined that it would be a situation where one side would die or the other would die. He felt that the two of them didn't have any enmity, so it was really unexpected for things to develop to this point. It was somewhat baffling, and there was no reason to speak of at all. Are you really so heartless that you want to make a move against me? Yi Fan looked at her calmly. After a moment of silence, with a clang, Li Xiaoman put down her phoenix dagger axe and said calmly, "You can leave." "Why should I leave? I haven't gotten rid of Hua Yunfei yet." "Then you want to stay and fight with me?" Li Xiaoman's voice was calm, but there was a hint of coldness in it. "Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Yi Fan stood on the black war chariot, facing the two people in front of him. "You are forcing me to make a move." Li Xiaoman's lotus battle dress flickered, and a ripple-like brilliance surged out. The silver battle dagger axe in her hand became even more resplendent. Yi Fan laughed loudly, but there was a trace of loneliness in his tone. After all, they came from the same starry sky, and they also had a past together. However, in the end they were facing each other like this. He said, "The two of you, come at me together. Help me stop that black dragon chariot." Li Xiaoman said to Hua Yunfei. She was a little afraid of the Emperor Divine Weapon, but she didn't care too much about it, because the phoenix dagger axe in her hand was very extraordinary. "Okay." Hua Yunfei nodded. The huge star above his head became even more resplendent, filling up the sky and pressing down on the black war chariot. Li Xiaoman's lotus battle dress fluttered, emitting a sonorous sound. She finally made her move with the silver battle dagger axe in her hand, and a stream of silver light coiled around it like the Milky Way. The phoenix battle dagger axe in her hand seemed to have a life of its own. It absorbed the essence of heaven and earth, emitting a phoenix cry. After that, a silver divine phoenix rushed out, pouncing over. Li Xiaoman waved the battle dagger axe, slashing diagonally at Yi Fan's neck. She attacked viciously, showing no mercy at all. She wanted to chop off his head. She was very decisive and straightforward. At the same time, Hua Yunfei activated the huge star, suppressing the black war chariot with all his might. This caused Yi Fan to be unable to use the Emperor Divine Weapon, and he was exhausted from dealing with it. Yi Fan smiled coldly. He brandished the god-striking whip and lashed it on the silver battle dagger axe, emitting a clear sound that pierced through the clouds. It was like a great bell ringing. He stood unmoving on the war chariot, and said, "You are still not enough." Li Xiaoman's body shook violently, and she was sent flying far away. However, she was not seriously injured. 2 beams of golden light burst out from her pupils, and a powerful aura overflowed from her mouth. She let out a light shout. At this moment, a mysterious divine power surged out. Her pupils turned golden, and her entire person gained an indescribable charm. It was as if a Holy Spirit had descended into the world. This was a very strange transformation. Her entire body flowed with a golden luster, and it was as if a deity had descended into the mortal world. A terrifying scene appeared behind her. An unknown existence was high above like a god. Beneath its feet, many golden arhats collapsed, and there were even bodhisattvas with divine blood flowing through them. Li Xiaoman became a bit demonic. When her faint golden eyes opened and closed, two terrifying beams of light shot out. However, her entire person also became more and more sacred and inviolable. Her cloud-like hair almost turned golden, and the lotus battle dress also looked like it was cast in gold. It slowly changed color, and only the most extraordinary phoenix daggeraxe in her hand was still silver, flickering with divine light. This kind of powerful power is definitely not limited to the Holy Ji Palace secret realm. Yi Fan's heart jumped. He felt that there was something wrong with Li Xiaoman. Li Xiaoman looked like she was cast in gold. Her skin was sparkling, but it was enveloped in golden divine light. She walked over step by step, and there was not a trace of mortal aura. She brought with her an indescribable pressure, which was very different from her original temperament. Whose power is this? Yi Fan let out a loud shout and made the first move. He drove the black chariot and swung the god-striking whip forward. The big stars in the sky shook violently, blocking the ancient chariot. Hua Yunfei intercepted it with the power of the flying deity, not letting him get close. Yi Fan let out a long shout. The golden Tai Chi circle outside his body was dazzling. It rotated yin and yang, and the power of life and death flowed. The gate of life was aimed at him, and the gate of death was aimed at the flying deity power. Clang! Li Xiaoman attacked. The phoenix daggeraxe in her hand hummed, and it turned into a divine phoenix that rushed over. It collided violently with the god-striking whip, and this time, they were evenly matched. Yi Fan did not believe that she could cultivate to such a level. That kind of golden divine power did not belong to her. It was demonic and mysterious, and even he was incomparably afraid of it. However, he could not figure out the situation. He was not afraid. He used the fighting formula to form the Tai Chi circle. He stood on the dragon chariot, and with the god-striking whip in his hand, he fought Li Xiaoman. His divine power was endless, and his blood chi was like an eternal divine furnace, burning fiercely. The two of you, come and die together, Yi Fan said coldly. He raised his battle prowess to the 8-limit realm. Hua Yunfei let out a bright laugh. The great Dao precious vase floated up and down, and with the phoenix wing gold-plated ranseur in his hand, he attacked decisively. He was not an inflexible person. Fighting alone was just fleeting smoke. He did things without any restrictions. Yi Fan was already a formidable opponent when he fought with him. Now that reinforcements had arrived, it would be even more difficult to deal with him. Well, the void trembled. Li Xiaoman's body flowed with a pure and holy divine splendor. It was as if a divine diagram was draped over her. Small golden vortexes appeared on the surface of her body. Every golden vortex seemed to be connected to a world. They were unfathomably deep, and there was a golden figure sitting cross-legged in each of them. They looked dignified, as if they were gods in deep sleep. Yi Fan used the golden Tai Chi circle to force Hua Yunfei back. He disintegrated the power of the fairy realm, and caused him to suffer light injuries again. Then he rushed towards Li Xiaoman like a flood dragon. A vast heavenly sound rang out. Li Xiaoman was enveloped by a golden splendor. Those 365 small golden vortexes let out a divine sound that sounded like chanting. What is this? Yi Fan's body shook violently. If not for the golden Tai Chi circle's protection, he would have most likely been pierced through his ears by this mysterious heavenly sound, and pierced into his sea of consciousness. Boom! He used the fighting formula and brandished the god-striking whip, striking towards Li Xiaoman's head. He used an unstoppable divine power to destroy all techniques and shatter the void. The sky collapsed and Li Xiaoman fell back. However, the 365 small golden vortexes on her body became even deeper, releasing rays of light that rushed towards the heavens. The vast heavenly sound was like a huge millstone that could destroy the world. The divine sound twisted together and continuously collided with the golden Tai Chi circle. It had the power of billions of units. Thump! The endless void was destroyed. Under this vast divine sound, it was immediately destroyed, and only the 365 golden vortexes were left spinning. Boom. The golden Tai Chi circle shook violently. Yi Fan used his eighth forbidden power to go all out, raising his strength to the limit. He blasted through the dazzling golden light and smashed the god-striking whip down. Thump. A terrifying thing happened. The 365 golden vortexes each spat out a beam of divine light, which turned into a golden palm that blocked the god-striking whip. Otherwise, the wooden whip that was shaped like a staff would definitely break Li Xiaoman's bones and tendons. It was impossible for her to withstand it. This isn't your power. Yi Fan's heart trembled. He felt a dangerous aura that seemed familiar, but he couldn't tell who it belonged to. Li Xiaoman let out a light shout. Her eyes shone with a golden light, as if she was a goddess of war. A golden light flew out from her body, like an ancient scroll. The 365 golden vortexes were all on it, separating from the surface of her body, turning into a diagram that covered Yi Fan, about to suppress him below. At this moment, Tao sounds, Buddhist chants, and sacrificial songs seemed to have penetrated through time and space from the ancient times. They were vast and dignified, divine, and auspicious as they descended from the golden scroll. Yi Fan could vaguely see that the golden figures sitting in the 365 golden vortexes all opened their eyes. They were definitely the same person because their eyes were exactly the same. They belonged to a single deity. Boom. Buddhist chants resounded through the heaven and earth. A golden temple formed from the heavenly sound descended from the sky. Inside, golden arhats were covered in blood and bodhisattvas were lying on the ground. 7-colored divine blood flowed. It was incomparably terrifying as it suppressed towards Yi Fan. Whose power is this? I must have seen it before. Yi Fan felt a trace of uneasiness in his heart. Boom. At the same time, Hua Yunfei urged the great star to descend as well. He used his king divine weapon to obliterate his divine power and mercilessly attacked. Yi Fan shouted loudly. His body turned into a dragon-shaped Tao mark within the golden Tai Chi circle. His hands pushed the yin and yang, evolving the power of life and death as he fought against the two great experts alone. At this moment, the golden Tai Chi circle, the dragon chariot, and the deity striking whip fused into one. The great star above Hua Yunfei's head trembled. Cracks appeared on his body, and the golden temple also shook violently, finding it hard to stabilize. Yi Fan let out a long roar. His battle prowess surged as he raised it to the 8-limit domain. He soared into the sky and faced the two great experts head-on. Boom. With a loud sound, the perfect golden Tai Chi circle and the dragon chariot fused into one. A wave of ocean-like power surged out. Hua Yunfei suffered serious injuries and flew out together with the great star. At the same time, Li Xiaoman's body also swayed. Zhang Yi spat out a few mouthfuls of blood. Yi Fan's eyes were cold. He turned into a ray of divine light and chased after them. He wanted to kill the two of them and said, "It's useless even if you two join hands." Chapter 626. Bang! The black ancient chariot collided with the huge star. This was the tip of a king divine weapon, and it released a destructive shockwave. Below, the desolate land that had already turned into a desert instantly turned into a land of magma. It surged up into the sky like a vast ocean, scattering the clouds. It was like the end of the world. The battle between the powerful king divine weapons created a terrifying disaster that surpassed one's imagination. It was not something a human could resist. In that instant, the black dragon chariot and the star were stuck together. They continuously shook, and black light and starlight flowed in all directions, shattering the space and destroying everything. Yi Fan was inside the golden Taiji circle. He brandished the god-striking whip and lashed out thousands of times. It was like an azure dragon dancing in the sky, shattering the dome of heaven. Hua Yunfei did his best to resist. The phoenix wing gold-plated rapier in his hand clanked and sparks flew everywhere. It turned into a divine phoenix that shook the 9 heavens, and even the space was shattered. Pooh! Hua Yunfei opened his mouth and coughed out a mouthful of 5-colored blood. It was like a divine flower blooming, flowing with a bewitching splendor. The blood contained divine power, and he retreated. Not good. Yi Fan felt that something was wrong. He had been tricked. The originally unstable divine temple in the sky suddenly became solid. It descended like an eternal king divine weapon, emitting a great pressure. Hua Yunfei used himself as bait, knowing that Yi Fan would not be able to kill him. He wanted to pave the way for Li Xiaoman's killing move to heavily injure his opponent. He wanted to use the huge star to stick to the ancient chariot, making it difficult for it to move even an inch. This was a majestic golden divine temple that flowed with divine light. Every brick, every stone step was shining with light. It was incomparably divine and dignified, as if it was the birthplace of a deity. It was extremely heavy, and it could crush the heaven and earth. It was difficult for a physical body to resist. It pressed down on Yi Fan, forcing him to leave the dragon chariot. Otherwise he would definitely be crushed into meat paste. Bang! The ground caved in as if it was the end of the world. The mountain range in the distance collapsed continuously, and smoke and dust rose into the sky. It was a terrifying scene. Yi Fan tried a few times, but he could not move the black chariot. It could not be separated from the huge star, and he could not move it. The King Divine Weapon Spirit could not attack. He had no choice but to activate the fighting incantation and unleash a blazing radiance to clash against the Golden Temple. The golden Tai Chi circle shone resplendently, and the radiance drowned out the heaven and earth. Yi Fan did everything he could, striking towards the heavens. The sound was deafening, divine force surging, as if a sea was surging. In the end he blocked the golden ancient temple, causing it to almost collapse. The golden courtyard wall split open, the temple door falling down, golden light flowing and falling like water. Boom! Yi Fan transformed into a golden taiji circle and soared into the sky. Finally, the golden ancient temple was blasted apart, and with a single punch, the mountains collapsed and the sky cracked. Li Xiaoman let out a loud cry. Her beautiful hair fluttered in the air as she continuously spurted out a few mouthfuls of blood. Her body was sent flying backwards, and a large piece of her lotus-shaped battle dress was torn apart, its luster dimming. Hua Yunfei made his move. The great Tao precious bottle above his head emitted tens of thousands of black lights. Strands after strands of black light increased the power of the fairy realm. He once again tried to kill Yi Fan. Yi Fan was obstructed, so he could only stop and fight. This was an extremely strong opponent that could not be underestimated, and he missed a chance to kill Li Xiaoman. In the sky, Li Xiaoman stopped and chanted ancient scriptures. Her entire body was sparkling, and a divine light flew out, forming a golden ancient diagram. It transformed into an ancient temple, and it was extremely mysterious. Tao sounds, chanting, and sacrificial sounds came from the ancient era. They gathered together and formed a brand new golden divine temple, making it even more mysterious. The two emperor divine weapons were locked together. While Yi Fan and Hua Yunfei were fighting intensely, Li Xiaoman attacked again, using her demonic power to attack. The golden ancient temple pressed down, and the temple door opened wide. It had a power that could swallow the heavens, and it forcefully sucked Yi Fan inside. This divine temple was extremely powerful and terrifying, suppressing all living creatures. At this moment, Yi Fan's entire body was in intense pain. He was actually about to be refined inside. All kinds of ancient divine sounds rang out at the same time, as if there were 3,000 divine monks chanting together. If not for him creating the golden taiji circle, he would most likely be in danger this time. This was a terrifying refinement that wanted to melt him inside the golden ancient temple. Yi Fan guarded his mind and evolved the taiji circle, becoming one with heaven and man. The great Tao was natural, and every strike contained the mysteries of heaven and earth. He tore apart the walls of the ancient temple as he walked out step by step. However, just at this moment, a horrifying aura permeated over. Light flickered within the golden ancient temple, and the corpses of golden arhats laid out one after another. Apart from this, there were also the corpses of some bodhisattvas. Rainbow-colored divine blood flowed, making this ancient temple look demonic and mysterious. It was incomparably terrifying. At the same time, a golden figure approached step by step. The corpses of the golden arhats and bodhisattvas were at its feet, as if a deity was walking over from the ancient era. It seemed like it was right in front of him, yet it also seemed like it was far away. It was difficult to capture the source of its aura, and it could not be seen clearly. There was only a terrifying power surging. It seems familiar. I wonder who it is. Yi Fan had countless doubts in his heart, but he did not have the time to think about it in detail. Right now, killing the enemy was the most important thing. Boom. Monstrous divine might rushed over. Within this golden ancient temple, that figure was like a ruler that could destroy all living creatures. Even the bodhisattvas were unable to contend against it. Yi Fan's mind almost collapsed, and a strand of golden blood flowed out from his mouth. He said to himself, "This isn't real. It's just a type of divine power borrowed by Li Xiaoman. It's a reappearance of the past, but it doesn't have that kind of power now." Swoosh. He opened his heavenly origin divine eyes and looked straight at the source. The so-called Golden Temple, as well as those golden arhats and bodhisattvas, were all formed from interweaving golden natural laws. Even that ruler was the same. It was not a physical body, but a strand of divine will. Humph! Yi Fan snorted coldly. The golden lake between his brows blazed with brilliance, and a small golden figure walked out. It was exactly the same as him, just like a deity. He had repeatedly crossed heavenly tribulations, and his divine will was incomparably powerful. Using it to attack the natural laws, this was a special confrontation. Yi Fan activated the All character and continuously operated it. Not long after, it was successfully activated. The small golden figure that walked out from between his brows immediately became 10 times more powerful. It rushed forward like a deity. The small golden figure formed from the powerful divine will opened its divine eyes. It could clearly see every natural law, and it was continuously breaking down the ancient temple. Up ahead, the golden figure was like a demonic god as it slaughtered its way over. This was the ruler of this ancient temple. It was formed from a divine will, and its power was world-shocking. The two fought fiercely, and terrifying fluctuations of willpower erupted. Everywhere they passed, the void collapsed. It was impossible to block them. Yi Fan was astonished. What kind of power did Li Xiaoman borrow exactly? This divine will was actually so terrifying. If it wasn't for the fact that he activated the All character, he would have most likely died with a grievance. One has to understand that his divine will was extremely astonishing. When he was still a small cultivator, he already suppressed many people, let alone now. However, at this moment, he still needed to activate the All character tenfold in order to suppress this godlike existence within the ancient temple. The two fought fiercely, shaking the golden temple's walls to pieces. In the end, the small golden figure between Yi Fan's brows was even more powerful. It obliterated that existence and disappeared in a flash. Hong! A world-shaking sound rang through the air. All types of chanting and sacrificial sounds disappeared. The small golden figure between Yi Fan's brows shattered the ancient temple with a single fist, and it no longer existed. Not far away, Li Xiaoman cried out in fear. She coughed out a mouthful of blood and almost fell from the sky. An expanse of golden divine light entered her body. On the other side, Hua Yunfei was finally powerless to suppress the black ancient war chariot. He put away the star and retreated. Yi Fan stood on the dragon chariot. The space between his brows flashed, and the small golden figure entered. He held the divine striking whip in his hand as he stared at the two great enemies with a cold expression. Now there was only a life and death battle. No one wanted to stop and both wanted to eliminate the other. Yi Fan's brows furrowed. Hua Yunfei was a great enemy to begin with, but now, there was the addition of Li Xiaoman who possessed a mysterious power. This battle might be extremely difficult. The air trembled, and a cauldron appeared above his head. The source energy of all things descended like a curtain of rain. The mysterious yellow energy circulated and protected him tightly. Now this cauldron had already interweaved a portion of the laws. It could be used greatly because its sturdiness was incomparable. It could be used for defense and was difficult to break through. Only when he was about to risk his life and fight to the death would Yi Fan use this cauldron. Otherwise he would not have taken it out. He still had the scepter of the celestial court on him, but it was a pity that it was sealed. Now it was merely an ordinary weapon that corresponded to his cultivation level. The sky was dotted with stars, the silver moon was gentle, and the night was like water. The great battle started again, and both sides attacked with all their strength. Hua Yunfei did not care about the danger, and forcefully used the Phoenix Calamity regeneration technique to recover himself to his peak state. He used the power of the fairy realm to fight Yi Fan. The great Tao precious vase also appeared above Li Xiaoman's head. Rays of black light descended and connected with the 365 golden vortexes on the surface of her body. It was incomparably demonic. She was evolving again. In every golden vortex, there was a golden figure sitting cross-legged. Behind them, there was a world. Every time they clashed, there would be a frightening shockwave. In the end, there would even be golden palms slapping out from those golden vortexes. All kinds of divine weapons and magical treasures rushed out and suppressed downwards. It was extremely frightening. Yi Fan was shocked. He did not know how powerful the divine spirit sitting cross-legged in the golden vortexes was. What was shattered in the ancient temple was definitely not its true divine will. How did Li Xiaoman borrow this kind of power? Could it be that as long as one cultivated this kind of heavenly technique, they would naturally be able to use it? This battle was extremely difficult. They fought until late at night, and both of them were heavily injured. However, there was still no conclusion. Hua Yunfei was originally able to fight against Yi Fan. Now, with the addition of the powerful Li Xiaoman, it was needless to say. Even though Yi Fan used the cauldron of all things to protect himself, it was still difficult for him to kill the two of them. At the end of the battle, Yi Fan was truly enraged. Li Xiaoman and the others worked together to kill him. This made him very disappointed. He used all his methods to fight against the two of them. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared at the same time. The boundless golden divine sea was vast and mighty. A green lotus accompanied him. Primal chaos lingered around him. There was even an immortal king descending from the 9 heavens. There was also a beautiful land and mountains. Secret art of travel, secret art of battle, and secret art of all were used at the same time. Yi Fan's body was in the Taiji circle. Many strange phenomena appeared. The space between his brows flickered. The golden divine will transformed into a small person and rushed out. The cauldron of all things rose and fell. The deity striking whip swung. The black dragon chariot charged. All kinds of methods were used. The heaven and earth went berserk. All kinds of strange phenomena appeared at the same time. It was extremely terrifying. It was actually about to evolve into one strange phenomenon. Unfortunately, it was too hazy and could not be seen clearly. However, its power was still incomparably great. At the same time, the powerful divine will was similarly terrifying under the activation of secret art of all. Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman were incomparably fearful. They kept on dodging. The golden Taiji circle evolved to perfection. None of the techniques could touch him. He attacked unceasingly, making him unstoppable. Boom! The void collapsed. The heaven and earth shook violently. During the latter half of the night, Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman both coughed up blood. They had suffered serious injuries. At this point, Hua Yunfei no longer dared to use the Phoenix Calamity technique. Otherwise, his life force would dry up and he would die without a doubt. Meanwhile, Li Xiaoman's face was also pale. She had lost too much blood and suffered serious injuries. Her battle prowess was affected. The 365 golden whirlpools were all dim. The vase above her head was almost shattered. Yi Fan was naturally also heavily injured. However, his divine power would never dry up. His battle prowess did not decrease. The more he killed, the braver he became. In the end, he was about to suppress the two of them. Yi Fan did his best. He kept on evolving. His entire person disappeared and turned into a perfect Taiji diagram. Pa! Hua Yunfei was sent flying like a scarecrow. His right shoulder and entire arm were turned into meat paste. His sternum had also caved in. Many of his bones had cracked. Bang! A green lotus rushed out from the Taiji diagram. It originated from Yi Fan's sea of bitterness. It landed on Li Xiaoman's body and almost scattered her 365 golden whirlpools. The lotus pierced through her chest. The two of you attacking together is only so. Yi Fan was confident that he could kill the two of them. However, he was worried that the two of them would escape. If that was the case, it would be difficult for him to stop them. It would be difficult for him to kill them. The divine physique lives up to its name. In the future, I will definitely harvest this divine medicine of yours and refine it in my cauldron. Hua Yunfei said and rushed into the distance. Li Xiaoman did not say anything. The golden whirlpools on the surface of her body revolved. She quickly recovered from her injuries. Her golden eyes flickered. She took one last look at Yi Fan and turned to leave. Chapter 627. Yi Fan let out a long roar and chased relentlessly. He had the movement secret art, so his speed was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he arrived behind Hua Yunfei and attacked fiercely. Bang! The battle continued. Hua Yunfei coughed up blood again. Li Xiaoman's lotus battle dress was also shattered. It fell to the ground, dyed in blood, and turned to dust. Yi Fan's expression was cold. He did not speak much and continued to chase. It was unknown how many mountains they had passed, but they were still fighting in the middle of the night. The bright moon shone brightly. There were many ancient tombs under the Qinling Mountains. Old corpses could often be seen crawling out of their tombs and spitting out essence towards the moon. In the pursuit of tens of thousands of kilometers, divine power fluctuations could be felt from time to time. Mountains would often collapse. The three of them fought as they ran, destroying countless mountains. Hua Yunfei's hair was disheveled, and he was heavily injured. Many of his bones were broken. Li Xiaoman was the same. Her organs were all ruptured and her entire body was dyed red with blood. On the other side, Yi Fan was not much better. He had suffered extremely serious injuries. He had paid a huge price in this battle. Hua Yunfei had already used 3 profound jade platforms to cross the void. However, Yi Fan also had a formation platform. He chased relentlessly and it was hard for him to escape. At this moment, Hua Yunfei finally could not hold it in any longer. If this continued, his origin source would dry up and his life would most likely reach its end. Apart from the 9 secrets, Yi Fan did not have any other emperor-level secret arts. This was because they were all recorded in the forbidden chapters of the various ancient scriptures. It was impossible for him to obtain them. However, he had a few of his strongest origin heart techniques. At this moment, the Tao scripture, Western Imperial scripture, Eternal Universe scripture, and Supreme Imperial scripture circulated at the same time. All of his secret realms were shining. Yi Fan's Sea of Reincarnation, Tao Palace, for extreme secret realms, and Dragon Transformation all emitted the sound of scriptures. It was as if 4 ancient emperors were awakening, and the universe was shaking. Boom! For some reason, his various phenomena suddenly merged into one. Although it was a blur and could not be seen clearly, a terrifying power surged out. Even Yi Fan himself could not withstand it, and was nearly crushed. If not for the protection of the golden Taiji circle, he would probably be the first person to be destroyed by his own phenomenon. Yi Fan turned into a golden rainbow and rushed out. This was an excellent opportunity to attack Hua Yunfei. No matter how this strong opponent tried to defend, he was unable to stop Yi Fan. Pooh! Hua Yunfei vomited a large mouthful of blood. He was nearly shattered by the mysterious phenomenon. Following that, Yi Fan continuously executed killing moves, moving the mysterious phenomenon forward. He took a total of 7 steps. Bang! Half of Hua Yunfei's body exploded, turning into meat paste. Bone fragments flew everywhere, and the scene was extremely bloody. He cried out loudly and retreated thousands of meters away. Yi Fan attacked Li Xiaoman, who was right in front of him, but the anomaly also disappeared at the same time. He cast the Tai Chi circle, manifested the innate Tao, and tore a corner of the 365 golden vortexes apart. Bang! Bang! Yi Fan continuously executed heavy attacks towards the front of Li Xiaoman. He finally broke through her defense, and after a total of 81 attacks, he finally shattered the last golden vortex. The golden Taiji circle closed in, and Yi Fan pressed out with his palm. The mountains collapsed and the earth cracked. Li Xiaoman did her best to resist, but she finally let out a miserable cry as half of her body was broken. Pooh! She was sent flying, and her chest and abdomen were broken as she fell from the sky. She was cut in half by Yi Fan's palm, and suffered unimaginable damage. Golden light blazed in her eyes. At this moment, the situation was completely different. The battle had changed greatly, and Yi Fan had the absolute upper hand. Boom! After Yi Fan took the initiative, he ignored his own injuries and continued to execute heavy attacks. Every time, It was like a tsunami that reached the sky and shook the mountains. Bang! Hua Yunfei was like a scarecrow as he was sent flying again. After losing half of his body, his battle prowess was much weaker than before, and he didn't dare to continue using the Phoenix Tribulation regeneration technique. Li Xiaomen wasn't much better off. When Yi Fan punched out, she found it hard to endure. The 365 golden vortexes dimmed, and it was difficult to block. If not for the protection of the Emperor Divine Weapons, the two of them would be in danger, and it would be difficult for them to escape this calamity. Even so, they still suffered heavy attacks and crashed into the mountains several times, collapsing in the dust. Yi Fan used all his techniques, and a huge golden foot stomped down from the sky. It almost trampled the two of them and flattened the mountains. The two of them were covered in dust, and they rolled away. Hua Yunfei finally found an opportunity. He took out the profound jade platform and said, "Let's go." They crossed the void and disappeared from this mountain range. Yi Fan was cold and emotionless, and he chased after them closely. He also used the profound jade platform to chase after them. It was another peaceful mountain range, and the bright moon hung high in the sky, bright and auspicious. It was another great pursuit, but something seemed wrong. Suddenly, a strange aura appeared, and Yi Fan shivered. He soared into the sky and looked back vigilantly. At the same time, Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman's expressions changed as well. They retreated as they felt a dangerous aura. In the distance, an ancient mountain split open, and a little purple person less than a foot tall rushed out on a bronze chariot. In another direction, an old monk who was all skin and bones, as if he was cast in gold, also flew over. Yi Fan turned around and left. He had already seen these two terrifying creatures before. Last time, he stole their dragon marrow and was chased by them, almost dying. Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaomen also fled far away, as if they knew these two terrifying creatures. Their great Dao aquariums floated up and down, actually bringing them through the air, not leaving any traces behind. Boom! The old monk roared loudly and summoned the image of the Amitabha Buddha. He chased after Yi Fan, and his speed was extremely fast. On the other side, the little purple person drove the bronze chariot and chased after Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman. It was like lightning, disappearing in the blink of an eye. It had to be said that this old monk with a golden body was extremely terrifying. The image of the Amitabha Buddha that he summoned was unstoppable, and nothing could stop it. Yi Fan did not know how many mountain ranges he flew over, and only after traveling tens of thousands of li with the travel formula did he finally break away from that terrifying old monk. He found an ancient cave and quietly healed his injuries. The Nirvana scripture circulated continuously, and his entire body was submerged in golden blood energy. The entire cave was holy and auspicious. This time, his injuries were extremely severe. If it was someone else, they would not have survived. However, his physique was strong, and he slowly recovered, so a great disaster did not befall him. The sky brightened, and Yi Fan opened his eyes. His terrifying injuries were almost healed. He stood up and walked out of the ancient cave step by step. In the morning, there was a thin layer of smoke in the mountain ridge. When the morning sun shone down, it turned into a colorful mist, connecting with the green grass and ancient trees. It looked extremely peaceful. On the ancient vines among the green leaves, pearls were rolling about. Under the illumination of the morning sun, they were multicolored like pearls rolling about. On this auspicious morning, Yi Fan stood in the mountains and frowned slightly. After the great battle, he was unable to stop Hua Yunfei and Li Xiaoman. This made him feel very regretful. 10 years later, how many people in this world will be able to stop them? This was definitely an unprecedented great enemy. He felt that they would be on the same level as the central sovereign, Wang Teng, and the others. Because if this continued, the ruthless person would definitely reappear in this world. However, no matter how strong they are, they will still be restricted by the 8 restrictions. As long as my realm can keep up, I will be able to suppress them. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He had a strong self-confidence, but also a kind of pressure. He and the ruthless great emperor had deep karma, and the cultivation speed of his inheritor was too fast. He had no choice but to keep up. I can only break through continuously. The great completion Saint Physique can challenge the great emperors. In the same realm, I will definitely not fear anyone. Yi Fan believed that even if the two of them swallowed the origin of the various kings and walked the path of the ancient great emperors, as long as his realm kept up and did not fall behind them, he would be able to suppress them. And now, there was a difference of 3 minor realms between him and Hua Yunfei. He had to catch up and not widen the gap any further. Otherwise, it would be very dangerous in the future. And what made him most uneasy was, which existence's power did Li Xiaoman borrow? He thought for an entire night and searched his mind, but he had no clue. Where exactly did I go wrong? When Yi Fan thought of that golden whirlpool, he would feel somewhat uncomfortable, but he could not say why. That kind of divine power was not cultivated by one's own body, but originated from the outside world. It was like wielding an emperor divine weapon or an emperor divine weapon. It was not restricted by the 8 restrictions at all. In this battle, Yi Fan's harvest was also great. He found his own Tao, which was very important. The ancient great emperors never walked the path of their predecessors. In the end, they would create their own Tao. Only by doing so could they transcend. The ancient scriptures of the past were only used as reference. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, 1.5 years had passed. Yi Fan had already successfully entered the main peak of the Qin sect after presenting the rare marrow. He had been searching for the 9 secrets all this time, but there were still no clues. It had to be said that entering the main peak was very dangerous. In this year, a few people had already lost their lives. The cause of their deaths was unknown, and the results were still unknown. However, Yi Fan knew that it was most likely Hua Yunfei's doing. He definitely knew that Yi Fan was here for the 9 secrets. Since he could not divine which person was Yi Fan, he killed them one by one. The Qin sect leader was alarmed and sent out the powerful prince of Jade Luo, as well as a few other supreme experts to search for the true culprit. And now, Yi Fan already knew that Hua Yunfei had entered the main peak of the Qin sect a few years ago. However, he had left 1.5 years ago. At the same time, Li Xiaoman had also disappeared and had not returned. During the great battle in the Qinling Mountains, Yi Fan had not seen Hua Yunfei use the 9 secrets. However, he could not be sure that Hua Yunfei hadn't gained anything. During the past 1.5 years, Yi Fan's strength had advanced by leaps and bounds. He could feel the pressure, and had no choice but to bitterly cultivate. By now, he had reached the 8th transformation of the dragon transformation. During this time, he also had to deal with another deadly threat, and that was the soul-transcending incantation. He had personally witnessed the 2 people who had gone to the main peak become devout disciples of the Qin sect. If it weren't for the fact that his divine sense was extremely powerful, he would most likely have been in danger. Even so, the only reason he was unharmed was because he hadn't been listening to the sect leader's sermons. They're a bunch of old evildoers. More than 10 of them recite scriptures every day. Even if a bodhisattva came, he would still be purified after a long time. Yi Fan frowned. If he didn't listen to the sermons, it would be impossible for him to come into contact with the 9 secrets. After some observation, he discovered that the sickly old man hadn't gone to the main peak for fear of being purified. Furthermore, the scholar from the east seemed to have noticed that Princess Moon's spirit was there, and would often go to the main peak. However, he himself didn't join in. Yi Fan was quite surprised. There was only one woman who had gone to the main peak with him. Although she was quite beautiful, she couldn't compare to the second most beautiful woman in the central prefecture. She could only be considered average. To say that she was a peerless beauty, who could reign supreme in the world would be an exaggeration. The gap between them was simply too great. She must have some sort of secret treasure on her. Yi Fan murmured to himself. She can even fool my god eye. After that, he began to pay more attention to the woman, and discovered that she would often go to a barren stone mountain, where she would sit there for most of the day. This stone mountain wasn't very far from the main peak, and was completely barren. Not a single blade of grass grew on it, nor did any vines crawl over it. It was clean and dry, with nothing to show for it. On a moonlit night, Yi Fan climbed up the stone mountain. The moonlight was like smoke, and he sat there for most of the night without any results. He couldn't sense anything out of the ordinary. Shaking his head, he rose to his feet and flew back to the main peak. This time, He returned from the back of the mountain, which was where the stone mountain was located. The moonlight was like water, bright and gentle. On the stone walls of the back of the mountain, there were some carvings of weapons, such as cauldrons, bells, pagodas, spears, swords, and the like. He had seen them before, and had assumed that they had been carved by a bored disciple. Because they were so clumsy, they lacked beauty, and had been carved in recent decades. However, it was at this point that the misty moonlight began to shine down, and the weapon carvings suddenly seemed different. They even began to emanate an ancient aura. That's? Yi Fan said, shocked. These carvings had existed for a very, very long time, and yet they had been able to fool his god eye. It was almost inconceivable. The more he looked at them, the more mysterious they seemed. The clumsy carvings almost looked like divine phoenixes that were on the verge of breaking through the heavens. Chapter 628. A divine moon hung in the sky, pure and bright, scattering down like the moonlight on water. This mountain region seemed to be enveloped in a layer of thin muslin, making it appear faint and hazy. On the stone wall, there weren't many weapon imprints, the carvings clumsy. However, at this moment, it was completely different. Moonlight scattered down, creating an auspicious scene. The weapon imprints were shining and flowing. It's different, turning the rotten into the magical. Yi Fan was astonished, his eyes staring unblinkingly. The clumsy carvings transformed into the charm of the Tao. Each carving was like a true dragon, a Kuan Peng, a Qilin, and a divine phoenix. It was indescribably wondrous. The moon filled the sky, the divine splendor flowing down like water. All of the imprints on the stone wall came to life, the carvings moving. It was completely different from what he had seen before. An ancient aura rushed over. There was a type of great changes, and even more a type of grandeur. The imprints belonging to the Tao flickered, and a faintly discernible divine sound transmitted over. Yi Fan was inwardly shaken. He simply didn't dare believe all of this. It was originally a crude set of weapons, but now, it completely changed, becoming completely different. He saw a large cauldron, a three-legged, two-eared cauldron. The Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, representing the tangible traces of the Tao. He saw a large bell, the only one between heaven and earth, representing time and eternity. He saw an ancient pagoda that was divided into 9 layers, representing the 9 heavens. The space was boundless. Mirrors, furnaces, spears, swords, rods, and other weapons appeared one after another, each representing a type of mysterious natural law. They each had their own evolution of the world, profound and complex. Yi Fan was drawn in, his mind unable to shift away. He completely immersed himself, vaguely hearing someone chanting scriptures, transmitted from outer space, directly entering his sea of consciousness. He opened up his heart, his divine senses tranquil. He slowly comprehended and carefully observed, as if he was listening to the great Tao that opened the heavens. He was incomparably engrossed, his eyes filled with ancient weapons. However, when he tried his best to grasp it, he felt that it was a bit distant and indistinct, unable to approach. It was close at hand, yet it also seemed far away. Cauldrons, bells, pagodas, spears, swords, and other weapons rotated about. The carvings on the wall flickered, and at this moment, it seemed to have turned into a jade wall. It gradually became sparkling and translucent, swallowing and sending out moonlight. Yi Fan was in a state of indifference. He stood in front of the stone wall, not moving at all. Between his brows, that small golden lake blazed brilliantly. A small golden person walked out and floated in front of his forehead. The golden little person was exactly the same as Yi Fan, staring at the stone engraving. Its entire body flickered with Tao patterns. Those were Tao imprints, and there was an indescribable charm to it. At this moment, the cauldron, bell, pagoda, furnace, mirror, spear, sword, and others all began to revolve, starting to reassemble. Then they actually broke down, turning into a single word. Soldier. As soon as this word was spoken, the entire universe shook. Yi Fan felt his eardrums ringing. A grand heavenly sound descended from outer space, so loud that even the deaf could hear it. Every word was like a blade, every sentence like a sword, slashing at one's soul. An ordinary person wouldn't be able to endure it at all. It could practically tear apart one's heart and split open one's sea of consciousness. In Yi Fan's divine sense, the small golden person had already undergone the baptism of more than 10 heavenly tribulations and breathed in and out heavenly lightning. It had long been tempered, so it was able to withstand it. However, it still received the impact. It was as if there was an eternal immortal weapon suppressing it, causing it to receive an enormous shock. It almost wanted to roar towards the sky. Soldier secret character. Yi Fan endured this kind of weapon approaching his body, and the pain of being on the verge of shattering. He couldn't help but cry out in alarm. After being called out for thousands of times, he finally came out. He racked his brains and searched the entire main peak, but he still couldn't find it. In the end, he didn't expect to see the soldier secret character of the 9 secret characters on the back mountain stone wall. This was an indescribable joy. The mountains and rivers were heavy, and there was no way out. In the end, he found the true scripture. The soldier secret character was very different from the previous ones. It was like a world-shocking immortal weapon, each word striking at one's mind and shaking the souls of cultivators. Moreover, the scripture was very long. The main peak wasn't majestic, and it was only a few hundred meters taller than the other short mountains. Ancient trees swayed in the wind, and the moonlight flowed. It was very peaceful. Occasionally, there would be the cries of night birds, making it seem even more tranquil. Thunder rumbled in Yi Fan's ears. Every word was like a sudden clap of thunder. However, the outside world was still very calm, and no one knew about any of this. In front of his forehead, that golden little person sat cross-legged. There was a bodhi seed suspended above his head, and it emitted a light that connected with him to the soldier secret character. After an unknown period of time, he woke up from this wonderful state. The divine moon was bright and gentle, and the back mountain was pure white, as if there were many divine feathers scattered around. This is the soldier secret character. Compared to this, the imperial sword technique and the tool manipulation technique were just small tricks. This was the true divine weapon manipulation technique, and it gave the highest interpretation of how to control a tool. If one grasps this secret, even if the enemy has an imperial divine weapon, or even a sacred weapon, it is possible to seize it. Yi Fan's heart trembled. If one had such an invincible weapon, one could run amok in the world, and become almost invincible. However, the soldier secret character could be used to resist, and seize a sacred weapon with one's bare hands. One could imagine that if one's cultivation was strong enough and reached a certain realm, one could even seize an extreme path emperor weapon. This was simply too shocking, and it made people tremble. This secret is too terrifying. Even an immortal holy land or an eternal celestial dynasty with an ancient emperor's weapon might not be invincible in this world. Yi Fan sighed in admiration. If a saint grasped the soldier's secret character, he might really be able to seize an extreme path emperor weapon. Weapons were the greatest reliance of cultivators, and they could infinitely increase one's battle prowess. However, once the soldier's secret character was revealed, it was a grievous news for many people, and it would break the balance. 9 secrets. Every secret is so heaven-defying. No wonder the heavens were jealous of it, and it was broken up by others. Once this secret was completed, every grain of sand and stone in this world could be used as a weapon, and even the enemy's weapon could be used for oneself. It was indescribably wondrous. Yi Fan found it hard to calm down. The soldier's secret character was too terrifying, and he had to grasp it. In the future, it would have endless wondrous uses. However, this secret was very difficult to cultivate, and the conditions were extremely harsh. In order to control 10,000 weapons, one must first control one weapon, and cultivate one's own immortal weapon. This was the foundation. After comprehending it, Yi Fan was very shocked. Sacrificing one's own immortal weapon was very similar to the one tool that he pursued in the past, but it was even more profound. The one and only immortal weapon was the foundation of the soldier's secret character, and it was the only tool for a cultivator to prove his Tao. Starting from sacrificing one's own weapon. Yi Fan was very excited. With the soldier's secret character in his hands, he could better refine the item for proving his Tao, the myriad chi cauldron. He had only comprehended it for a moment, and he could already feel the terror of Emperor divine weapons and legendary sacred weapons. They were living weapons, and in a sense, they were the continuation of the wielder's life. As for the extreme path Emperor weapon, it was already heaven-defying, and it could steal the fortune of the heavens. It was indescribably profound, and it could only be understood when it evolved to that stage. Yi Fan silently comprehended it. The soldier's secret character was broad and profound. From refining a weapon, to nurturing it, to controlling it, it was all-encompassing. From the birth of a weapon to how to use it, it was extremely detailed. Using the soldier's secret character to refine my cauldron will allow it to reach perfection. The back mountain was very quiet, and not a single person came to disturb him. After an unknown period of time, Yi Fan raised his head. The bright moon shifted, and the stone walls dimmed. The army diagram disappeared. Yi Fan came to the Qin sect for 2 years, and today he finally obtained the 9 secrets he wanted. Speaking of which, he had to thank Princess Moon's spirit. Otherwise, who knew how long it would take to find it? The Qin sect leader's bloodline is indeed the descendant of the Kai clan. They have the spirit crossing art and the soldier's secret character. They are extremely powerful. What other inheritances do they have? Yi Fan didn't leave. He always felt that the Qin sect had many secrets. Even the Azure Emperor from 10,000 years ago had acted against them. He really didn't know what secrets they had. It had to be said that the main peak of the Qin sect was a piece of pure land. As long as one didn't listen to the teachings of the supreme sect leader and the others, there was no need to worry about being purified. It was very suitable for cultivation. After that, Yi Fan kept an eye out while cultivating. He discovered that Princess Moon's spirit would change mountains after a period of time, but she would always be around the main peak and wouldn't be too far away. Not long after, he discovered that the sickly old man was also wandering around. However, he wasn't near the Qin sect. Instead, he entered the depths of the millions of mountains and frequently appeared in front of some lakes. Yi Fan discovered to his surprise that the sickly old man was searching for the immortal transformation pond. Every time he came across an ancient monument, he would jump into the lake and search for it. It was hard to determine whether the immortal transformation pond existed or not. Moreover, everyone said that the birth of the Azure Emperor added a tinge of mystery to it. In the boundless mountain range, there are hundreds of immortal transformation ponds. Only the heavens know which one is real, and they might all be fake. What is he trying to do? Since ancient times, it was unknown how many experts had come to search for the immortal transformation pond, but none of them could determine which one was the real one. They had always returned in disappointment. One day, Yi Fan finally couldn't help but ask the sickly old man, "Elder brother, what are you searching for?" This old man was unfathomable, and Yi Fan couldn't see through him. Previously, the old man had given him some pointers, telling him that the main peak had the deity transcending art, and that he would most likely encounter misfortune if he went there. "I'm searching for an immortal fate. Unfortunately, it can only be discovered and not sought. It seems like there's no hope for me." The sickly old man sighed. Immortal transformation pond. What kind of immortal fate? Yi Fan was surprised. Do you know why the Azure Emperor was able to prove his Tao and become an emperor in the post-antiquity era, becoming the first person in 100,000 years? Could it be related to the immortal transformation pond? At the beginning, there was a great connection. He was born in the immortal transformation pond and obtained great benefits. The sickly old man was very mysterious and knew many secrets that no one knew about. His words caused people to be flabbergasted. That was an immortal transformation pond. Only the heavens know what kind of treasures were inside. The Azure Emperor was a green lotus. When he was born, he took root in the mud under the lake and planted himself on a piece of green copper. What? Yi Fan was shocked. He immediately thought of the piece of green copper in his body. It was rumored that the Azure Emperor snatched it from the central continent before he passed away. It stirred up a huge commotion, and the 5 great regions were all stirred up. The Immortal Transformation Pond is a true immortal transformation pond. It has existed since the Archaic era, and contains endless divine materials. There are even some immortal treasures within. According to what the sickly old man said, the green copper was an immortal treasure. It was just a fragment, but it could snatch luck from the heavens. Perhaps there were a few pieces in the immortal transformation pond. The Kai clan had a great opportunity, and there were people who entered the immortal transformation pond before. The sickly old man said. Yifan's heart jumped. He felt that the secret of the Azure Emperor's extermination of the Kai clan was about to be revealed. The fog from 30,000 years ago was about to be blown away. The origins of this immortal transformation pond were terrifying. The sickly old man sighed lightly and didn't continue speaking. Instead, he talked about some other secrets and said, at the end of the immortal path, who is the peak? Seeing Wusher's Tao become empty. More than 100,000 years ago, that great emperor wanted to use immortal treasures to refine an emperor bell, so he also came to the immortal transformation pond. The materials for the Wusher bell were taken from the immortal transformation pond? Yifan was astonished. The sickly old man nodded and said, it was a piece of immortal treasure that was submerged in the immortal transformation pond. Yifan was truly astonished. The refinement of the Wusher bell had such a secret. Great Emperor Wusher actually came to the immortal transformation pond. It seemed like this ancient pond was truly extraordinary. 2,000 years ago, an outsider riding on a green ox also entered the immortal transformation pond. Not long after, a monk who called himself Sakyamuni also entered. What? Yifan jumped to his feet. Chapter 629. An elder riding an ox and the Sakyamuni Buddha had gone to the immortal transformation pond. This news shook Yifan's heart and made him think of many things. Coming from the other side of the starry sky, this moved him greatly. Yifan wanted to return to Earth, to his hometown, but these two could cross the starry sky. He had always yearned for this. Elder brother, you know a lot. Can you tell me more? He humbly asked for advice. It was hard to imagine how the old man knew about this. Could it be that he had seen these two people before? Yifan couldn't help but size him up. This old man had sparse hair and was no more than 50 years old. He looked sickly, but it was hard to say what period he was from. I saw it in a letter from a predecessor, so my knowledge is limited, said the old man. However, he still explained some details so that Yifan could understand more. Starting from the Azure Emperor to the Kai clan, it was hard to calm down because there were some secrets involved. The immortal transformation pond's origin was mysterious. No one knew what had happened in the past. Immortal treasures had sunk into the pond, shocking people but unobtainable. Perhaps there had been a great battle in the primordial era, and a divine being had been born. Even the supreme imperial weapon was broken and fell into the immortal transformation pond. Emperor Wusher found a primal chaos stone in the pond and refined the immortal item inside, creating the Wusher imperial bell. The bell's sound could shake the ancient with peerless power. Azure Emperor was originally a lotus that was born here. He took root on the green bronze piece and obtained great benefits. However, before he could take form, the green bronze piece was lost and left him. The demonic emperor was extremely talented. In the end, he didn't rely on external objects but himself to become an emperor in the post-primordial era, becoming one of the most powerful people in the past and future. The Kai clan also had a lucky person enter the immortal transformation pond. 30,000 years ago, someone obtained a piece of green bronze using the army secret character, and obtained great benefits from cultivating the army secret character. Hearing this, Yifan was moved. Could this be the reason why the Azure Emperor destroyed the Kai clan? A historical mystery surfaced just like that. However, the sickly old man shook his head and said, ancient martial emperors are all very courageous. They wouldn't wipe out an entire clan just because of this. There must be another reason. Yifan was puzzled. What other reason could there be? It was all because of the ancestor of the Kai clan. The Kai clan possessed the secret character Bing, which was the highest secret art of Taoism, originating from the Eastern wilderness. In fact, some people had investigated and found that their ancestors had crossed over from the Eastern wilderness. This clan is inauspicious. Every 10 or 20,000 years, some strange things will happen, harming the people. That's why the Azure Emperor made a move. The Kai clan is inauspicious. When Yifan heard this, he was even more shocked. There were definitely many secrets to this. 70,000 years ago, Their ancestor came to the Central Plains from the Eastern Wasteland in his later years. He went straight to the Qinling Mountains and wanted to bury himself in this special place. The sickly old man said slowly. The Qinling Mountains were 1,000,000 miles wide and boundless. However, compared to the vastness of the Central Plains, this was only a corner of its western region. Since ancient times, there had been countless legends about the Qinling Mountains. There were many ancient tombs underground, and old corpses would often climb out of the tombs at night, swallowing and spitting out moonlight. This was the most widespread legend. In reality, this was indeed the case. Since ancient times, who knew how many emperors and divine monks had been buried here? People were already used to it. It was said that those who were buried here could become undead immortals in the future. No one knew which ancient text recorded this, but it was recognized by some supreme characters. That was why later generations did this. The ancestor of the Kai clan came from the eastern wilderness in his later years, and went straight to the Qinling Mountains. Originally, there was nothing much, but after he sealed the dragon's cave and made arrangements for his own funeral, many people were alarmed. During those days, the entire Qinling Mountains were filled with the cries of immortals and dragon energy. The scene was extremely shocking. However, it didn't last long before it disappeared and returned to normal. People knew that the ancestor of the Kai clan was an extraordinary person who could find the dragon vein and seal the immortal's cave. This clan is really inauspicious. The sickly old man continued. Not long after, the Kai clan of the Eastern Wasteland moved here. Their ancestor was still on his last breath, but no one dared to come close. He clearly had no more vitality, but it was difficult for him to die. He often left the Qinling Mountains and returned in the middle of the night. At that time, the clan saw many strange things. At that time, a great completion king from the Central Plains came to visit. A shocking thing happened. He was strangled to death by the ancestor of the Kai clan. A great completion king who lived for almost 4,000 years and was invincible in the world was strangled to death by a person whose vitality was withered and whose cultivation wasn't very strong. He only knew how to find the dragon's cave. This is like a fantasy. The sickly old man shook his head. Yi Fan was also stunned. He felt a chill down his spine because he felt that this was very familiar. It was like a legend. It was greatly related to him. In his final years, in his final moments, the place where he lived was dark all day. Red whirlwinds blew, strange and terrifying, and there were strange roars. The ancestor of the Kai clan only had one breath left, but he held on for more than half a year. All kinds of horrifying things happened, and even some of the clan's disciples were scared to death. In the end, no one dared to approach the place where he lived. He finally disappeared one night, leaving behind a letter with only a few words. If he couldn't be buried, his descendants would be in great trouble. The people of the Kai clan entered the Qinling Mountains and searched for decades, but they couldn't find his tomb. They didn't know what had happened, but they knew that the ancestors' later years were too strange. 8,000 years later, on a rainy night filled with lightning and thunder, the ancestor of the Kai clan returned. Said the sickly old man. What? How could he live for so long? Yi Fan was shocked. He died a long time ago. In the black rain, people caught a glimpse of him. He looked exactly the same as the portrait in the clan. The only difference was that he had red hair. Yi Fan's scalp went cold. He was more and more convinced that this was related to him. This was one of those legends. He was no longer human. After a brief appearance, he disappeared into the depths of the Qinling Mountains. However, half of the Kai clan died in one night. Strange things happened to the survivors, and they often lost their minds, wreaking havoc in the Qinling Mountains. After that, another 10,000 years passed. Similar things happened again, and they were even more terrifying. By that time, the Kai clan was very powerful, and the chaos was even greater. After things calmed down, they invited experts from the Central Plains, the Western Desert, the Southern Mountains, and the Eastern Wastelands to come and find out the truth. At that time, a golden Arhut from the Western Desert personally came. He said that the ancestor of the Kai clan had found the largest dragon cave in the Qinling Mountains, an immortal burial ground. Unless his corpse was buried, it would be difficult to erase it. A dragon seeking celestial master from the Central Plains was horrified. He said that the ancestor of the Kai clan had encountered an inauspicious event in his later years, and had no choice but to do so. He wanted to use the Qinling Immortal Cave to fight against some kind of existence. The Yuan Taoist master's later years are so inauspicious. He fled to the Central Plains, but couldn't escape. Even his descendants lost their lives. A chill ran down Yifan's spine. He had also studied the original heavenly book, and had sensed the strangeness. In the future, he would most likely experience the same thing. When the time came, he didn't know how to resolve it. That's right. The ancestor of the Kai clan was the Eastern Wasteland's third-generation Yuan Taoist master. After he left, he buried the original heavenly book in the Eastern Wastelands. 20,000 years later, someone found it. The fourth-generation Yuan Taoist master personally came to the Central Plains, but he only sighed and left. Yifan's heart trembled. Was this fate? Why did the Yuan Taoist master end up like this in his later years? Just what kind of existence had come to find him? And he couldn't even escape to the Central Plains. In the Eastern Wastelands, there were a total of 5 Yuan Taoist masters. In their later years, all of them had experienced terrible things. The third-generation Yuan Taoist master escaped to the Central Plains, and he was the ancestor of the Kai clan. The fourth-generation Yuan Taoist master had tried his best and schemed for decades. He escaped into the absolute beginning forbidden zone, and hid in a place where things would move in the opposite direction when they reached an extreme. The terrain there was connected to a real dragon, and it was the true dragon's coffin-pulling cave. But in the end, he couldn't escape the disaster. The fifth-generation Yuan Taoist master, the first ancestor of the Zhang clan, disappeared in a night of ghostly wails. A young child was scared silly, and he was suspected to have entered the Purple Mountain, the place where Emperor Wuxia was buried. Without becoming an undead immortal, it's hard to erase him. Every 10 or 20,000 years, an inauspicious event will happen to the Kai clan. No matter where we escape to, we can't. The situation was complicated. 10,000 years ago, someone saw a red-haired humanoid walk out of the Qinling Mountains. Back then, countless lives had died in the Qinling Mountains. The ancestor of the Kai clan died 60,000 years ago, and his body hasn't been destroyed yet. He appeared again. Yifan was shocked. Yes, and he appeared in his own clan in the middle of the night. This ancient family is many times stronger than before, but they still can't resist the inauspicious. The Kai clan was destroyed 10,000 years ago. The reason is complicated. The Qingdarch had entered the Qinling Mountains to search for the red-haired humanoid, but he couldn't find any traces of him. Otherwise, he would have wiped him out as well. In that case, he's still in this world. Yifan was horrified. As long as the corpse is not dismembered, one will not be free. There are many ancient tombs in the Qinling Mountains. The ancient people's words are not without reason. This place is very mysterious. Yifan was moved. The Yuan Taoist master couldn't live in peace even after his death. What kind of existence was that? Even the Dharch had to take action to get rid of him. The sickly old man said, "There are no immortals in this world. It's almost impossible to become an undead immortal. However, he might not be able to live for long either. He must have been killed 10,000 years ago." What happened? 10,000 years ago, before the Qingdarch died, he did many shocking things. He went deep into the ruins of God to seize the Desolation Pagoda, and went to the middle ground to search for green copper. Finally, before he passed away, he wiped out the Kai clan with one finger. He even used the demon Dharch's limitless mystical power to slash at the Qinling Mountains. The Qingdarch didn't know where the red-haired humanoid was, but he sent a demon Dharch killing intent over. Even if he passed away, this killing intent wouldn't disappear, unless it hit the enemy. Where did he send out the killing intent from? Yifan asked in shock. He sat in the eastern wilderness and moved the world with a single thought. The sickly old man said. What? Yifan was stunned. This was too unbelievable. Just how powerful was the Qingdarch? The Qingdarch is unfathomable. He was the only one to become an emperor in the post-antiquity era. Naturally, he stunned the world. His strength is immeasurable, the sickly old man said. The great ancient emperors were in harmony with the Tao and the pulse of the world. They were too powerful. Ordinary people couldn't understand them. Even if they died, it would take tens of thousands of years for their Tao to disappear. At the same time, he was very surprised. Where did the sickly old man come from? Why did he know so many secrets? Even the divine dynasties didn't know these things. Damn fatty Duanda. Suddenly Yi Fan was surprised. He saw a familiar figure in the mountain range in front of him. I'm afraid more people will come soon. The Immortal Transformation Pool and the Qinling Dragon Cave both have unimaginable heavenly fate, the sickly old man said. Yi Fan didn't expect that the red-haired humanoid in the Dragon Cave would be so valuable. It was very likely that it contained an immortal divine pill. The people from the Qishir Manor are also here. Not long after, some familiar figures appeared in front of him, including the Yaoguang Saint Child and the Jade Lake Saint Daughter. He hadn't seen them for more than 2 years, and these people had made great progress. Even Wang Ting is here. His eyes flickered. An ancient golden chariot shot into the sky. Wang Ting stood on it, crossing the sky like a celestial emperor. The dragon and phoenix roared, the white tiger leaped into the sky, and the black turtle covered the sea. It was extremely dazzling. The sickly old man said, "Not long ago, someone saw some old corpses moving in the Qinling Mountains. They speculated that the existence in the Dragon Cave should appear. Every time there's a movement in the Dragon Cave, the Immortal Transformation Pool will appear." This was a heavenly fate that caused a storm in the Central Plains. It could be expected that experts from all walks of life would appear in the Qinling Mountains. The Jiuli Divine Dynasty is the most well-prepared. That Princess Yueling has been here for more than 2 years. It's not just for the 9 secrets. Chapter 630. There were 2 treasured lands in the Qinling Mountains. One was the Immortal Transformation Pool, and the other was the ancient Dragon Cave. There was a rumor that obtaining one could prove one's Tao. There was no need to talk about the Immortal Transformation Pool. Even the Azure Emperor was born in there. How many such amazing characters were there since ancient times? This was enough to explain everything. The Qinling Dragon Cave was not the strongest dragon cave in the Central Plains. Otherwise, why would ancient emperors compete to be buried here? It was because of the legend that one could become an undead immortal that there were so many tombs underground. Everything was because of the ancient Dragon Cave. Everyone wanted to be buried there, hoping that one day they could become an undead immortal and live forever in this world. The 3rd generation Yuan Taoist master's origin technique stole the fortune of the heaven and earth and calculated everything. No one could find the Qinling Dragon Cave since ancient times, but he found it and buried his body inside. After so many years, a total of 70,000 years, even a weed placed inside would have gained sentience, let alone a strange corpse. The sickly old man speculated that this Yuan Taoist master's body absorbed the moonlight and Qinling ancestral qi. It was nourished by the Dragon Cave, and had long become immortal flesh with life-prolonging essences. Where there is light, there is darkness. Where there is yang, there is yin. Where there is life, there is death. This is clearly an ancient corpse, but it was nourished by the sun, moon, and the Dragon Cave. It has the secret of immortality. The virtuous Paragon had already guessed that the 3rd generation Yuan Taoist master had formed a divine pill inside his body. Just like the moon holding a bit of yang, it absorbed the essence of the sun and moon and condensed a yang pill. After cultivating for 70,000 years, only the heavens knew how powerful the effect was. Some ancient sages speculated that it was an immortal pill that was easy for the human body to absorb. This was an extremely rare and immortal medicine that had no value. It was a small matter to regenerate flesh and bones from the dead. Its greater advantage was that it had the opportunity to prove one's Tao. After understanding all of this, Yi Fan couldn't help but be speechless. He originally hated the red-haired humanoid creature because it represented inauspiciousness, but now it seemed that it contained a supreme immortal treasure. The Qinling Dragon Cave is indeed comparable to the Dragon Transformation Pond. There are rare treasures here. Obtaining one can prove one's Tao. It seems that the saying is true. He was tempted. Rather than looking for the Dragon Transformation Pool, he might as well start from the ancient tomb. He had obtained the inheritance of the Yuan Taoist master, so he had a great advantage in this aspect. In particular, the cave where the third-generation Yuan Taoist master was buried would definitely follow the topographical observation method of the Book of Source of Heaven. If one analyzed it in detail, they would definitely find some clues. The sickly old man said, "There is a great dragon hidden in the Qinling Mountains, so naturally, there is also fantasy-grade divine marrow. If it's not in the immortal transformation pool, then it's in the dragon's cave." This was another shocking piece of information. The precious marrow produced by an ancient great dragon was definitely a top-level divine object. If it turned into a living creature, it would be comparable to an undying divine medicine. There had always been a legend in the world that claimed that the fantasy-grade divine marrow truly existed and had its own life. It was very likely that it was extremely powerful, but no one had ever seen it before. I have a feeling that something amazing will appear in the Qinling Mountains this time. Maybe the fantasy dragon marrow alone will be enough to make the 5 regions boil. Yi Fan muttered to himself. However, the sickly old man shook his head and said, "I don't think so. I'm afraid that there will be a big mess. After so many years, it wouldn't be surprising if the fantasy-grade dragon marrow turned into a divine spirit." What? An ancient divine spirit that can compete with the great emperor? Yi Fan was shocked. If such a thing really existed, then no matter how many people came, they would all die. Li Heishui is here too. In the distance Yi Fan saw Li Heishui, Jiang Huiran, Lu Kou, and Wu Zhongtian. Their strength had increased by a large margin. Last time, Li Heishui was humiliated. Even though Yi Fan avenged him and killed all those people, he was still traumatized and cultivated with all his might for more than 2 years. Yi Fan gave all the coffin boards of the Tree of Enlightenment to Pang Bo, and asked him to give one to Li Heishui. As expected, it played a big role. In the Qinling Mountains, there were towering mountains and ancient trees. Many of the ancient trees were as tall as the mountains and were flourishing. This was an ancient land full of vitality. The radius of 1,000,000 miles was only a small area for the Central Plains, but in reality, it was boundless. It was many times larger than the Earth on the other side of the starry sky. It's too vast. This ancient dragon is hiding underground. It's impossible to find it. Yi Fan finally understood how big the gap was between him and the Yuan Taoist master. The latter could seal the true dragon's ancient cave, but he couldn't even find the door. It's him. The sickly old man's expression froze as he looked ahead. The ancient trees swayed in the wind. There was a large lake in front of them. The waves were clear and crystalline, and the blue waves were boundless. It gave people a feeling of vastness and grandeur. There was a man in his 20s beside the lake. He was majestic and powerful, but his face was expressionless. His hair was disheveled, and he stood there like a fossil. Time drives people to grow old, and old friends are buried in the yellow earth. Even a proud son of heaven can't stop it, but he managed to avoid it and came to this world. The sickly old man said to himself. At this time they were standing on the mountain range. They were still a dozen miles away from the lake, so they weren't worried about being discovered. "You're talking about him?" Yi Fan was surprised. The Central Emperor, a generation's hero, Xiang Yufei. At the age of 19, he suppressed all the heroes of the world, and was the youngest emperor of the Central Plains. The sickly old man sighed. Yi Fan was shocked. Just what was the background of this sickly old man? This tone was a bit off. Just how old was he? Who was the Central Emperor? He was a hero from 9,000 years ago. Although he had revived in the present, he hadn't seen many people. How could the sickly old man speak like this? You think too much. Who in this world can live 9,000 years? The sickly old man laughed involuntarily. He shook his head and said, "I've seen his life records, so I'm just a bit emotional." "You really gave me a fright." Back then, the Central Plains was a land of heroes, and there were a few outstanding people. Unfortunately, other than Xiang Yufei, who was frozen by the Qishir Manor, the others have all returned to the dust. There's someone who can be compared to Xiang Yufei? Yi Fan was shocked. The appearance of such an outstanding person was enough to be recorded in the ancient books. There's another one who shocked both the past and the present. Unfortunately, if one continues on this path and never looks back, he can't resist the passage of time. The sickly old man sighed. Who is that person? Yi Fan asked. Gai Juyo. The sickly old man only spat out these 3 words. A trace of loneliness appeared on his face, but it disappeared in a flash. It's him. Yi Fan immediately remembered. This was an extraordinary, unrivaled figure. 8,000 years ago, Gai Juyo was invincible in the world. No one in the 5 regions was a match for him. People thought that he could prove his Tao and become a great emperor, but he failed in the end. Qing Tharch had only died 2,000 years ago, and his Tao hadn't disappeared yet. This world couldn't give birth to a great emperor. Gai Juyo sighed, and went to the eastern wasteland in his later years, finally buried in the soil. And now, a Xia Juyo appeared in the eastern wasteland, a stubborn and powerful little girl who obtained Gai Juyo's inheritance. Once the Juyo celestial song was played, it could shake the 9 heavens. Qing Tharch was really too powerful. He proved his Tao in the post-antiquity era, and stepped on another path for the later generations. However, it was also because he was too powerful that his Tao couldn't disappear even after 10,000 years. It was difficult for others to become great emperors. Yi Fan nodded in agreement. From all the things he had done, this demonic Tharch was so powerful that even the people around him couldn't look up to him. What kind of realm had he reached? The water flows far away, and the waves wash away the heroes. The mountains are still green, and the sun has set a few times. The sickly old man shook his head and said, Gai Juyo was so outstanding. He walked all the way to the end and never looked back. He didn't accept the good intentions of the Qishir manor, and was defeated in the end. However, it's not shameful to be defeated by the dead Qing Tharch. Pressing forward with indomitable will. This is definitely a great man with unyielding character. Yi Fan sighed. In front, the central sovereign stood in front of the lake. He didn't move at all, as if he had lost his life. He silently stared at the lake like a dead tree. After a long time, it was still the same. Yi Fan was astonished and asked, What is he doing there? The sickly old man pondered and said, In the past, Xiang Yufei died young. He wasn't even 20 years old. A girl died for him and jumped into the lake to commit suicide. Ah! With a loud roar, Xiang Yufei's figure disappeared in an instant. His speed was inconceivable. 9,000 years have passed. Even if he plucked the immortal divine medicine, it would be useless. He could only mourn the death of the girl he loved. The sickly old man shook his head. As expected, such a character has an unknown past and has his own story. Yi Fan muttered to himself. He walked with the sickly old man and saw many old friends along the way. In the end, he left alone and walked out of the great mountain. He wanted to collect some materials that only the Yuan Taoist master could use in preparation to explore the ancient dragon cave. Amidst the millions of Qinling mountains, there was an ancient capital. No one knew how long it had existed for. It was known as one of the 10 most ancient cities in the Central Plains, and its name was Qin City. The city walls were modeled and engraved with the traces of time. People came and went in the city in an endless stream. It was very prosperous. There were many commoners, but there were also many cultivators. Jugglers, medicine sellers, and all kinds of snacks rang out one after another. It was bustling with activity and bustling with activity. The atmosphere of the mortal world was boundless. Yi Fan spent 5 to 6 days and spent a lot of source energy. He visited many auction houses and only obtained a small amount of divine origin stone skin. It wasn't enough at all. The ancient dragon cave contained the illusory divine marrow, and buried the 3rd generation Yuan Taoist master. Only heaven knew what kind of strange things were inside. He needed all kinds of materials, and had to use the 6 seals to refine it. On the 7th day, Yi Fan walked towards the famous Tiandu Pavilion in Qin City. It was a super treasure house with a total of 9 floors. All kinds of rare and precious items were on sale. Even from afar, he could hear the sound of argument. In front of the majestic Tiandu Pavilion, there were 2 groups of people confronting each other. Yi Fan was startled. There were many old friends in front of the Tiandu Pavilion. The situation was a little tense. One of them was Li Heishui's group, including Peng Bo. The other side was led by a young man. He was Wang Teng's younger brother, the little monster who was already 11 years old. He was very domineering. He stood in the air and looked down at Jiang Huairan and Lu Ko. Beside him, there were more than 10 men and women. All of them were very powerful. They were all saints and saintesses in the dragon transformation secret realm. One of the women mocked Li Heishui's group and tried to provoke Wang Chang's group to attack. Is the Yin Yang sect going to change the saintess for the third time? Peng Bo said without mercy. Another man glanced at them in disdain and said, "There's no point in exposing us like this. If we really fight, do you think you can survive? Yin Yang saint, you have to be careful with your words. You have to learn from your mistakes." Yin Yang saint sneered and said, "Are you talking about that saintess? He has been holed up for more than 2 years, and doesn't even dare to come out. It's a pity that we have so many experts who want to take his life, but don't know where he is." They did not attack because the Ji siblings were here too. They stood on the other side of Peng Bo. Even Wang Cheng was afraid of them. The Yin Yang sect has chosen another saint. Don't you guys find it annoying? I don't think there's a need to exist at all. Yi Fan smiled and walked over from afar. Chapter 631. Who are you? Yin Yang saint's expression darkened. This was the death of the Yin Yang sect, and he hated it the most. On the side, the saints and saintesses also looked over with unfriendly expressions as they stared at Yi Fan. "You're just a passerby. Do you want to destroy my sect?" Yi Fan smiled. "I don't even need to think to know that you're standing up for those people. You're looking down on us." "How arrogant," Yin Yang saint said coldly. He pulled Wang Tung and the others in, wanting to unite against a common enemy. On the side, Ji Ziyue's eyes blinked as she stared at Yi Fan suspiciously. She wrinkled her nose slightly as she observed his every move. 2 years had passed, but she had not changed much. She was the same as before. Her eyes were as large as black gemstones, and they were very lively. Her eyelashes were very long, and she had a pair of dimples on her face. She looked mischievous and cute. On the other side, Ji Haoyue's black hair draped over his shoulders. His eyebrows were straight, and his tiger-like eyes were full of spirit. His God King aura was even thicker, and he used a secret treasure to hide his cultivation. What shocked Yi Fan the most was Peng Bo, who had reached the 8th transformation of dragon transformation just like him. Yi Fan had no idea how Peng Bo cultivated. He was not slower than Yi Fan at all. Peng Bo was naturally burly, 1 or 2 heads taller than Yi Fan. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes, and his arm was as thick as someone else's leg. He was strong and powerful. "How did you improve so quickly? Did you go mad?" Yi Fan could not help but secretly send a message. "It's you." Peng Bo was overjoyed as he replied secretly. Now Yi Fan looked like he was 17 or 18 years old. He was delicate and spirited, like an otherworldly immortal. He had consumed a saint medicine, so he always looked like a teenager. Luckily, he was no longer 15 or 16 years old like before. Now he was finally a little older. The influence of the saint medicine was evident. Yi Fan entered Qin City and naturally concealed his true appearance. He did not want any problems to occur. He secretly sent a message. "How did you improve so quickly?" Peng Bo was overjoyed, but he remained calm on the surface. He didn't show it as he secretly howled. "For the sake of cultivation, I'm going all out. I've eaten a huge piece of coffin board these past 2 years." As soon as he said that, Yi Fan's jaw almost dropped to the ground. He didn't expect Peng Bo's temperament to be so fierce. If he wanted to do something, he would do it without any restraint. He snatched half of the undying Heavenly Emperor's coffin and brought it out. In the end, he gave the rest to Peng Bo, because he had the Bodhi seed and didn't need to use it. Peng Bo had given Li Heishui a piece. As for the rest, other than meditating, he had swallowed a piece and completely refined it in the past 2 years. "You're really something." Yi Fan could only say that. But after thinking about it carefully, he wasn't worried, because it was definitely a treasure that could be eaten. Before the Archean era, the undying Heavenly Emperor was worshipped by all races as an existence that surpassed the divine spirit. He was the best in the world. He cut down the tree of enlightenment and refined it into a coffin. All of these were the extravagance of a divine spirit. Since ancient times, he was the only one who had done this. What was the ancient tree of enlightenment? This was an undying tree, the world's rarest spiritual root. Even the leaves it produced could be used to comprehend the Tao. There were great Tao imprints on them, let alone its main trunk. Motherfucker, I've suffered retribution. I ate a piece of the coffin and suffered quite a few lightning strikes these past 2 years. Pang Bo was incredibly furious. Yi Fan was almost speechless. This brother of his was too fierce, eating a heavenly tribulation. This was enough to prove the wonders of the ancient tree of enlightenment. There were many great Tao fragments within. It's fine as long as your cultivation can advance. Correct, that's what I was thinking too. I even left a large piece for you. When the time comes we can eat it together. Pang Bo laughed. Forget it, I don't need it. You eat the rest as well. Yi Fan wanted to laugh but he couldn't. Last time, I was scolded by that blind old man. He scolded me for wasting natural resources, saying how can this undying tree be eaten? If it is passed down, it can flourish a large sect, Pang Bo said. The blind old man carried the heaven-devouring demon jar and went to the unique scholar residence several times to support the little bandit. This was why Wang Chong and the others were fearful and did not dare to make a move. Why are you in a daze? Are you scared out of your wits? Someone beside him mocked. Yi Fan had not responded for a long time, so no one knew what he was thinking. I don't want to make things difficult for you. I've come to pay my respects and apologize, and I won't argue with you, Wang Chong said. Little brat, stay where you are. Yi Fan stopped transmitting his voice to Pang Bo and walked toward the dozen or so saints alone. You're too arrogant. Do you know who these people are? Do you have no respect for anyone here? The Yin Yang saint fanned the flames, hoping that Wang Chong and the others would attack together. The Yin Yang sect really doesn't learn from their mistakes. They always choose saints. Aren't they a laughing stock? Do they want to elect a 4th saint? Yi Fan said casually. You deserve to die. The Yin Yang saint's face darkened. That saint won't live long. He can't hide like a tortoise for the rest of his life. It's too troublesome to change. I think the Yin Yang sect doesn't need saints, Yi Fan said. He took a step forward and slashed down with a large hand. Everyone was shocked. He seemed to have entered an unstoppable state, making it difficult to defend against. His speed was too fast. A crystal-clear palm fell like jade. The Yin Yang saint had nowhere to hide and raised his hands to meet the attack. In the air, the crystal-clear palm and fingers flowed with Tao patterns. There were runes flashing. That was the power of Tao. With a soft sound, the saint's hands broke inch by inch like they were made of paper. Then he collapsed. He was powerless to resist the large hand in the air. The Yin Yang saint didn't even have time to scream. The palm landed on his head and crushed him into meat paste. Even his bones melted. He didn't look like a human anymore. The people around all retreated quickly. They broke out in a cold sweat. That was the saint of the Yin Yang sect. He was killed with a single slap. It was shocking. The scene was noisy. Li Heishui and the others were naturally happy, but the other side was uneasy. Even Wang Chong couldn't help but retreat in fear. After the clamor, everyone knew that the Yin Yang sect was going crazy. In just a few years, 3 saints had died. This was too shameful. They would definitely become the laughingstock of the middle ground. You're too unkind. The old leader of the Yin Yang sect is about to die. He didn't die, but he's going to die because of you, Pang Bo said with a chuckle. They always want to find trouble with me. They want to get rid of me immediately. I have no choice but to make sure they don't dare to choose any more saints in the future. Yi Fan smiled. Then he walked forward step by step, forcing Wang Chong and the others. The dozen saints retreated together. No one dared to face him head-on. They were all a little afraid. Wang Tung had personally suppressed the little monster in the past. Now that he had come out of seclusion, he was still very arrogant, but he was much stronger than 2 years ago. He didn't dare to be stubborn. There were many cultivators in Qin City. They were all shocked. They didn't expect a young man to force more than a dozen talents from the 5 regions to retreat. None of them dared to attack. Don't push me too far. Wang Chong clenched his teeth. Yi Fan was unmoved. He pushed out with his palm. Like a gale sweeping away fallen leaves. The dozen people all spat out mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying. Only Wang Chong was unharmed. He was blocked by 2 powerful ancient creatures. One seemed to be made of gold, and was 3 meters tall. The other seemed to be made of silver, and was very powerful. In the end, the battle didn't continue. A golden chariot flew across the sky. Wang Tung rushed into the depths of the Qin Mountains like a celestial emperor. Master received a secret report. There's an important clue. Let's go. The two ancient creatures brought Wang Chung far away. Don't tell me Wang Tung knows about the place we discovered? Pang Bo exclaimed. Ayaya, let's go quickly. We can't let someone beat us to it. Anyway, the things we need are almost ready. Let's go back quickly. Ji Ziyue shouted. What did you guys find? Yi Fan was surprised. I saw the mark of a monk and a mark left by a man riding a bull. It leads to a lake that is about to dry up. Pang Bo said. What? Yi Fan exclaimed. Yi Fan secretly transmitted his voice to Li Heishui and the others. They were so surprised that they almost cried out. They were especially enthusiastic when old friends met. Not long after, they left Qin City and went deep into the Qin Mountains. They hurried to the mysterious place that Ji Haoyue, Pang Bo, and Li Heishui discovered. It had to be said that Ji Ziyue's spiritual sense was too sharp. After traveling for less than 15 minutes, she wrinkled her nose and ground her teeth. She grabbed Yi Fan and said, It's you. Why did you hide it? Do you think we're outsiders? I don't want to talk to you. Yi Fan revealed his true appearance and pinched her nose. He smiled. I'm afraid of being beaten up by your adults. You dare pinch me? Ji Ziyue ground her teeth and blinked her large black eyes as she grabbed Yi Fan's ear. Let go. Yi Fan pinched her nose. On the other side, the god king of the eastern wilderness, Ji Haoyue, had a dark expression. He wanted to say something, but he also wanted to push Yi Fan to the side. He couldn't help but stride over. Your little sister is pulling my ear. I didn't hurt her. Hurry and make her let go. Yi Fan spoke first. Take your hand away from my sister's nose. Ji Haoyue said with a dark expression. Ji Haoyue, I saved your life. Be polite to your benefactor. Yi Fan mumbled. That's two different things. Ji Haoyue was usually very wise, but at this moment, the veins on his forehead were popping. Ji Ziyue's large eyes curved into crescent moons as she laughed nonstop. She pulled Yi Fan's ear a few times and floated away agilely. Pang Bo, Li Heishui, and the rest also laughed, harboring evil intentions. Only Ji Haoyue and Yi Fan glared at each other. Not long after, they crossed the void and entered the depths of the Qinling Mountains. They came to a stone forest where there was a dried-up lake. On a boulder, they saw the mark of a monk, and on the other side, they saw the mark of an old man riding a green ox. If there's no accident, this should be Sakyamuni, and the other one riding a green bull is Laozi. Purple qi comes from the east, even the stone walls have purple qi. Yi Fan was moved. This. Pang Bo was shocked. Only he and Yi Fan knew the significance of these two names. The ancients from 2,500 years ago had actually appeared on this side of the cosmos. Where were they going along the ancient path of the cosmos? Laozi left Hanggu Pass and disappeared from China since ancient times. Who would have thought that he would pass here? Pang Bo found it unbelievable. Laozi's path to the west was really too far. Could this be the immortal transformation pool? Yi Fan muttered to himself. Chapter 632. The stone forest was huge and the rocks were all of different shapes and sizes. Some looked like a crouching bull, some like a green tiger, and some like a coiling phoenix. In front of him, there was a pond. It was originally a lake, but it was almost dried up. Could it be a celestial pond? Yi Fan wasn't sure. It didn't seem possible. How could a celestial pond dry up? Sakyamuni's imprint was very clear. His face was benevolent and dignified. He had the bearing of a wise sage, and had the aura of someone being pitied. Some say he is the revered one, but others say he isn't. The traitor might be related to him. Some say he is the demon shell of the Buddha. He recalled the words of the white-robed nun. Sakyamuni had an extraordinary identity in this world. The reason for this was complicated, and he still couldn't understand it. On Earth, if one talked about Buddhism, they would have to mention Sakyamuni. However, in this world, it was too ironic. This founder had become a traitor, and was even an opposing demon. An elder of our Ji family saw one of the 10 disciples of Sakyamuni 1,000 years ago. At that time, that Buddha had just returned from overseas. Jizua muttered softly. Outside the 5 regions was an endless ocean. There were even islands scattered all over. Some said that there were divine islands in the vast ocean with supreme experts hidden within. There were even ancient emperors who had never been heard of before. Some even said that in the ocean that was even vaster than the 5 regions, there might be celestial islands that gave birth to gods. The main reason was that the ocean was too big. It was even vaster than the 5 regions. No one could cross the ocean to the end. People were filled with reverence for it. One of the 10 disciples of Sakyamuni, he crossed the ocean and returned. Yifan's heart moved. He thought about in Miaoi's words. Didn't she say the same thing when she gave him the Nirvana scripture? How is that person's cultivation? Pangbo asked. Unfathomable. At that time, a grand elder faced him and couldn't see through him at all. It was like facing the abyss. Jizua said. This was something she had only found out recently. The great Sakyamuni was called Buddha in another world, but here, he is a traitor. How ironic. Pangbo shook his head. Yifan thought about the Buddhism of his homeland. Although it was said that it was created by Sakyamuni, there were already Buddhists before that. Rather than saying that it was created, it was better to say that it was developed. In some ancient scriptures, it was recorded that when Shakyamuni was traveling, he saw Buddhists sacrificing themselves to cultivate. He thought that it was not the right way, and from then on, the Tathagata Dharma was created. Yifan gradually made a bold association. Earth had a history of annihilation. Not to mention the most mysterious ancient China. Ancient India also had an extraordinary past. If Buddhism existed long ago and was born before Sakyamuni, would there be Buddhist sages who came to the other side with the help of the star door left by the ancients? If that was the case, there were too many possibilities. A corner of many mysteries would be revealed. In an instant, Yifan thought of the Paramitha, which was an extraordinary term in Buddhism. Has Earth really lost a part of its records? Has a part of history been annihilated? Perhaps this part of history is extremely long and not as simple as a few thousand years. Of course, there was another possibility, which was that the people of this world had gone to Earth along the ancient starry sky path and founded Buddhism. Later on, Sakyamuni came here to find the origin. Yifan thought of too many things. The ancient starry sky path was endless and far. It was definitely not built by 1 or 2 ancient stars. It involved many star regions. Where did the path of the ancients lead to? Look, the imprints he left behind are very particular. They are formed by a strange character that can't be seen, Li Heishui said. The others gathered around and were secretly shocked. The small characters were very fine, and it was difficult to see them clearly even with the divine eyes. They were too small and combined to form a human figure. It's Sanskrit, Pangbo said. He and Yifan looked at each other in dismay. These were ancient Indian characters, and they couldn't recognize any of them. No wonder. He left an imprint on the holy cliff. And there are also Sanskrit characters here. He left it for later generations, Yifan said thoughtfully. Last time, they were too careless and didn't see through the imprint on the holy cliff. There were actually many small characters gathered together, and this should be for the people from ancient India to see. Did they expect that later generations would follow in their footsteps? Where did they go to now? Yifan and Pangbo squatted there and stared at each other. These were the characters left behind by Tathagata, and most likely contained the secrets of the starry sky. Yet they couldn't recognize any of them. Why is it Sanskrit? The two asked the heavens speechlessly. In the distant past, Earth didn't just have one Buddha. At the very least, there was an ancient person with great wisdom in the same generation. 2,500 years ago, ancient China was a place where hundreds of schools of thought contended for supremacy. All of them were extremely talented, and each of them was famous throughout the ages. They left an indelible mark in the sky of history. Just Laozi alone was comparable to Buddha. Sakyamuni was a deity with great divine abilities and great wisdom. There was no doubt that Laozi was also a person who was both a human and a god. They quickly stood up and impatiently arrived in front of the other imprint. The old man riding the green ox was leisurely heading west in an indifferent manner. As expected, there were also small characters carved together to form this picture of a green ox carrying a saint. It was also an explanation for the future generations. These two ancient people definitely wouldn't leave imprints randomly. They most likely knew that there would be future generations who recorded the path they had taken. Quickly look at what's written. Pang Bo urged. He couldn't understand a single word. Although Yi Fan had some knowledge of ancient texts, he also frowned at this moment. A small portion of it was written in the Bell Cauldron script, and some of it was written in the Oracle Bone script. Not to mention him. Even an old pedant who was proficient in this field wouldn't be able to read it word by word. Even on Earth, these two languages hadn't been completely deciphered. West out of Hanga Pass. He could only make out this continuous sentence. There were other words that were separated, such as Great Emperor, Ancient Road, Domain, Immortal, Ziwei Ancient Star, North Star, etc. This old man is too awesome. West out of Hangu Pass, and as he walked, he entered the realm of stars. Pang Bo was speechless. There was a record in an ancient book. Laozi traveled to the west. Pass Magistrate Ishi saw violet energy floating in the pass, and Laozi passed by riding the green ox. The last time Laozi appeared in ancient China was at Hangu Pass. Purple energy came from the east, and he left behind the 5,000 words of Tao Te Ching. Ishi remembered it, and he never appeared in this world again. Yi Fan also sighed. On the other side of the starry sky, he had never thought about Laozi. He only thought of him as an ancient person with great wisdom. But now he had to admit that he was a cultivator who had entered the starry sky and arrived at the other side. Buddha and Laozi were almost born in the same era, and they were both people from 2,500 years ago. Was this a coincidence? They went to the realm of stars through the stargate left by the ancient people. Yi Fan muttered to himself. 2,000 years ago, the Buddhists on Earth were born in almost the same era, and there was not much difference between them. Was this a coincidence, or was there some kind of mystery? There was Buddhism in this world, but it wasn't the Buddhism of Buddha Gautama Buddha. It was understandable to revere Amitabha, and there was also this saying on Earth. However, there was also Taoism in this world, but it wasn't the Tao of Laozi, and it was difficult to trace back to its origin. Who created Taoism? Yi Fan couldn't help but ask. It's too complicated. The masters of Taoism are like wild cranes and clouds. They left behind their teachings and passed down their secret arts, but they are not as unified as Buddhism. They are very loose, and it is difficult to find the origin. Ji Haoyue shook his head. As for Taoism, it was difficult to say when it had been created, not to mention this world, even on the other side of the realm of stars. If one were to talk about Taoism, they would have to talk about the teachings of Elder Huang, and if one were to talk about Elder Huang, they would have to go back in time. Laozi was a person from 2,500 years ago, but the Huang in Elder Huang was a person from 4,000 years ago, or even 5,000 years ago. The Taoism named by later generations could, in fact, be traced back infinitely. In the long river of history, it was difficult to find the end. Laozi didn't leave many traces in this world. If he went along the ancient starry road, where did he go? The starry door left by the ancients led to an endless and unknown place. Where was the end? Yi Fan didn't know. But at least he felt that this world wasn't the end, and there were still ancient stars ahead. There was a picture in the bronze coffin. At that time he and Pang Bo had seen it with their own eyes. It was a bright starry sky, and the Earth and the Big Dipper were only a corner of it. There was still a wider road ahead. 2,500 years ago, the Buddhists were born, and they were extremely brilliant. It was a very glorious era. Yi Fan muttered to himself. Since Laozi and Buddha were almost gods, how could those outstanding figures of the same era be ordinary? Unfortunately, they were like fireworks at the end of the era. Since then, gods gradually faded away, and even if they did exist, they were man-made. Could it be that 2,500 years ago, the last group of ancient sages on Earth made a decision to leave the old haunt and go along the ancient starry road? In ancient China, the Ziwei star, the 4 symbols, and the 28 star domains were a vast sky map. Should they pass through the ancient starry road opened by the ancients? Where was the end? There were people who were far more ancient than Laozi, as well as the 72 ancient kings who were worshipping on Mount Tai. Did they enter the star domain one step earlier and go to the end of the starry sky? The ancients lived for hundreds of years in spring and autumn, yet their movements never faltered. Just how far back was the ancient era mentioned by the Yellow Emperor? For modern people, the Yellow Emperor was an ancient person from 4,000 or 5,000 years ago, and he was already an ancient emperor. What kind of period was the ancient era he was lamenting? How many past events had been annihilated in ancient China? It was very likely that a vast ancient history was covered in dust over the years. When could it be unraveled? Yi Fan was lost in thought, and his mind wandered far and wide. In this vast star domain, just how many ancient stars were there with life? Were the stars mentioned in ancient China a kind of enlightenment, or did they represent an even more important meaning? Earth, Mars, Ziwei. Ancient stars after ancient stars, where was the origin, and where was the end? What was the meaning of this ancient road? Where did it lead to? What kind of place was it? The 9 dragons pulling the coffin, did they die in battle and return to their homeland, or did they travel aimlessly? On the 5-colored sacrificial altar, the 9 dragons traversed the dark and cold sky. The origin was unknown, and the road ahead was unknown. Who was it picking up? Would it set sail one day? Chapter 633. Yi Fan was at a loss. There were many ancient stars in the boundless star field. Where did the ancient path lead to? He and Pangbo glanced at each other and thought of many things. This ancient star was definitely not the end. It was very likely to be a relay station. If they wanted to advance and return home, the only way was to transcend and become stronger. Only then could they leave this world. Otherwise, it would be like being trapped in a cage. Just how many secrets were there in the vast universe and boundless starry sky? Where did the preaching Qi practitioners go after leaving Earth? I don't think too much. We have no intention of joining in the fun with those ancient sages. Returning home is the right path. Pangbo sighed. Now, it was useless even if they had such thoughts. If they wanted to enter the star field, they had to at least be on par with the ancient saints. Otherwise, they could only rely on the 5-colored altar. Maybe there are other stargates and not just the altar in the forbidden ancient land. If we want to go home, we need to understand this world. Yi Fan secretly transmitted his voice. Ji Haoyue used the divination divine art to calculate. He couldn't find anything even after looking at the 2 seals. This was a special talent of the divine body, and was very useful in battle. In the end, they left this place and walked forward. Mist rose from the dried-up lake. It didn't seem far away, but it was difficult to approach. It's not simple at all. Yi Fan revealed a surprised expression. We've already been here once, but we couldn't go over. We specially prepared some materials that can break through the fabricated formation patterns. Let's try breaking through it. Li Heishui said. Jiang Huiran, Wu Zhongtian, and Lu Ko took action. They took out some star stones and withered dragon wood to fill the space in front of the stone forest, and threw them into the lake. The mist lingered and didn't weaken at all. As they got closer, it became thicker. The dry lake with only a puddle was gradually covered in mist, covering the entire stone forest. This won't do. It's the same as last time. We can't go through. Pangbo frowned. The mist was very thick and quickly drowned the area. It made people lose their sense of direction. They had no choice but to retreat. This place was very strange. They grabbed a lone wolf and chased it into the mist. It melted in an instant and vanished into thin air. Not even its flesh and bones remained. It was very terrifying. This place is really strange. They took out their magic treasures, and not long after, they also let out cracking sounds as they were destroyed in the mist. Could it really be the immortal transformation pond? Yi Fan's heart thumped with excitement. If it was the immortal transformation pond, then there would be great opportunities. It had already dried up, becoming a small puddle. If there were immortal treasures, they could easily find them and obtain them. Sakyamuni, I've been here before. Maybe it really is the Qinling Celestial Pond, the birthplace of the Azure Emperor. Pangbo rubbed his hands. Since primordial times, who knows how many divine objects have sunk into the celestial pool. Legend has it that there are broken emperor weapons and immortal treasures. Jizue knew a lot. Her black eyes flashed with spiritual light. Don't act rashly. Let me take a closer look. Yi Fan retreated and observed the mountain from afar. Stone forests grew thickly, and precipices soared high into the sky. There was little green vegetation near the dried lake, but the surrounding mountains were full of vitality. This place is very unusual. Why do I find it more and more familiar the more I look at it? He mumbled. No one disturbed him because they all knew that he had received the inheritance of the Yuan Taoist master. He could be considered an authoritative figure in the study of mountains and rivers. This is the land of immortal ascension. Yi Fan's heart trembled. This terrain was very similar to the one recorded in the Heavenly Source book. It was a mysterious and unfathomable place. The others were shocked. Just from the name, they could tell that it was not an ordinary land. It was definitely incomparably mystical. It was most likely close to the immortal transformation pond. As the name suggests, this is a rare and wondrous land. It is connected to a celestial land. The journey will be difficult and dangerous. Although it was recorded in the Heavenly Source book, the land of immortal ascension was only a legend. They had never seen it before. Even the Yuan Taoist master had not been fortunate enough to see it. They could only speculate about the terrain. There was a path like this in the Qinling Mountains. Without a doubt, it led to the immortal transformation pond. The so-called road of immortal ascension must have originated from there. Is it easy to pass? Jiang Huiran asked hopefully. 9 deaths and 1 life. It is equivalent to rushing through a trial of death. It is extremely difficult to pass. Yi Fan said. This place was not inferior to the various dangerous lands of the eastern wasteland. Could it be that we can only watch helplessly? The immortal transformation pond might be up ahead. Since the archaic times, who knows how many pieces of immortal treasures have sunk into it? The land of immortal ascension was definitely a terrifying place that cut off the path of mortals. Otherwise, if everyone ascended there, how could it be considered an immortal land? We can give it a try. Now that it has appeared on its own, the danger should be reduced to the lowest. There is quite a bit of hope. The land of immortal ascension was normally not visible. It was hidden in the void all year round. Only those who cultivated the heavenly eye could see it, but it was still extremely difficult. It would only appear in the mortal world every 10,000 years and take form. Only then could the people of the world see some traces of it. Yi Fan finally understood why no one could find the immortal transformation pond. It only appeared once every 10,000 years. It was located in the void, and did not belong to the mortal world at all. It was an immortal land not only in name but also in reality. It is as if it descended from another world. This was also a chance. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, even if he used the heavenly eye to capture traces of it, he wouldn't be able to enter at all. Each time it appeared on its own, it would weaken and wouldn't be that terrifying. If one's methods were good, they would be able to pass through. If we use an ancient saint weapon to open the path, we should be able to enter. Yi Fan said. Apart from this, is there no other way? Pengbo was really unwilling. Brother, go and report to the family head. We will definitely be able to invite a saint weapon out. Jizue blinked her eyes and said. Didn't we agree long ago? If we get anything from this place, we will split it equally. If we invite those old things from your family, we will also invite the bandit grandfathers. Li Heishui said. If they really alerted the Ji family, the few of them would definitely run. Even if they invited their grandfathers over, they would have to bring the heaven-swallowing demon pot. Don't rush, let me try to open a path. Yi Fan said. According to the records of the Book of Origin, he observed the surrounding mountains and rivers, and felt the pulse of the world here. He kept deducing and carving many heaven origin patterns on the ground. After a long time, Yi Fan stood up and walked towards the dried-up lake step by step. Genesis Heaven Rune Network automatically appeared under his feet, flashing like a star field. Yizi, are you confident? If you can't, then don't go. Pengbo tried to dissuade him, afraid that he would be in danger. Don't worry, I am just testing. I definitely won't let myself fall into danger. Yi Fan smiled. You have to be careful, don't try to be brave. Jizue warned softly. She wrinkled her pretty nose and waved her snow-white hand. Little Yi, you have to be careful. Li Heishui and the others also reminded. Not long later, Yi Fan's voice came from the mist, telling them to enter. He judged that this path was feasible. At most they could retreat. Pang Bo, Ji Ziyue, and the others all entered the mist. It was as if they were standing in the clouds, sizing up their surroundings. The mist was so thick that they couldn't even see each other. It was very strange and made them feel uneasy. The heaven resentment pattern under Yi Fan's feet flickered. It was complex and profound. He became one with the pulse of the earth and obtained the path and secrets he wanted to know. The few of them followed closely behind, walking forward step by step. They were nervous and excited. After all, they were getting close to the legendary celestial transformation pond, the birthplace of the azure arch. The green copper piece was also immersed in this place. As for what else was there, no one could say for sure. It gave them endless anticipation. Don't stray too far from me. You have to be within 30 meters of me. Otherwise, even if a powerhouse takes the wrong path, he will turn into pus and blood. Yi Fan reminded them solemnly. It's that scary? Jiang Huiran muttered. Even powerhouses could be turned into cramps. No, we have entered the dried-up lake. Why is there no water at all? Why does it feel like we are stepping on a mountain? Wu Zhongtian was suspicious. Yi Fan said, everything we see is mostly fabricated and not real. Unless one cultivates the heavenly eye, it will be hard to see through it. They carefully followed behind Yi Fan, and seemed to be following his footprints. After advancing for a quarter of an hour, they had traveled quite a distance. The mist became even thicker. Suddenly, they felt that something was wrong. They couldn't say what was going on. It was too quiet along the way, and there was a strange aura. Damn it, there's one more person among us. Pang Bo was scared. When these words were spoken, everyone's hearts trembled. There were clearly 8 people, but now there was a 9th person following them. The mist was so thick that they couldn't see clearly even if they stood very close. A humanoid creature was standing among them, and they didn't know which one was the latecomer. At this moment, everyone's scalps went numb. There was actually one more person. This wasn't a good sign. They could vaguely smell a rotting smell. Ji Haoyue snorted coldly. A string of blood beads shot out from his finger. It was like a rainbow that illuminated the mist and penetrated through. A mournful cry like the wailing of a malicious ghost rang out. The humanoid creature in the mist was shot through, and it staggered and fled, vanishing in the blink of an eye. However, that terrifying cry was still echoing out, causing one's hair to stand on end. It was like the curse of a 1,000-year-old malicious ghost, cold and venomous. That creature is very strong, not weaker than a first-layer immortal. Brother Haoyue actually scared it away with a flick of your finger. Yi Fan was shocked. Divine blood can destroy evil, it's just a rotting corpse. Actually, the saint blood in your body can also be used, you can turn it into ashes, Ji Haoyue said. Ji Ziyue was very sharp. Her big black eyes swiveled as she mumbled. Why do I feel that it doesn't seem like we entered the immortal pond? If not, why would there be such a dead spirit? It's not strange to have these on the way to the immortal ascension land, Yi Fan explained. An hour later, they walked out of the mist. In front of them, the sunset glow was like blood, dyeing the sky red. At the same time, there was also a faint golden glow. What is this place? When we were observing the terrain from the outside, we didn't see such a landscape at all. Li Heishui frowned. This is the true appearance of this place. Everything we saw before was just an illusion, Yi Fan said. The terrain here was extraordinary. The mountains were majestic and the valleys were vast. Draconic chi lingered around the mountains, and it was a magnificent scene. Bang! The ground in front of them split open, and a tattered wooden coffin appeared. A huge hand covered in red hair stretched out and crawled out. What is this place? Is it really a place of immortal ascension? Why did another dead spirit appear? This is simply like a burial ground. Jiang Huiran felt goosebumps. This was a huge corpse. Under the blood-colored setting sun, it looked extremely horrifying. Its eyes were lifeless as it closed in on them. With a flick of Yi Fan's finger, 8 or 9 golden beads of blood flew out and landed on its body. With a chi-la sound, Golden flames ignited, burning it until it howled miserably as it flew away. In the distance, there were more than 10 silver-winged yakshas. Their bodies seemed to be cast from silver and flickered with metallic luster. However, they didn't dare to approach. They stared fixedly at Yi Fan. After advancing for a short while, an enormous mountain appeared in front of them. At the top was a pool of water that flickered with radiance under the setting sun. It flowed with a dreamy radiance. Immortal pool, it must be the immortal transformation pool. The others were all excited. Something's not right. Look, there's another wondrous place not far away. Pang Bo pointed to the other side. Beside it was a great peak, and on it was an ancient cave that took in and spat out draconic chi. It stirred one's mind. There were 2 banana trees that were who knew how many tens of thousands of years old. Green multicolored light flickered as they grew on both sides of the ancient cave. Qinling Mountain's ancient dragon cave. Yi Fan was shaken. The 3rd-generation Yuan Taoist master might be buried inside. Chapter 634. The Immortal Transformation Pond and the ancient dragon cave existed side by side, not that far from each other. This shocked everyone. 2 pure lands that were coveted by the people of the world were in the same place. No wonder they always appear one after the other. Turns out they are both in the immortal Ascension land. This is almost the legendary Yin and Yang acupoint. Not to mention someone like Yi Fan who was proficient in origin techniques. Even the others could see that this was a natural Yin and Yang divine land. The immortal transformation pond was at the peak of an enormous mountain. It was extremely spacious, and the water could be seen. Multicolored light flowed about and surged outwards. Yang energy was extremely heavy, rushing over like heavenly flames. On the other side of the great peak, the ancient cave at the base of the mountain took in and sent out draconic energy. Even though it was divine, there was a type of great Yin true force flowing about. Qinling's ancient great dragon is moving. The others were shocked. The great peak where the dragon cave wasn't stationary, but was moving at a speed that normal people couldn't see. It was extremely special. We found the immortal transformation pond just like that, and we even saw Qinling's #1 ancient cave. It really is a bit inconceivable. They all felt that this was a bit unreal. This was a great immortal opportunity that made them feel like they were suffocating. At this moment, Yi Fan frowned. Even though they were only a dozen or so li away, every step forward would be filled with killing intent. It wasn't that easy to approach. Difficult to cross the heavenly moat. This is a road of death that is difficult to cross. He solemnly reminded everyone not to act blindly without thinking, and to absolutely not advance. Even though the immortal Ascension land had weakened endlessly, the final part of the journey was still extremely terrifying. It was even more difficult than ascending to the heavens. It was known as crossing the heavenly moat. 100 li of death trial, 90 li of immortal ascension, and 10 li of crossing the heavenly moat. Even saints find it difficult to cross these last 10 li. It's that serious? The others felt a chill run down their spines. Every step forward was equivalent to crossing a trial of death. It's even more serious than what I said. Crossing the heavenly moat can also be said to be impossible for immortals to cross. It is one of the most terrifying terrains under the heavens. Yi Fan said in a low voice. He didn't expect the last 10 li to be so heaven-defying. It was actually impossible for immortals to cross. This type of terrain had never been seen since ancient times, yet it appeared here. What do we do? Even though they arrived at the Central Plain's most ancient dragon cave, they still couldn't approach it. They were extremely unwilling. Yi Fan said, "Now we can only wait patiently." The celestial transformation pool and the ancient cave haven't truly descended into the world yet. After waiting for a few more days, immortals will not ferry, will most likely pass through. The 90-kilometer road of celestial ascension was a dangerous place to begin with. Normally, it would be impossible to pass through it. Even a divine leader would have to bear a grudge if he came here. It could cut off all the heroes of the world. Yet now, it was only because the immortal transformation pool descended on its own and manifested itself in the world that all dangers were greatly weakened and practically eliminated. That was why they were able to come here. The last 10 miles of the heaven crossing chasm was not weakened. Even if a king came, He would die if he took a single step forward. More than 10 silver-winged yakshas flew past, letting out mournful cries before disappearing into the horizon. On the other side, several old corpses were swallowing the sunset glow. It was an indescribably strange sight. This place is really strange. Even though it's incomparably divine, why are there so many dead spirits? On the ground, the sunset glow dyed everything red. From time to time, humanoid creatures would appear, but they were definitely not humans. Most of them were lifeless. There are many ancient tombs under the Qinling Mountains. Some of the ancient corpses have astonishing origins. Some are intelligent, so it's not strange for them to come here. It seems like there really is a creature buried in the ancient dragon cave. After being nourished for so many years, who can deal with it? Suddenly, there was a commotion on the horizon. The silver-winged yakshas, the flying ghosts, and the others all retreated in fright like 10,000 beasts fleeing. Something's wrong. It's as if the king of beasts has appeared, and all the beasts are frightened. A loud sound came from the horizon. A tall old man appeared. His hair was burnt yellow like weeds, and he walked over step by step. He was 2 meters tall, much taller than ordinary people. His body was majestic, and his strength was boundless. Every step he took caused the ground to tremble. This person's physical body is terrifying. How heavy is it? Why is it moving like a mountain? As he neared, the old man with yellow hair and eyes like golden pearls came closer. He was like a mountain that made it hard for people to breathe. This is a super old emperor of the Jiuli divine dynasty. The others were astonished. This person had passed away a long time ago. The emperor's divine clothes on his body had rotted away, but the mark of the Jiuli divine dynasty could still be seen. This is a divine garment on the same level as an imperial divine weapon, but it's rotted away. How long has it been here? Wu Zhongtian's pupil shrank. At least 40,000 years. Otherwise, a king's divine garment wouldn't be this rotten, Ji Haoyue said. The others were afraid, but the only thing that reassured them was that this ancient corpse seemed to have just gained intelligence. Its eyes were still dull and not very lively. His physical body is powerful, but he doesn't have many tricks up his sleeves. We should be able to deal with him. Yi Fan was secretly glad. If they had encountered the old monk from last time, they would all have died. He's coming for us. The majestic old emperor's golden eyes carried a layer of deathly aura. He took large strides forward and stretched out a large hand to grab Qin Mu. Ji Haoyue flicked his finger. A string of 5-colored blood beads flew out and hit the red-haired creature's body. This was the divine blood of a king, and it contained the power to destroy evil. However, the power of the divine blood was too strong. When it hit the old emperor's body, it only made banging sounds. It couldn't penetrate or injure him. Not good. This person was inconceivably powerful when he was alive. He has a king's body. Although he didn't cultivate it to great success, the divine blood is useless against him because his body also has it. Ji Haoyue said in shock. What? Everyone was shocked. This was actually an old king's body. This news was too shocking. What made people rejoice was that this evil spirit had just gained intelligence not long ago. It only knew how to swallow the essence of the sun and moon. It didn't have any terrifying methods, only its corpse was sturdy. Bang! Wu Zhongtian, Li Heishui, and the others took action. All kinds of magical treasures attacked together, but they couldn't shake this super old emperor. They were all blasted away. A king's body is so sturdy. The people on the scene took action one after another. Several magical treasures were shattered, but none of them were able to harm the king's body in the slightest. Let me do it. Pangbo walked forward and took out a few stone nails. They immediately pierced through the ancient corpse. The king's blood hadn't lost its spirituality yet and gushed out. Bang! In the end, the old emperor's corpse collapsed. Everyone rejoiced that he didn't have intelligence and was muddle-headed. Otherwise, the group would be in danger. Such powerful and mysterious stone nails. Ji Haoyue was greatly astonished. These stone nails had a great origin. They were the nails on the coffin made from the Tao Comprehension ancient tree. Yi Fan gave them to Pangbo, and he regarded them as treasures. Although they were only used to nail the coffin, They were refined by an existence that surpassed the divine in the hearts of the 10,000 ancient races. They possessed inconceivable power. I really don't know how powerful the undying heavenly emperor is. Even the stone nails on his coffin are so terrifying. In the following half a month, Yi Fan circled around the immortal transformation pond and the dragon cave in detail. He didn't know how many heaven origin runes he had drawn. He used his Genesis arts to draw densely packed heaven origin runes on the ground 10 li away. They were as numerous as the stars in the sky, innumerable. According to my calculations, this place will completely appear in the world in another dozen or so days. Immortals will then be able to pass through. Great! We will have a great harvest in another half a month. You must be careful. Even if this place appears in the world on its own, there are only 8 paths leading to the 8 directions. Yi Fan solemnly reminded. After so many days of calculations, Yi Fan's heart was pounding. The last 10 li path was filled with peerless danger. Any emperor would be turned into pus and blood if they entered. You must remember this. He drew on the ground and marked out 8 paths leading to the immortal pond and the dragon cave. In the following dozen or so days, Yi Fan exhausted all his energy to lay down endless heaven resentment runes, including the terrain of this area. When it truly appears in the world, there will definitely be other experts coming. We can only be one step ahead. There were only 8 paths to pass through, and there were 8 of them. Each of them decided to take one path each. They wanted to be the first to compete with those who came later. As expected, there are people coming. Time passed quickly, and the mist on the 90-kilometer path of immortal ascension dissipated. Someone had discovered this place, and the news spread immediately. Another 2 days passed, and the last 10 li of the natural chasm changed. The danger weakened and they could pass through it. Don't act rashly. Wait for another half a day. Yi Fan stopped them. There were other people coming. Many of them rushed over, but before they could even make a sound, they were turned into nothingness on the spot. Let's go. Yi Fan estimated that it was about time. The 8 of them moved separately, each choosing a path and advancing as if they were flying. Every step they took was very meticulous, and it was unknown how many times they had rehearsed it in advance. They had long since memorized every place they would land. This 10 li path was very special. Now that there were only 8 paths, no one dared to be careless, for fear of taking the wrong path. Aya. On one path, the Ji family's little moon screamed. Ji Haoyue in the neighboring area was shocked, and then he let out a long sigh. So the Ji family's holy leader had come, and he was following his sister's footwork. Retreat quickly. Don't enter this place, it's too dangerous. The Ji family's holy leader said. He pointed at Ji Ziyue's forehead, and a map appeared. This old fox must have been here long ago. Yi Fan muttered to himself on the other path. Family leader, bring me in. Ji Ziyue pouted and shook the family leader's arm, unwilling to let go. Many people are going to die here today. Hurry up and leave. The Ji family's holy leader waved his sleeves and tossed her out, landing on a safe footing. Ji Ziyue wrinkled her delicate nose, turned around and ran. After she came out, she chased after the path that Yi Fan was on and followed him in. In the distance, the masters of the Jiang family, Yaoguang clan, and the Wind clan all appeared with many experts. Among them, Ouyang Yi, who was infinitely close to the Earth Origin Master Realm, was also among them. On the other side, the 100 sects of the Middle State, the 4 immortal dynasties, and the various sect masters all appeared with a few dragon-seeking Earth masters following them. There was no lack of extraordinary people in the world. After they made their deductions, they chased after the 8 paths that Yi Fan pointed out, and many experts followed. Swoosh! Kasayas fluttered, and a group of old monks appeared. A few of them had layers of Buddha light behind their heads, and divine halos covered their bodies. They bemoaned the state of the universe and pitied the fate of mankind. They had bitter expressions on their faces, and it was obvious that they were top-notch experts. On the path to the east, a young man appeared on a golden ancient war chariot. He looked majestic, and his black hair draped over his shoulders. Wang Tung had arrived. He had cultivated the martial Dao heavenly eye, and his pitch-black pupils shot out 2 beams of light. He stared at Jiang Huairan's back, and his body radiated with boundless light as he chased after him. Bang! The golden war chariot brushed past Jiang Huairan's head, causing his hair to become disheveled. He almost cursed out loud, but seeing that it was the North Arch, he could only temporarily hold it in. Damn you, Wang Tung! Do you really think that you are the Celestial Emperor? Just you wait. On the golden war chariot, Wang Chong stood next to his elder brother. He looked back and sneered in disdain. When we come in, don't let me see you guys. Scram as far as you can. That brat who made trouble for us in Qin City must be Yi Fan. This time my big brother's real body is here. Let him wash his neck and wait to be slaughtered. Chapter 635. The golden war chariot rumbled forward. There were saber marks and sword holes on its surface. It was like an ancient emperor's chariot traveling. There was an intimidating power around it. Dragons and phoenixes rose together, their cries shaking the 9 heavens as light soared into the sky. Jiang Huairan was infuriated. The golden war chariot rushed past and knocked him into a mess. His head was almost crushed. Even that little demon didn't care about him at all. Standing on the chariot, he looked down at him and said those words in a domineering manner. I'll wait for you inside. These were Wang Chong's final words. The golden war chariot was too fast, disappearing in a flash. In the distance, on another path, Yi Fan's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. Martial Path Heavenly Eye. Wang Tung cultivated the Martial Path Heavenly Eye. It was even more terrifying than his divine eyes of origin. It could see through all falsehoods and see through everything. The most frightening thing was that during the battle, the Heavenly Eye could capture all openings. It was the most terrifying. Even after cultivating the Heavenly Eye, the movements of others became as slow as snails in its eyes, as if they were still. That person is very powerful, but my big brother said that he's still not the #1 in the world. Ji family's little moon followed. Her black hair fluttered in the wind. Her eyes were intelligent, and her jade-like cheeks looked very charming and gentle. The 100 sects had all arrived. A large number of experts entered. The dragon-seeking Earth Master had a unique insight. The path he chose coincided with the 8 paths of survival that Yi Fan had chosen. The Middle Emperor is here. Outside there was a commotion. Many people started to discuss. A man with disheveled hair walked very slowly like a mountain. He followed the path of survival, and entered the immortal realm step by step. 9,000 years ago, he was already the emperor of a generation. Now even the various sect masters were apprehensive when they saw him. Although his body was no more than 20 years old, his cultivation was there to look down on all heroes. Little Yi, can we go in like this? Will that Wang Ting find trouble with you? Ji Ziyue mumbled. It's fine. This place won't allow the brothers to behave atrociously. Yi Fan didn't mind. The Alcade Holy Sun is also here. Ji family's little moon pointed to the other side and said softly, my brother said that the Alcade Saint is far stronger than people imagine. On that path of life, Sacred Lord Alcade's sleeves fluttered in the wind. There was a man behind her who was bathed in a divine aura, like the divine son of the sun. In addition, Yaoshi also followed. She wore a long dress that trailed on the ground. She was graceful and beautiful, as if she was a fairy from the Moon Palace. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat, and he said, it seems like Sacred Child Yao Guang can take charge on his own. Otherwise, Sacred Lord Yao Guang wouldn't dare to bring him to this place. The people of the 4 great undying divine dynasties also entered. There were a few princes who were especially eye-catching, walking with majestic steps, following behind their fathers. After the western desert monks entered, the experts of the southern mountains arrived as well. Not only were there human battle lords, there were also some great demon lords. There were many great demons from the southern mountains. There's bound to be a fierce battle. Almost everyone from the 5 regions had come. The birthplace of the Azure Arch was indeed no small matter. This time many people were interested. It was divined by Master Godly Diviner. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people coming. Ji Ziyue revealed this secret. It's that Master Godly Diviner again. Just where did he come from? Yi Fan was suspicious. 2 years ago, Master Godly Diviner's disciple had helped the Yinyang sect calculate his position. If he hadn't grasped the God-striking whip, he would probably have been chased down. At this time, they entered the central region of the immortal land. They were in the open space between the immortal transformation pool and the cave. There were many people coming. However, no one dared to act blindly without thinking because this place would be more dangerous the closer they got. They were all waiting for the dragon-seeking Earthmasters, and Ouyang Ye's group from the eastern wastelands to come to a conclusion. Arriving here, Yi Fan was incomparably relaxed. He had been studying this place for more than a month and understood it better than the dragon-seeking Earthmasters and the other eccentrics. You guys really dared to come in. If you fall into the dragon cave and die a violent death, you can't blame anyone else. Wang Cheng glanced at Jiang Huairan, Wu Zhongtian, and Peng Bo and sneered. They didn't stand together but in different directions. However, they stopped at this moment and didn't rush into the dragon cave or the celestial pool. That was because Yi Fan noticed something was wrong and told them not to act rashly. This little bastard is too arrogant. I really want to give him 2 slaps, Li Heishui cursed. They slowly gathered together. The main thing is that his older brother is too powerful. Those older generation figures don't dare to provoke him. His future achievements are limitless, Lu Ko sighed. Damn it, I'm waiting for little Ye's sage physique to reach the great success stage. In the future, I'll slap them to death. This 11-year-old brat really deserves to be strangled to death. Jiang Huairan's hair was disheveled. What? You guys are still not convinced? Wang Cheng sneered. He was overbearing as he stood on the golden chariot and looked down at them. At this moment, Wang Tung wasn't at the front. He was actually standing side by side with those sect masters and talking about something. He indeed had the qualifications to do so. What are you being arrogant for? If your older brother isn't here, many people would dare to kill you with a finger. Someone transmitted his voice to the left and right. No one knew who it was. Peng Bo knew that things were bad. Someone was fanning the flames and placing the blame on them, wanting them to fight. Who is it? Wang Cheng wasn't big, but his hostility was very strong. He looked around and finally stared at Jiang Huairan and the others. Boom! Suddenly, a world-shaking collision came from the distance. The 2 peak experts actually made a move, and the ripple sent many people flying. Many people fell into the dangerous area and were immediately turned into pus and blood by the natural chasm. They no longer existed, and not even a hair was left. North Emperor Tung and the Middle Emperor made a move. No one would have thought that the 2 of them would have a conflict in this place. A single strike caused many sect masters' expressions to change. Why are the 2 of them fighting? Everyone was incomparably shocked, especially those who had some understanding of the unique warrior residents. They were even more astonished. During these 2 years, North Emperor had always been in seclusion. Some people said that he was cultivating a kind of strange technique and had never come into conflict with the Middle Emperor. However, everyone knew that a battle between the 2 was inevitable. The North Emperor was restraining himself and didn't want to fight with Xiang Yufei, whose name had shaken the world 9,000 years ago. Just now, North Emperor went up and said something, but the Middle Emperor refused. I don't know why the 2 of them suddenly attacked. Not far away, a sect master level figure said. He only saw the gist of it and didn't know why the 2 dragon and phoenix level characters were fighting. In this world, dragons and phoenixes cried out. Wang Tung's body was enveloped by divine light. The light surged and submerged this area. Every time he attacked, a dragon and phoenix would rise together and cry out above his head, making him look like a celestial emperor descending into the world. There wasn't a single person present that didn't change their expression, especially the various sect masters. They were the current rulers of the world, and their power and battle prowess were overflowing. At this moment, there was a powerful pressure in their hearts. The Middle Emperor's black hair was scattered behind him, and he was heroic and imposing. Each of his fists and moves was grand. There wasn't a divine light that soared into the heavens, but it had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. Every time the 2 of them exchanged blows, great disturbances would occur in all directions. Many people couldn't even stand still and were swept high into the sky. Even half-a-step great figures could only back up. If not for this place being special and everlasting, the endless mountain ranges would have long turned into dust. Their power was powerful beyond compare, and a single point of their fingers could crush mountains. Celestial emperors bearing holy emperor's power. Everyone sighed in admiration. These two were too powerful, rarely seen since ancient times. They had such accomplishments at such a young age, suppressing the older generation's sect master-level figures. Every time Wang Teng attacked, a true dragon, divine phoenix, white tiger, and black tortoise would appear. Divine light surged and resonated with the 9 heavens. The sky was covered in brilliance. 9 true dragons, 9 divine phoenixes, 9 white tigers and 9 black tortoises guarded the 4 directions, forming the 4 divisions of heaven and earth. Golden light surged, surrounding him at the center. It was as if a celestial emperor had descended into the world of mortals. The middle emperor was also unordinary, as if an archaic holy emperor had revived. He was incomparably dignified, and every movement he made was incomparably imposing. Every move he made was neutral and calm, but it contained the power to refine heaven and earth. There was no brilliance around him, but it was as if he was moving the stars of the heavens. He gave off an undefeatable feeling, as if a great human emperor had crossed the endless ages to arrive. My big brother will definitely win. He is not only number 1 in the younger generation. Wang Chong clenched his fists. In reality, all the sect masters felt a headache. Who would dare say that they could win against Wang Teng? Since ancient times, just how many people of his age had such accomplishments? Jiang Huairan was extremely unhappy. Just now, his head had almost been smashed open by the golden war chariot. Even his wooden hairpin had fallen off, and his hair was in a mess. He coldly said, "I hope the middle emperor can hack him to death." Even though he had lowered his voice, Wang Chong's ears were extremely sharp. He caught the smallest of words. He suddenly turned around and said, "You're courting death. Little brat, you're too arrogant." Wu Zhongtian and the others erupted. They were all descendants of great bandits, and they had always done as they pleased. When had they ever been humiliated like this? "Are you all courting death? I'll help you out." Wang Chong jumped off the golden war chariot and pressed forward. Behind him were 2 ancient existences. One was covered in golden scales, and the other seemed to be forged from silver. Although Jiang Huairan, Wu Zhongtian, and Li Heishui were angry, they had to admit that Wang Chong was very powerful. He was worthy of being Wang Teng's younger brother. He wasn't even 12 years old, but he was already an expert at the 8th dragon transformation, the youngest monster of the unique warrior manner. "You damned bandits, I heard that you're old friends with that Yi Fan. I've wanted to take care of you for a long time." Wang Chong sneered. With 2 ancient existences following him, he wasn't afraid of suffering at all. Pang Bo walked over and sneered. "Little brat, do you think you've transformed into your big brother? You still don't have the right to say such words." "I don't have the right? In a little while, I'll trample all of you under my feet, and throw you into the dragon cave to feed those red-furred humanoid monsters." Wang Chong wasn't very big, but his words were very aggressive. Standing on a rock, he looked down at them and said, "The person I met in Qin City was Yi Zhoutian, right? Have him get out here. This time, I'm going to crush him to death." He indicated to the 2 ancient existences that they should prepare for battle, and then he scanned the surroundings, hoping to find Yi Fan. In the distance, Wang Teng's battle with the Central Emperor had attracted the attention of the vast majority of people, but there were also quite a few who had noticed the strange activity here. "You're not very big, but your tone is quite big. Arrogant to the heavens." A voice rang out, and then the void trembled. A foot more than 1 zhang long, shrouded in golden light, stomped down from the sky. Bang! Dust billowed into the sky, and the earth quaked. Wang Chong shouted, but he couldn't dodge at all, and was trampled by the golden foot. Yi Fan sneered. He only used a magical divine ability, standing there like a golden war god. His figure was tall and straight, 10 zhang tall. Everyone was shocked. Wang Teng wasn't far away, but now, someone dared to act like this, trampling his younger brother into the ground. "Yi Fan!" Wang Chong shouted. He didn't dare to believe that his elder brother was here, but Yi Fan really stepped out and trampled him into the ground. "It's the monster from the eastern wasteland that disappeared for more than 2 years, Yi Fan." Many people were shocked. The Yaoguang saint, Yaoshi the Great Xia Prince, the Jade Lake Saint, the number 2 beauty of the Central Plains, Princess Moon Spirit, and many others of the younger generation also looked over. Many sect masters were also shocked. The North Arch was nearby, but Yi Fan dared to do this. It was beyond everyone's expectations. Chapter 636. Wang Cheng was insufferably arrogant, as though he was the North Arch. He looked down on Li Heishui, Jiang Huiran, and the others with impudent words. He pointed out a few of them and threatened to kill them at every turn. He was just an 11 or 12-year-old little monster. Yet he was so arrogant and domineering, humiliating a saint of the younger generation without taking it to heart. At this moment, a large golden foot descended from the sky and stomped him into the ground. The ground shook, causing smoke and dust to soar into the sky. The surface of the ground cracked open, and the situation reversed. Wang Cheng screamed. He was truly afraid. The golden foot was as heavy as a mountain, and his sternum was broken. He couldn't breathe, and his entire body was deformed. At this moment, when Yi Fan revealed his divine ability, he became an entire 30 m tall figure that seemed as if he was forged from gold. And he was like a war god that had flown over from the heavenly dimension with strength that could uproot mountains and a matchless aura. Yi Fan stomped his foot, as if he were stepping on a bug. Wang Cheng's bones creaked as if they were on the verge of breaking. Although they were at the same level, whose physical body could compare to the saint body. In comparison, Wang Cheng was as fragile as a man made of glass, unable to endure the pressure. Blood gushed out of his mouth, his eyes venomous, but he said nothing. You're courting death. Let him go. You dare to use such a deadly foot. Today you will die without a complete corpse. Your soul will return to the underworld and be branded with the imprint of 18 purgatory, suffering endless torment. 2 loud shouts sounded from the side. Of the 2 ancient creatures, one was a zhang tall and covered densely in golden scales. The other was 2 meters tall, and had a pair of silver divine wings. They were both sinister and ferocious, and their eyes were like blades. However, they did not dare to act recklessly against him. Yi Fan only needed to stomp down, and Wang Cheng would be crushed into meat paste with not even his bones remaining. Go to the side. Yi Fan didn't care at all. He shouted loudly and exerted force with his foot. The little fiend cried out miserably and coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. You truly don't know the difference between life and death. Master is here, so how can I allow you to behave atrociously? It'll be hard even if you want to die. In a bit, I'll boil you into human oil and use you to light sky lanterns. An ancient creature threatened Yi Fan. Hurry up and let him go. Otherwise, you'll regret coming to this world. You won't be able to die even if you want to. Another ancient creature shouted loudly. Kacha. Wang Cheng's reply was a forceful kick, instantly breaking more than 100 of his bones. His entire body spasmed, his face pale with fear. At this moment, only his head was exposed outside the golden foot. The rest of his body was under the foot, and his life hung in the balance. Li Heishui, Jiang Huiran Wu Zhongtian, and the rest all felt refreshed. Seeing this scene, they all let out a long sigh of relief. They had been stifled just now. This little monster was too arrogant. Yi Fan, if you dare to kill me, my elder brother will not let you go. No matter what trump card you have, you will not be able to escape death. Wang Cheng stubbornly refused to admit his mistake. With so many people watching, he didn't want to beg for mercy, or else he wouldn't be able to bring shame to his elder brother. Hurry and release him. The 2 ancient creatures also shouted. Jiziyue was worried. No matter what, Yi Fan was not Wang Cheng's match. The difference in cultivation was too great. She reminded him softly. Don't be rash. This isn't a good place to kill him. Lu Ko and the others also said the same. The North Thearch's battle strength was obvious to all. Now that he was fighting with the central sovereign, all the sect masters were afraid. Hurry and release me, or else you will know the consequences. Wang Cheng shouted. Seeing their expressions, he knew that they were all afraid of his elder brother. He relaxed and sneered. You want me to release you? Yi Fan laughed and raised his foot. At least you know what's good for you. Wang Cheng spat out a mouthful of blood, and was about to get up. Bang! Suddenly, the golden foot descended from the sky again. This time, it stepped on his face, causing half of his body to sink into the ground. What do you want? Wang Cheng was frightened. He was afraid. He sent out his consciousness and said, "Don't act recklessly." Yi Fan raised his foot slightly, and the little monster's face was full of fear. His teeth were all knocked out, and his face was deformed. Bang! Yi Fan stomped down again, and Wang Cheng was instantly like a pancake. His body was broken, and he was trampled. "Save me!" The little monster couldn't care about anything else and shouted with his consciousness. He was extremely terrified. "You think I don't dare to kill you? How dare you be so arrogant in this situation? Today I will stomp you to death like a cockroach." Yi Fan sneered. Bang! He retracted his Dharma idol ability and turned back to the size of a human. He stepped on Wang Cheng's face again, and he didn't look like a human anymore. Everyone was shocked. It was obvious that Yi Fan wanted to end his life. He didn't plan to let the little monster live at all. "Stop." The two primordial beings rushed forward. One was gold, and the other was silver. They swallowed and spat out divine light like two ferocious beasts. In the distance, Wang Tung, who was fighting a life and death battle with the central sovereign, also looked over. His eyes shot out two frightening beams of light that could frighten one's soul. "Give it to you." Yi Fan snorted and stomped down with force. Pfff. Blood splattered everywhere. The golden foot crushed Wang Cheng alive and turned him into a pile of mud. His green clothes didn't have a drop of blood on them. The crowd glanced at each other in dismay. Not a single sound could be heard. Yi Fan was truly audacious. In front of everyone, he trampled Wang Tung's younger brother to death. Yao Guang Saint Child, Yao Shi the Great Xia Prince, the Jade Lake Saint Daughter, Ji Haoyue, Yin Ruyu, and other old friends were all here. They were all moved. There were many young people from the Central Plains, the Southern Mountains, and the Western Desert. They were also shocked. How many people would dare to stomp Wang Tung's younger brother to death in front of him? Even the older generation and the rulers of a region were apprehensive. The current North Arch could compete with all the Saint Lords, and was a rising star that everyone was wary of. He was a dragon among men, and not many people dared to offend him. However, Yi Fan did it. He didn't care about anything. He stomped Wang Cheng to death with one foot. He killed this little monster with shocking talent. He really doesn't care about anything. He even stomped Wang Tung's younger brother to death. This really requires courage. How many people would dare to do this? It's a pity that this little monster, although his temperament isn't up to standard, his cultivation talent is rare. He's not even 12 years old, but he's already at the 8th transformation. This is rare. This monster from the Eastern Wasteland is too daring. He really dares to kill anyone. If the saint's younger brother came, he would be killed too. Everyone present, whether they were the older generation sect masters or the 5 regions monsters, couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. Damn it, you actually killed Master's younger brother. The two ancient creatures went crazy and pounced forward. Their bodies seemed to be burning, and their scales clanked. Tens of thousands of swords shot out at the same time. Each scale was a saint sword. Yi Fan had a cold smile on his face. He didn't make any other movements. He just took a step forward and dodged the kick. Boom. Suddenly, an azure energy surged on the ground. A dragon-shaped energy pillar pierced through the sky, and pillars that supported the sky appeared. The dragon energy was like the sea, cutting off the two ancient creatures' path. The Qinling ancient dragon has come out. The expressions of the Central Plains dragon-seeking Earth Masters changed as they cried out in surprise. Ouyang Yi and the others who came from Genesis Technique clans from the Eastern Wasteland also changed their expressions. No, it's the essence energy of the Qinling ancient dragon. All the eccentric people who studied the mountains, rivers, and veins of the earth were shocked. This kind of method was very terrifying, and it required an extremely high-level special technique to draw out the essence energy of the true dragon. Yi Fan was calm and stood there without fear. He had studied this place for more than a month, and had already understood everything. With his Genesis technique, he could fight against a peak sacred lord. In this place, he was in an invincible position. He could borrow the power of the Qinling ancient dragon for his own use. And now he had drawn out the ancestral earth vein. In surprise, Yi Fan saw a flash of light in the distance. Wang Cheng's painfully reforming body was about to appear once more, and on his forehead was a divine symbol flowing with a strange light. No wonder Wang Ting didn't come. I was just wondering why he had such a life-saving symbol. Yi Fan strode forward and stomped down. Buzz. The divine symbol flashed and lightly trembled, bringing Wang Cheng back 100 zhang. A golden energy flowed on it, faintly reflecting Wang Teng's figure. It's Wang Teng's 9 revolutions divine symbol, immortal in all tribulations. He truly doted on Wang Cheng, passing it on to him to protect his life. Someone secretly cried out in alarm. What? The 9 revolutions divine symbol really exists in this world. Everyone stared at the divine symbol. It was less than an inch long and seemed to be forged from true gold. It flowed with a divine splendor, exuding an ancient charm and covered in Tao runes. The 9 revolutions divine symbol had been refined by the only ancient chaos emperor of the northern plains. It could die in place of one's body and could seize the world's fortune. It was a divine protective artifact. It wasn't hard to see just how terrifying Wang Teng's fortunes had been. If he had even obtained the divine symbol of ancient chaos emperor, he had probably long ago obtained his legacy. Wasn't the 9 revolutions divine symbol broken? How did it appear in the world again? Although it's a broken 9 revolutions divine symbol, it was still refined by a human emperor. It still has a divine effect of immortality. Everyone's eyes went red. Wang Teng truly did have great luck. He had obtained such a heaven-defying divine object, and had given it to his little brother without any hesitation. The North Emperor shouldn't have obtained the complete legacy of ancient Chaos Emperor, right? This ancient emperor's strength had surpassed the ancients and dazzled contemporaries. No one knew just how powerful he was, and it was rumored that he had other roots. Yi Fan's heart skipped a beat. A divine symbol refined by an ancient great emperor, even if it was just a fragment, was still a priceless divine object. He used the dragon energy of the earth to separate the 2 ancient life forms and attacked. At this moment, many people were envious of him. Others were afraid of the North Emperor and didn't dare to snatch it, but he was fearless and wanted to kill Wang Cheng and take the symbol. "Brother, save me!" The little demon screamed in fear. In the distance, Wang Teng was fighting the Middle Emperor, and it was hard to tell who would win. The spirits of the 4 great sages surrounded him. The true dragon leaped into the sky. The divine phoenix cried over the mountains and rivers. The white tiger roared at the moon, and the black tortoise swallowed the sea. He was like the North Pole Emperor descending to the mortal world. At this moment, he couldn't afford to be distracted. The Middle Emperor's every move was neutral and gentle, and it had the power to turn something rotten into something magical. However, at this crucial moment, the North Emperor still attacked with his sword. A golden divine sword flew out, emitting the divine might of a celestial emperor. Dragons and phoenixes circled it, and it was hundreds of feet long. Boom. The heaven source pattern appeared under Yi Fan's feet, and the dragon energy under the earth erupted like a volcano. One after another, a total of 81 heavenly dragons rushed up, startling everyone and forcing them to retreat. Clang. Yi Fan used the Xing character formula and closed in on Wang Cheng. He reached out with a huge hand and slammed it down. Bang! The little demon's body was shattered again, and the 9 revolutions divine symbol was taken from his forehead. Yi Fan caught it in his hand, and it flashed with a bright luster.